Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell and Anderson, case 24 CF1693. Appearances.
Attorney Megan Newport and Ian Vance Karazan appears for the state.
Attorney Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. So welcome back. Hope we had a lovely evening. As you recall, we are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
State calls Detective Nora Burlow.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
My first name is Nora, N-O-R-A. My last name is Donegan, D like David, O. My first name is Nora, N-O-R-A. My last name is Donegan, D like David, O-N-E-G-A-N. But I'm formally last name Burlow, B-U-R-L-O.
Thank you. Detective Donegan, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
7 years.
How long have you been a detective?
For about 6 months.
Prior to being promoted to detective, where were you assigned and what was your rank?
I was a police officer at District 5.
Does District 5 encompass the area of 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes, it does.
That location's in the county of Milwaukee?
It is.
When you were assigned to District 5, can you explain what your general basic duties on a day-to-day basis were?
Sure. We responded to calls for service. We also conducted traffic, foot patrol at times. My partner and I were assigned to the tavern squad or the licensed premise squad. So we had some additional duties of monitoring gas stations and bars and things like that. We also responded to help out with medical emergencies and things like that.
Were you working in that capacity on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
Who was your partner that day?
My partner was James Terrell.
Were you asked to do a welfare check at the address that I mentioned before, 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes.
Can you describe what information you received going into that assignment?
So my partner and I had actually been in District 7 conducting a specialized patrol that night. I noticed looking at our CAD system, our call system where our calls come in and we can visually see information regarding those calls. I noticed a call, a welfare check for the address 1858 West Commerce, or North Commerce, excuse me. And upon clicking on that call, it was noted that there had been a suspicious vehicle fire where the owner of the vehicle had tried to be located but hadn't been found earlier on in that day. And it was requested again that officers go back to her apartment and try to locate her.
Did you have a name associated with either that apartment or the suspicious vehicle fire at that point?
Yes.
What was that?
Sade Robinson.
Approximately what time did you and Officer Terrell make your way to that location?
Our shift ends at 3 a.m., but we went at about 4 o'clock, maybe 3:45.
And what did you do once there?
So prior to getting there, we actually made contact with the maintenance man who lives in the building. And once we were there, he let us in and escorted us up to her apartment.
Do you remember his name?
Yes,
What was it?
Eddie Feliciano.
Then what happened?
He provided us access to the apartment. My partner and I just looked around to see if she was there or if anything seemed out of place or suspicious.
Was anyone present inside the apartment?
No,
What apartment was it?
309.
Describe the general layout and your observations of the apartment.
It was a studio apartment. When you first enter, there's a bathroom to your left. There's a larger closet to your right. And as you move into the apartment more, there's a kitchenette to your left. And then in front of you is all big open space, a studio.
Did it appear to be lived in, like somebody was living there? Describe sort of the contents of the apartment.
It actually just reminded me of a college student's.
I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer the day after Christmas. I knew that Moffitt was where I needed to be to live.
Your first choice for treating gastrointestinal cancers is your best chance for beating them. Moffitt is accelerating the science for early detection with survival outcomes up to 4 times the national averages.
They saved my life. I appreciate every day.
Call Moffitt to connect with a GI cancer expert.
Oh, dish soap is on sale. We need it?
Yeah. Oh, I think we need ketchup too.
What's in there?
Here. The ketchup's not in the fridge.
Ketchup does not go in the fridge.
Like when you were a kid coming up, you did this in your mother's house.
Right.
Baby, she failed you. I love your mother, but she ain't raised you right.
You try telling her that.
No, I will.
Wow.
Good wow or bad wow?
Just wow.
Day bed that was not pulled out, like a trundle, but all tucked in like a couch. And there were lots of purses and clothes and normal for a college girl.
And you're referencing somebody younger, somebody that could be in college. Did you know Sade's age at the time that you went to do the welfare check?
Yes, so in our call systems, when they give a name, usually there's a date of birth attached to it, or we can also look in our records and try to figure out how old that person is.
And do you recall what her age was?
I remember early 20s, or not even 21. I think she was 19.
When you're in the apartment doing a welfare check like this, are you looking for signs, in addition to looking for someone, are you looking for signs of a struggle or information about what might have happened to that person?
Yes, as well as identifiers.
Did you locate anything of note that would lead you to believe that something had happened to her?
No.
And did you find any identification?
Yes.
What kind of identification?
I found a Wisconsin ID in a purse.
So nothing suspicious in the apartment at all to lead you to believe that something had happened to her?
No.
Then what happened?
While I located the identifier, my partner did talk to Mr. Feliciano, and once we were done, we left the apartment. My partner and I made note of a few of the surveillance cameras in that building, and then we left and went back to our district and reported to our lieutenant on our findings.
Were you able to access the surveillance cameras at that time?
No, we were not.
How come?
Mr. Feliciano does work in the building. However, he is not office staff. He didn't at the time at least have access to the tenant's files or information.
Where did you take note of the location of those surveillance cameras?
There was one camera in the elevator area, I believe when you got off the elevator on her floor, on the 3rd floor. And then on the 1st floor, before you, well, I'm gonna start from the outside, actually. So when you first come into the apartment building, there's a camera. As you're walking down the hall, there's another camera. We didn't make it all the way down the hall because it cuts off to that elevator area to go up to the 3rd floor. You could see a camera at the end of the hall on the ceiling, and then in the elevator area, there was a camera. So the elevators are visible.
Did you take note of where the resident parking was? Was there a parking lot associated with this building?
Yes,
Where was that?
right in front of the main entrance. It's a large apartment building.
And that would be,
Or, parking lot, excuse me,
would that be on Commerce Street?
on Commerce Street, yes.
What did you do after taking note of the video camera locations?
Like I said, we went back to our district and then informed our lieutenant of our findings.
At some point, did you learn about a human leg having been found at Warnemont Park?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't think that question calls for hearsay. I will allow the question. Go on. You can answer it.
Okay, I actually did learn about a leg being found there, and I found that out prior to the start of my shift, actually. It was in the news.
Okay, so prior to your shift on April 2nd,
Yes,
at some point, did you connect the welfare check that you had done at Sade's apartment with the human leg?
I did. It was more just a funny feeling. When I clicked on that call, I saw this suspicious car fire, and the owner hadn't been located. The owner was Sade. And then one of her friends called in a welfare check for that Commerce address. We didn't locate her. She's a young girl. She didn't have any history, I don't believe, criminal history in our systems. And after talking with the maintenance man about how she was excited for a date, I felt uncomfortable being a woman who dates or has dated.
Objection,
For her
relevance
safety.
relevance to wherever she's going with this, Your Honor. Unresponsive.
I can
I
ask
will
a,
sustain that objection. I would ask you to re-ask the question.
I can ask a follow-up question. Did you relay your welfare check at Sade's apartment to the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department
Yes,
and specifically to Detective Donner?
yes,
I have nothing further.
Cross.
Thank you. So you went to Sade's apartment.
yes,
You said it was messy,
yes,
stuff everywhere.
yes.
Okay, just one room with stuff just scattered all over the place.
No, I would consider that more ransacked. The
Okay.
messy is, maybe she didn't put all of her clothes away.
So there's clothes just laying out all over the place?
There were some clothes on the bed in her day bed, yes.
Okay, in a purse just sitting there on a couch.
She had a lot of purses, actually.
Oh, and one of them
but
had
they were
her
out.
ID in it.
Yes,
So her purse is in her apartment with her ID.
Well, she had multiple purses.
Okay. One of those purses had her ID in it in her apartment.
It had an ID.
Was this a real ID or a fake ID?
It looked to be a real ID, but I can't recall if it was expired maybe.
Hmm. Did you take pictures?
No, but I did have my body cam activated.
Great. And Sade wasn't there, right?
No, she was not.
That's all.
State,
Nothing further.
thank you, Detective.
All right, thank you.
State your next witness.
Nicholas Kropp.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nicholas Kropp, Nicholas
How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Milwaukee,
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Milwaukee?
going on 13 years now.
Were you working back on April 3rd, 2024?
Yes,
What was your shift that day, and did you have a partner?
yes, I had a partner. It was Markel McKinley, Markel McKinley, and we were working day shift, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. that day.
On that day, were you assigned to conduct an investigation into a possible missing person?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided the name of Sade Robinson for that person?
Yes,
And on that date, did you look up any information before conducting follow-up, going out and conducting follow-up?
yes, we primarily review the reports from the prior shifts when a missing has been filed to see what has been done and what needs to still be done and continue along the same lines of the investigation.
So basically, at the start of your shift, you get up to speed, and then you decide what you're going to do next?
Correct.
What did you do?
After reviewing the reports, we went to Ms. Robinson's apartment to do another check just to make sure she had not returned to the apartment and try to see if there was anything that would provide further investigative leads within the apartment at that time.
The apartment you're referring to, was that apartment 309 at 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes, it is.
Did you meet someone from another department there?
Yes, there were members of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department.
Did you make contact with the property manager?
Yes,
Do you recall her name?
it was Christine. I don't recall her last name.
When you made contact with Christine, did you also speak over the phone to someone else who worked at the apartment complex?
Yes,
And did you gather basic information about Sade that the apartment had?
yes,
Did that include a kind of vehicle that she had registered to the apartment?
yes, it did.
What was that vehicle?
I believe it was a Honda Accord. I don't recall the license plate.
All right, you don't recall the license plate?
I do not.
If I showed you a copy of your report, would that maybe help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Just gonna have you read right here silently to yourself, and then tell me when you're done.
Okay.
Do you recall what kind of car that was listed as Sade?
It was a Honda Accord with the Wisconsin registration plate ASP 1171.
Honda Accord or Honda Civic?
I'll stipulate it's a Civic.
Honda Civic. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
ASP 1171?
Yes,
After getting that information, did you go to her apartment
yes,
and did you look around inside?
yes.
Did you find her?
We did not.
Did you find an ID card for her?
I believe we did find an ID card, yes.
Did you find a cell phone?
I don't believe we found a cell phone.
After checking her apartment and not finding her, did you subsequently try to see if you could access the surveillance video from the 1858 North Commerce Street building?
We did. My partner primarily did more of the surveillance video, but I did view parts of it, yes.
Okay. So the cameras were functional.
Correct.
And do you recall what, if anything, you saw on those cameras?
There were cameras that showed portions of the parking lot and the entry and exit to the apartment building. And there was a portion of the video that did show Ms. Robinson leaving the apartment.
After checking her apartment, did you return to your district station?
Yes.
In the subsequent days, did you conduct additional follow-up investigation related to Ms. Robinson being missing?
Yes.
On April 6th, did you go to the area of the south side of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about what brought you there. Why is it that you went to that location?
During a portion of the missing investigations, one of the things that I tend to do is file exigent requests with social media companies, phone companies, and things like that, which can often provide locations associated with either the device or the account. One of the ones that was performed was a request with Verizon. There was one through Facebook, through Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. And through those requests, we were able to determine approximate last locations of connections from the phone number associated with Ms. Robinson, as well as the Facebook account and some Gmail and Apple accounts as well.
On April 6th, where did that information exactly lead you to go?
The Verizon return indicated that it was in the area of South Kinnickinnick, in, I believe, on the border of St. Francis.
Okay. Was there, where did the information come that led you to the south side of Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee?
We searched a significant number of locations. Is there a specific?
Did you search the area of like Alverno College?
Yes.
Okay. Jackson Park?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 443. It's going to come up on the screen to your right. If you, I don't know if you can see that, or if I need to move it, I can.
Yeah, I cannot see that.
Now it's on. You want me to turn it?
Yes, please.
You able to see that?
Yes.
All right. On Exhibit 443, we're looking at a portion of the city of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes.
In the middle here, the street going across is West Oklahoma Avenue, correct?
Correct.
The main street to the south would be Morgan Avenue,
Correct.
and that's where Alverno College is, and we got 43rd Street right here, correct?
Correct.
So did you search the area of Alverno College?
Yes.
And what areas did you search and what did you find, if any?
We searched an area along the entry to Alverno College. We did not find anything there. And I believe that search was based off of points off of an app provided by a friend.
Okay. So you would have gotten that information as it was briefed to you, as it was provided to other members of law enforcement?
Correct.
Understood. Then you also, did you indicate you searched the area of Jackson Park?
We did search the area of Jackson Park.
What did you do there?
I believe most of these points, where the points shifted, it was in the area of waterways, which was consistent with other information that we've been given prior. So we did search most of the marshy areas and kind of wetland areas near a lot of the watery, the waterways and such.
Did you find anything in either of those locations?
We did not.
And lastly, before I move on, in the middle of this, right here would be 39th Street, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This street here is Euclid, fair?
Yes.
Okay. That would have been basically right in the middle of the two places that you were looking.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. You had also mentioned searching the area of South Kinnick near, or in St. Francis, correct?
Yes,
So I'm shifting the map over here and gonna zoom in. This street here that my mouse is on, that would be South Kinnick Ave.
correct.
All right, and to the north, we've got Howard Avenue.
Yes,
Are you aware if the St. Francis Police Department is on Howard Avenue here?
I am not, but I will take your word for it.
Okay. And then on the bottom here, we've got Layton, correct?
Yes,
Is this about the area you searched in St. Francis?
I believe that's the general area, yes.
All right, what did you search in St. Francis?
So the point that was provided to us from Verizon was a cell phone tower. It gave a specific address, and the return indicated that it was approximately 1/3 mile, I believe it was southeast of that location. So my partner and I went to the area of that tower and conducted a search of the area. In the general area, approximately 1/3 of a mile from where that tower was located. The area included some railroad, a dead-end street that abutted the railroad, as well as a power substation, a metal recycling plant, and I believe a steel drum facility.
The information that brought you there came from Verizon, you said?
Correct.
And so Verizon provided you with the location of a cell tower that her phone had connected to.
Yes, that was the last location that the phone had connected to, per the information we got from Verizon.
So essentially, you were using the location of that tower to try to search around that area for her anything, right?
Correct.
Did you find anything?
We did not.
Did you also check an area near Grant Park in South Milwaukee?
Yes.
And if I move the map down south here, we've got College Avenue is this street here where my mouse is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then Grant Park would be this park that I'm kind of circling here, right?
Correct.
And then if you go just north of that, you have Warnemont Park.
Yes.
Okay, what part of Grant Park did you search, and tell us what you found, if anything?
The day that we went to Grant Park, we were searching for, again, points that were obtained from one of those requests. And the areas that we searched included a lagoon, the South Milwaukee Lagoon, which is in that park. There's also a downstream portion near the lagoon where there's a river, and there were a handful of people that were fishing that day that we asked if they had seen anything kind of out of the ordinary, and they indicated they had not.
This was all done on April 7th.
Correct.
Want to move ahead to April, staying on April 7th, did you also have information through the records you were requesting that the phone had potentially traveled into the River West area of Milwaukee?
I believe that information came from the app provided by a friend as well, but there were points along Humboldt Boulevard, from approximately North Avenue to Capitol, I believe. And Humboldt, again, in that area is fairly close to a river, which was kind of consistent with the waterway portion of the investigation that we had been investigating.
All right, and I've moved the map here. Is this the area on the screen that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
At the top here, we've got Capitol Drive. Is this the street that's going across the top?
Correct.
And then right about the middle of the screen here, we would have Humboldt Boulevard.
Correct.
There's a number of parks in this area that seem to border the Milwaukee River, fair?
Yes.
One of those is Pleasant Valley Park here.
Correct.
All right. And if I go down, there's Gordon Park.
Yes.
Are there others that you searched?
We didn't necessarily to define it by which parks we searched. It was kind of just the area between the roadway and the waterway. So it would be, I guess it would include Hubbard Park as well, as we went kind of all the way up to Capitol.
Okay, so when you say you went from the river to the roadway, are you talking about the roadway Humboldt?
Yes. And there are some other side roads, portions of it that extend to the east from Humboldt that get a little bit closer to the waterway. So we would have gone from whatever the closest road was down to the waterway at that point.
And again, you're doing this with your partner?
Correct.
Okay. That day, did you find anything?
We did not.
Do you recall how far south from Capitol Drive that you were searching?
I believe we ended around North Avenue.
Okay, so we've got Capitol Drive at the top here. Here's Humboldt, and the river goes south. This is Locust, right?
Correct.
All right. And then all the way down here, North Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, so that stretch of river, that's what you were focused on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As well as the streets between Humboldt and the river?
Correct.
Anything found of note?
No.
Did you participate in any searches of Warnemont Park?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I'm also a member of the Milwaukee Police Underwater Investigations Unit. That is our dive team. We did respond out to Warnemont Park. I believe it was about a week later to attempt dive operations in trying to locate any evidence of the missing or homicide that may have occurred.
Would April 15th sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. How many people were on the dive team that went out with you?
I don't recall the exact number. I believe we are at about 12 to 15 people, but not everybody was there that day.
And what area of the shoreline did you search? Can you describe that?
There is a kind of almost hidden beach that is at the end of a pathway that goes down to a waterworks area. We searched nearly half a mile of shoreline. I believe it was slightly less than that, but it was kind of the fairly accessible area if you had gone down that entry to the waterway, or I'm sorry, the waterworks facility.
That would have been the City of Cudahy pump station?
Correct.
Okay. And you went there, I assume, because that's where you had known the leg had been found?
That's correct.
Anything found?
No.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross?
Yeah, just briefly, Judge. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
So you just testified about kind of your role in the investigation. The first thing you zeroed in on was her location data from, was it Verizon?
That was one of them, yes.
And that's why you explained that you had searched all those various parks along the river, correct?
I believe the parks were all from the app provided by a friend, but that was one of the set of data points that was involved in the investigation.
And you're searching with your partner, correct?
Yes.
And are you two on foot or on bikes or what?
We were on foot.
And so are you searching through, is it like wooded areas as well and like open fields, or what's the, I guess, the geographical, what does it look like?
Yes, most of the areas that we had walked through that were adjacent to the river were marshy and wooded areas. We did perform searches of that general area on multiple days, and I noted that one of the days the water had receded significantly, so there was parts of the shoreline that were exposed on the second date that were not previously, so we searched it again on a day where the water level was lower as well.
Okay, and your area that you're searching is confined to just how far away from the river?
It depended on the area. There were some areas where it was pretty narrow to the river, where there would be, you know, a steep hill or something, for an example, where the search would not have gone as far from the river. There were other areas where it was kind of a larger, flatter area, which kept us, you know, farther from the river, or made the area larger and spanned farther from the river.
Okay, and about how many hours did you spend searching the river area?
It would have been the majority of at least 2 shifts, so probably 16 plus hours, I would imagine.
And did it encompass 2 different days?
Yes,
And during those searches of the Riverwalk, you didn't find any evidence of anything of evidentiary value?
correct.
You didn't find like a knife,
No,
a saw, any weapons?
no,
You didn't find any clothing?
not that seemed relevant to the investigation, no.
And during your search of these areas, did you search any residential areas, any residential neighborhoods?
The areas that were generally close, we would walk closer to some of the houses. I don't know that I would say that we searched through the residential areas.
Did you search around where Max Anderson's residence is?
I did not.
Okay. And you said on April 6th was the search of all around the Riverway, correct?
I believe that was it.
And then April 7th was when you went to Grant Park.
That sounds correct, yes.
And that's, and then that's where you were looking through the lagoon and through the stream.
Correct,
And you didn't find any evidence at Grant Park, correct?
correct.
And then about a little over a week later, April 15th, you participated in some dive operations at Warnermont.
Yes,
And I assume this dive unit, it's several different officers, or is it just you?
no, it's several officers.
Okay, and is you hooked up like to kind of like scuba tanks, or what is it like?
It depends on the situation. I believe in that one, we did not have scuba tanks on because it was very shallow in the area that we were searching. So in order to put all of the equipment on that we would for a deeper dive, it wouldn't have been necessary for that particular operation.
Okay, and then how far away from the coastline are you in the water?
We did make multiple passes, so it varied. Each pass was different, so we covered more area. I believe, if I had to estimate, probably 75 feet out would have been the maximum that we went out on that date.
Okay, and is it like a line of dive unit officers searching in unison?
Yes,
Okay, and this area that the water, inside of the water, is it like rocky or is it sandy?
there were portions of it that were sandy, but the majority of it were larger rocks.
Okay, and the reason that you're searching that area is because you said that's the area where the leg was found.
Correct.
And you didn't locate any instruments, like a knife or an axe or anything like that?
No,
And you didn't find any bones or any flesh or anything like that?
no.
I have nothing further.
State,
Nothing else.
thank you. State, your next witness.
State calls Evelyn Gertz.
gonna actually have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Evelyn Gertz,
Could you spell your name, Ms. Gertz?
EVELYNGEURTS.
Did you know Sade Robinson?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she was my friend
How long had you known her?
for about a year.
In addition to being friends, did you also work together?
Yes,
Where did you work?
at the Wisconsin Club.
What's the Wisconsin Club?
It's a membership club. People have dinner there. There's events there. I was a banquet server with her.
So a waitress?
Yes,
Okay. How long had you and Sade worked at the Wisconsin Club together?
for almost a year.
In addition to working together, did you socialize outside work?
Yes.
Can you describe some of what you would do for fun?
Sometimes she would just come over to my house. A lot of the times we would just work on homework together, stuff like that. One time I went to a work event with her at Pizza Shuttle.
Were you also aware that she was working at Pizza Shuttle?
Yes,
So in addition to the Wisconsin Club, she was working at Pizza Shuttle?
Yeah.
You described that you would do homework together. Were you both students?
yes,
Where was Sade a student?
MATC,
Do you know that what she was studying?
something with criminal justice.
Were you in school with her?
No,
Can you describe Sade's personality?
very kind, very welcoming, very understanding, very strong, very smart, hardworking. Probably just the strongest, kindest, most charismatic person I've ever met.
Is this hard for you today?
Yes,
In addition to being friends and coworkers, did Sade also share location information with you?
yes.
Can you describe how that was shared?
Through Find My iPhone.
Was there something called 360?
I didn't have that with her.
Okay, but you're aware of what that is?
Yes,
Okay, so she shared her location information with you through Find My iPhone.
yes.
Can you describe what that means, what that entails?
So on Apple iPhone, you can enable your location for other contacts, and I have done this with many of my friends just for overall safety. I do it with my family as well.
And what can you see when you share location information with someone?
You can do it for a short time, or you can share it for like indefinitely, and she just had shared it with me indefinitely, so you can see the pinpoint location of exactly where that person is when you look.
So if you were utilizing that app, you'd be able to see where someone was at any point in time.
Yes,
At some point on April 2nd, in those days surrounding April 2nd, did you learn that Sade was missing?
yes.
And what did you do after learning that?
I just looked at my phone and looked at anything. Well, I remembered that she had shared her location, and so I looked at that right away.
And what did it show you?
Warnemont Park, 4 a.m. And I think I had checked it the morning of the 3rd when I found out.
So at 4 a.m., her phone location information was at Warnemont Park.
Yes, and so I knew that at that point her phone must have died or something, otherwise it would show her location at that time. When I had checked it, it would say this morning, right now at 9 a.m. or whatever it is, it's at this location, but it didn't say that, it said 4 a.m.
On what day?
The morning of the 3rd, I believe.
Is when you checked that application?
Yes, I think she was reported missing on the 2nd, and then I didn't know about it until the morning on the 3rd because one of my coworkers had sent me the missing report.
In your experience using the Find My iPhone app, if someone's phone goes off the network or goes dead, turns off, their location information, does it stop sharing?
Yeah, if someone's phone dies, it stops right at that time when it died. Usually, yes.
In your experience, would that person's last location prior to the phone dying still be shared with you, the user of that app?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Okay, so if someone's,
I'm gonna object on foundation grounds as well.
I'll sustain the objection, lay the foundation.
you use the Find My iPhone app yourself?
Yes.
How many people approximately do you think you've shared your location with?
Right now, I would say probably like 10 of my friends and family.
Is this something that you check on a regular basis?
Sometimes I think more so my family and just sometimes my female friends. I think women, we're more so concerned about our safety, just in general, especially young women. So it's something that we have utilized for our safety.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
In your experience using the app, if someone's phone goes off the network or dies, does their last location still show up on your iPhone app, Find My iPhone app?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know the 4 a.m. at Warnemont Park, you're unsure of what day that was 4 a.m. on, correct?
I believe it was the morning of the 3rd. I believe.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So you had been friends with Sade for about a year or so?
Yes.
Because you worked together at the Wisconsin Club?
Yes.
And you also talked to the police, right?
Yes.
You actually made a phone call to the Milwaukee Police Department on Thursday, April 4th, right?
So I get the days mixed up because I have very poor memory from that time. So
Okay,
as soon as I had found out she was missing, that is when I called.
sure. Data is not that important. So as soon as you found out she was missing, you made a phone call to the police department and expressed your concern, right?
Yes.
Never met Maxwell Anderson, have you?
No.
And Sade didn't speak
No.
to you about Maxwell Anderson?
No.
Only person she spoke to you about was Josh Stortz?
Yes. That was
Man-
the person that she had told me most recently who she was speaking to.
Sure. And you were also aware of the fact that, well, you actually helped her set up dating profiles, right?
I did at one point, yes.
Tinder and something called Hinge.
Yeah.
That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. State your next witness.
This goes with the
Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective John, John Galat, Guillot.
You a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am, yes.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9.5 years.
Did you participate into the investigation of a reported missing person, Sade Robinson?
I did, yes.
At some point early on in the investigation, did you come to learn that she lived at 1858 North Commerce Street
Yes.
in apartment 309?
That's correct, yes.
Did you ever personally go to that apartment complex?
I did, yes.
And did you become aware through your investigation that she had a job?
That is correct, yes.
She was reported missing on or about April 2nd, correct?
That is correct.
And where was the job she had last worked, to your knowledge, prior to being reported missing?
Ms. Robinson worked at Pizza Shuttle, which is an establishment on the east side of Milwaukee. I believe the actual address is 1827 North Farwell Avenue.
That's not very far from her apartment, fair to say?
Correct.
You could just go up Commerce Street East, hit Humboldt, and get there pretty easily, correct?
That is correct.
Did you go to Pizza Shuttle at any time to attempt to get video?
I did. When I went there, I spoke to a general manager and also obtained video from her last shift at Pizza Shuttle.
What was the name of the manager you talked to?
The gentleman's name was Philip Wilder.
You said you got video from her last shift. You were informed that her last shift was on April 1st. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
So the video footage you would have been collecting from Pizza Shuttle would have been from April 1st.
Correct.
Were you aware whether she showed up for work the following day?
She did not.
Okay, so no video from that day, just April 1st.
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to pull up on screen here. This is exhibit number 37. While that's coming up, were you also aware or made aware at any point of what kind of car Ms. Robinson had?
Yes, it was a Honda Civic. I'm not exactly sure what year the Civic was, though.
Okay. I've got exhibit 37 on screen. The video title is titled Cam 6 2024-4-1, timestamped 9/15/36 at the bottom. Are you guys getting a glare? Are you good with that TV where it is? Okay, detective, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the, I guess you can call it a parking structure underneath the Pizza Shuttle. It's just parking. And again, that's underneath the actual restaurant itself.
And this is the video from Pizza Shuttle you recovered?
That's correct.
I'd move exhibit 37 in.
Any objection?
No.
37's received.
The layout of Pizza Shuttle, we've got this parking structure, which would be, or parking slab, if you will, on street level, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then when you would go out off to the left side of the screen here, that would be Farwell.
That's correct, yes.
There's a stairway that leads from Farwell up one floor that gets you into the restaurant.
That is correct, yes.
Out the back here, that's just an alley, right? Even though you can't see it because of the glare here?
Correct.
Okay. Off to the left here, what is this that I'm circling?
That's Sade Robinson's Honda Civic.
I'm going to play this clip. It's less than 2 minutes. What are the shape of her taillights?
It kind of resembles like the letter C. You can notice that specifically when the taillights are illuminated.
Is that her getting out?
That is correct, yes.
Nobody else gets out of the car?
Correct.
All right. And the direction she's walking would be to get to the staircase to go up to the restaurant.
Correct.
Stop that clip at 50 seconds. I'm next going to play camera 3 from the same timestamp. I'm going to advance the video to 50 seconds. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to use the fast forward here to get to 50 seconds, but while that's happening, Detective, this is essentially the staircase we were just talking about, right?
Correct. So essentially, you have the parking structure on the bottom. You walk out towards Farwell Avenue, and those staircases that you see to the left are essentially what you walk up to enter into Pizza Shuttle.
This would be right after she left her car.
That is correct.
Are you able to tell or provide a description of her clothing?
Yes, Ms. Robinson's wearing what appears to be blue jeans. They appear to be having some kind of cuts in them. And then she has a black puffer jacket and then some type of white shirt.
All right. Sort of like a cable knit sweater?
Yes, that's correct.
What kind of coat?
I would classify that as like a black puffer jacket,
Shoes?
white in color.
And she's carrying a large purse, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So she arrives at work at around 9:16 in the morning?
Correct.
Lastly, I'm going to go back to camera 6. This is camera 6 at 16:57:37 on April 1st, 2024. So this would be what?
Again, camera of the parking area of Pizza Shuttle. And that you can see currently, you can see Ms. Robinson's Honda Civic.
What time is this at?
16:57.
So just before 5 p.m.?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Playing this clip, it's 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. I'm going to fast forward here. Appears she's sitting in her car, fair?
Correct.
All right. And now an employee coming up to talk to her?
Correct.
Clock just past 5 p.m., right?
Correct.
And her taillights come on. She's pulling out of the spot, correct?
That is correct.
Employee waving bye to her.
Correct.
And that's the end of the clip.
That is correct.
So based on that, it looks like she showed up for her work shift sometime a little after 9 a.m. and left pretty much at 5 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
Is that consistent with information you received from meeting with that manager at Pizza Shuttle?
Correct, yes.
That's all.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Officer Kiana Vines.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kiana Vines, Keyona. Last name V as in Victor, INES.
How are you employed?
I am employed with the Milwaukee Police Department as a police officer,
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
22 years.
Did you speak to someone named Evelyn Gertz on April 4th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak to Ms. Gertz about?
She was telling me that her friend Sharday Robinson was missing. She didn't know that she was missing. So she wanted to call and let the police department know that Sharday shared her location with her via iPhone app.
Did Ms. Gertz tell you what day and the time and location she last saw Saday's location on that app?
Yes, she said it was April 2nd, 2024, at 4:33 a.m. at the address of 5400 South Lake Drive. And I believe that is Warner Mounts Golf Course in Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Alana Fisher.
Anyone need a break on the jury? You're okay? Awesome.
And I'm just gonna have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, if you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Elena Fisher, ALANAFISHER,
Good morning. How old are you?
21.
Were you friends with Sade Robinson?
Yes,
How long had you known Sade Robinson?
since 4th grade,
Were you two the same age?
roundabout,
Okay. What school?
Craig Montessori.
How close of a friend did you consider Sade?
My best friend.
She was your best friend?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do with her?
Talk on the phone
Hang out with her?
when we can.
Okay. Did there come a time in April of 2024 where you contacted law enforcement because Sade was missing?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you came to find out that Sade was missing?
I was at work. I checked my phone. My cousin asked me if I was okay. I called her. And then she said that she saw something on social media about Sade went missing. And then that's how I found out.
This was around the beginning of April of 24, right?
I can't remember the exact date, but
Sure, fair enough. Do you recall how long prior to that you had last seen Sade in person?
I can't remember.
The last time you hung out?
Can't explicitly remember.
Okay. How about the last time you two talked before that?
Pretty recently over the phone.
On the phone?
Yes,
Do you remember what you talked about?
not exactly.
Did you know that she had recently gone on a vacation prior to that?
Yes.
Where did you know that she went to?
If I remember, that's when she went to her Jamaica trip.
Okay. You found out about that from her directly?
Yes, we were on the phone when she was on the trip.
Had you talked to her from the time she got back from the trip until the time she had gone missing
Yes,
on the phone?
yes,
When you found out, I think you said it was from your cousin that she was missing? Is that right?
yes.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I can't remember the exact timeline of events.
That's fine. I just want to know how you responded to learning that information.
I believe I called my partner to pick me up from work.
And did you eventually contact law enforcement?
Yes,
Did you meet with a detective and talk to him and share information with him?
not not in person.
Not in person. Did you talk to one over the phone?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know what Life 360 is?
Yes,
What is Life 360?
it's an app for you and your family to keep track of locations, make sure that they arrive safely, all of that.
Did you have Life 360?
Yes,
Do you have Life 360 now?
yes,
Did you share your location with Sade?
yes,
Did Sade share her location over Life 360 with you?
yes,
When you found out that Sade was missing, did you ever check Life 360?
yes,
Did you also have Find My Phone app?
yes,
Is that a similar kind of service?
yes, just through iPhone.
So one's through iPhone, the Find My app, and then there's a whole separate app, Life 360, right?
Yes,
You shared your location with her on both?
yes.
When you contacted law enforcement, what information did you want to provide them?
My last, with the apps, her last locations that I had on my phone.
And how did you provide that information to them? In person, on the phone, over email?
Screenshots over email.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit number 39. Yep, that's fine. All right, I'm going to hand you exhibit 39. It's a stack of papers. Just looking at the very top. Do you recognize the first page?
Yes,
What is on the first page?
me contacting the person to say, hi, I have information.
This is an outgoing email from you to a detective?
Yes,
And the detective that you emailed, what was his name?
it looks to be Detective Brian.
Okay. I'm gonna move up a little bit here. About halfway through the packet, did you send another email?
Yes,
And was it to the same detective?
yes.
What was the content of both of these emails? What were you sending him?
Information related to her whereabouts that I had.
From those apps?
Yes.
Both of them or just one?
Well, I see the first one says Life 360 and Find My.
Okay,
Can I see the second?
sure.
It doesn't look like I explicitly said the two apps again.
To your recollection, what you attached to these emails, were those the screenshots you took?
Yes.
And is that what exhibit 39 is showing? If you can page through it if you'd like to.
Yes.
I move 39 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
39 is received. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna put these up on the TV for you, okay? Just make sure you can see this TV, all right? Okay, Elena, the first page that we're looking at here, are you able to see that on the screen next to you?
Yes,
It's the email that you sent to Detective Brian, right?
yes,
Okay. It says, this is Elena Fisher, Sade's best friend. That's how it starts, right? All right. Can you read the rest of it?
I talked to you earlier today with my cousin. Here are some of the locations I have from my Life 360 app and my Apple Find My app. Hopefully the formatting doesn't mess up, but it should start from Monday, 6:29 p.m. until her last location on Tuesday, 4:35 a.m. Let me know if you need any close-up of locations or any other information or details, my phone number.
I'll stop you there. What date and time did you send this?
April 3rd, 24 at 7:46 p.m.
I'm gonna go flip to page 2 here. This is a part of a screenshot you sent, correct?
Yes,
What app are we looking at here?
Life 360.
And what is it showing about Sade's location? Can you describe that for the jury based on what you're seeing on this screenshot?
It said that Sade was in a drive from that street to another street, and that's how long it took to get there.
Okay, you said that street to another street, there's a map on the screen, right?
Yes,
And there's this sort of line here, right?
yes,
What does that line mean to you when you're looking at this app?
that's the route she took.
Okay, and it would start at the white?
Sometimes I can't remember. It usually tells you.
You can go ahead to page 2 here. It says drive details, right?
Yes,
And where does it say that she drove to and at what times?
she drove to 1137 North Water Street at 6:30 and arrived at 6:35 p.m.
So basically a 6-minute drive, and on the previous page, that's the route she took.
Yes,
Fair to say? Even tells you the top speed, right?
yes,
38 miles per hour?
yes.
This would have been from April 1st, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the next page here. You sent a screenshot of another drive, is that right?
Yes,
A little bit of a glare, I'm gonna see if I can write this. Does that make the route clearer?
yes.
What do you know from looking at this screenshot about this drive?
That she took another drive.
At what time?
9:06,
Ending at what time?
9:28.
If we go to the next page, to indicate where she went from and where she went to,
Yes.
can you read what times and where?
1215 North Water Street at 9:06 to South 40th at 9:28.
Top speed was what?
69.
And if you go back to the previous page, are you familiar with the freeway systems in Milwaukee?
Not exactly.
All right. From looking at this, does it look like she used the freeway, or are you not able to tell?
I would assume she used the freeway, but
Why are you assuming that? What makes you think that?
the direct way to get from north to south side is usually that straight line.
Okay. Go to the next screenshot. This one kind of goes across 2 pages, so I'll actually start at the second page. What are the trip details telling us about here?
That she was at South 40th Street at 12:48 a.m. to 3335 North Gordon Place at 1:38 a.m.
And that white dot where the beginning of the trip, the map, the cutoff piece of the map here at the top of the page, that white dot I'm pointing to right here, correct?
Yes,
Okay, right under where it says Jackson Park. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay. Then going back to the previous page, endpoint of the trip you see is up above the word locust here, is that right?
Yes.
So that trip ended at 1:38 a.m. And then on the next one, did Life 360 notify of another trip?
Can you repeat that question?
What I have on the screen right now, is this another trip after the one we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how, like they wouldn't add. Do you mean like, can you repeat that?
Let's do it this way. This screenshot is one you sent, correct?
Yes.
What are we looking at here? What is this screenshot showing us? Showing you?
A trip,
All right. What time does it say that the trip began and ended?
2:01 to 2:53.
And that white dot is up here next to the word Shorewood, right?
Yes.
And then it kind of zigzags back and forth. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then goes down towards the bottom of the page, right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we go to the next page. We don't get much information here, but that line goes through kind of where it says Mitchell International Airport. You see that, right?
Yes.
And then it goes up north again. Back to the previous page, you see at the bottom of the screen where the trip ends.
Cudahy?
Okay, that dot at the lower right side, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And to reiterate, Life 360 was telling you that this trip ended at 2:53 a.m. Is that what that said at the top?
Yes.
Thank you. Next screenshot. What does this screenshot mean to you?
That she was at that location from that time.
What is the time that's on that?
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
Okay. And the next page, that would just be the location details on the previous page, right?
Yes.
This is different. This isn't showing us a trip, right?
No.
It's showing us what?
The location she was at.
Okay. The next page. This one looks a little different. What are we looking at here?
The Find My app.
So the ones we were looking at before were Life 360,
Yes.
and this is Find My.
Yes.
This icon right here, it's a photo of Sade, right?
Yes.
That's how it appears when you pull up the Find My app and search for someone.
Yes. It depends on if you have the contact photo for that person.
You have Sade's contact photo, I take it?
Yes.
And that's why it's showing up here.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to the next page. This is just a continuation off the previous page, but the bottom of your phone screenshot, what is it indicating about the location?
That she's at the Weremont Golf Course.
And does it have a time?
It just says at 4:33 a.m.
Does it say a day?
It just says yesterday.
It just says yesterday. But we know from your email, you sent this to Detective Conti on April 3rd, right?
Yes.
So that would have been April 2nd, 4:33 a.m. That's where Find My app was telling you Sade's phone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
This is the second email, right?
Yes.
And you sent a few more screenshots, right?
Yes.
What made you want to send more?
To provide whatever information I had.
Okay. The screenshot we're looking at here, at the bottom, it seems to have that same drive that we started off with, right?
Yes.
It also indicates that she made a 3-mile drive from 4:55 PM to 5:04, right?
Yes.
And if we go to the next page, we're moving ahead 9:06 PM to 9:28. It even tells you phone usage, right?
Yes.
This time frame would talk about Sade's 9-mile drive that she made from those times.
Yes.
And the map, are you familiar with what part of town is on the map here?
Semi.
Okay, what part of town is it, in your own words?
Downtown east side.
Do you recognize what this is? Okay, if you don't.
Maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Said maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Next page, just more details about that trip, right?
Yes.
Now we go back in time, 4:55 to 5:04 PM. Is this the Pfizer Forum again here?
Possibly.
Okay. She used her phone at some time according to this, right?
Yes.
What time?
5:01.
And the trip details from this, tell us what?
That she went from 1619 North Farwell Avenue at 4:55 PM to 598 West Canal at 5:04 PM.
Top speed,
38.
says hard braking 1.
Yes.
Do you know, are you familiar with the area of 1619 North Farwell Avenue?
I'm familiar with Farwell, but not the exact address number.
Okay, what part of Farwell are you familiar with?
Like I believe it's called like the Lower East Side.
Did you know Sade to be familiar with that area too?
Yes.
How come?
Her job,
What job?
pizza shuttle.
Next page. It's just a screenshot from that trip, right?
Yes.
Next page. This is part of that last page, right? Same screenshot.
Yes.
This just shows her hard braking at 458 near North Jackson Street, right?
Yes.
This screenshot that I have up here, is this Find My or is this Life 360?
Life 360.
You know Life 360 to be able to give you information about the battery life of someone's phone?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you tell us what we're looking at here in your own words?
That she did a 29-mile trip from 2:01 to 2:53 a.m. That her battery was low. So what it shows is that low battery drive detection is disabled. So some of the features start to, and then that she was at 3335 North Gideon Place from 1:38 to 2:01. And then from 12:48 to 1:38, she did a 10-mile trip.
All right, if we go to the next page would show that 10-mile trip began near South 40th Street, correct?
Yes.
At 9:28.
Yes.
And in those trips, according to the screenshot, her phone's on low battery, right?
Yes.
Can you repeat what you said about, or explain what the app does when your phone is on low battery, from what you understand.
So when it's low battery, because I know it's a different subscription that you have to have that I don't have currently, but some features get disabled, most likely as like a battery saving feature.
And the last screenshot that you sent. Says Tuesday, near 5152 South Sheridan from what time?
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
And I'm on part of this, that was just a continuation from the last page, right?
Yes.
After that 4:35 a.m. location from Life 360, were there any future notifications for you from where her phone was through either app that you used?
No.
That was the last one?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. You knew Sade since fourth grade, you said, right?
Yes.
Best friend, right?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the police, it was your goal, obviously, to try to be helpful to the police, right?
Yes.
Because it's important to try to, for you, it was important to try to give information so the police could hopefully solve the crime, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you hadn't actually seen Sade since January. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but you would text with her and communicate by phone, right?
Yes.
When you say text, when you would text, are we talking just you pick up the phone and you send a text message, or are there other ways in which you texting means other things?
We just texted the phone message or might have sent a message through Instagram.
Okay, that was my question. The word text can mean sending a message. Well, DM, you could DM someone through Instagram, right?
Yes.
And you can communicate through Snapchat.
I didn't really use Snapchat.
Okay, you weren't friends with her on Snapchat?
I just personally don't use Snapchat.
Okay, were you and Sade back then in April of 2024, were the two of you linked or connected on Snapchat?
I believe so. I just don't typically use the app, so.
Okay. Facebook is another way to message someone?
I don't use Facebook.
Okay. Now, because you were friends with Sade, you knew that she lived over on Commerce Street in that apartment building, right?
Yes.
And you had been over to her apartment, hadn't you?
Yes.
Now, do you guys talk would you talk every day, or how often would you talk or text with Sade?
Relatively often.
Yeah, daily?
Sometimes daily, sometimes once a week, depends on how busy.
Okay, and this Life 360 app, when Sade elected to use it as a tracking service, she provided you with the information so that you could keep tabs on her whereabouts. Isn't that the idea?
Yes.
Who else did she provide that access to?
I'm not sure.
Never told you.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so when you look at Life 360, when you open up the app, can you see all the different people with whom she's sharing her location?
No.
All it shows you is where she's going or where the phone is going, right?
Yes.
Very good. So you don't know if it's any other people that she shares that with. All you know is that she shares it with you.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know anything about Max Anderson, right?
No.
Had you ever gone to Victor's bar with Sade?
No.
So you'd never seen Max at Victor's?
No.
Didn't know he's a bartender?
No.
Sade never said anything about being scared of someone named Max?
No.
But Sade would talk to you about, because you're friends, Sade would talk to you about various dates she was going on and various men she was seeing, right?
Yes.
That's a common thing to talk about amongst friends, right? Met this guy, I met that guy, right?
Yes.
This guy's creepy, this guy's weird, this guy's nice, this guy's mean, that type of stuff, right?
Yes.
Nicknames that girls have for guys. I call this one, I call this one guy Nelly because he might look like Nelly, for example, right?
Yes.
All right. And that's common, and you would discuss with her things like that on your end, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I really wanted to go through. I just wanted to show you these records right here. Is this how you did it? Zoom it in, right? Okay. Thank you. This is Exhibit 39, Judge, for the record. And yeah, out just a little bit. Thank you. That's perfect. Yep. So again, what you were going through before were Life 360 screenshots that you had taken and then sent into the police to try to help them, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, and let me ask this. The night that Sade went missing, did you ever talk to her that night? Was she texting you about that evening, how it was going or anything like that?
No.
Or sending you Instagram messages, anything like that?
Can't remember.
You can't remember. Okay. If she had been messaging you, you would have wanted to turn that over to the police because that would be important, right?
Yes.
All right. So what we have here, for example, is just a map of Sade's 2-mile drive, right? It says at the top, Sade's 2-mile drive, right?
Yes.
And shows the Menominee Valley and then shows some place off of Juneau Avenue, but it doesn't tell you didn't have any idea where specifically she was going, right?
No.
Did you know, for example, if she was going to the Twisted Fisherman, did you have any idea?
No.
And then when we see Sade's drive details, Clybourne Street to Water Street, you're familiar with Water Street, right?
Semi.
Hmm?
Semi.
Okay. Well, it's a street that has a lot of bars on it. You know that, right?
Yes.
And that was a place that Sade would go periodically, right?
Not sure.
And then here, I know the state went through this with you, but again, it shows a 9-mile drive from Water Street right down to 40th Street, right? Very precise. Doesn't it?
Yes.
And it even shows when you're looking at it in real time, it shows a starting location and a specific endpoint, right?
Yes.
And you didn't hold anything back from the police, right? You gave them every single thing that you had.
Yes.
And then the state was going through the reports with you, but there's a variety of places that Sade's Life 360 app showed her going that evening, right? There's numerous trips.
Yes.
We know about the last one where it ends at Warnemont Park, but before Warnemont Park, there's all sorts of Water Street to 40th Street, and then there's North Farwell to Canal Street. You've looked at all of these, right?
Yes.
And in fact, even sometimes Life 360 even shows the speed that the vehicle was going, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it shows when phone usage is taking place.
Yes.
So it's providing, as far as you know, it's providing data, information that you can look at to see if a person is safe, right?
Yes,
Is that the idea behind it, to make sure someone's safe?
yes,
And this is very common, isn't it very common amongst the youngsters, young people? It's very common to share data, share their location, so others will know where they are, right?
yes,
I mean, that's not a unique thing to Sade. That's something other friends of yours also do, right?
yes.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Briefly, do you recall whether you had a conversation with Sade about meeting someone the weekend before she went missing?
Yes,
What do you remember about that?
I remember she sent me a screenshot related to some person who had her number and was saying some things that made her feel uncomfortable.
Okay. Do you remember her talking to you about a person she had met at the bar?
I can't remember the place, but I remember she met somebody.
Would that have been the weekend prior?
Like with the dates, I can't remember the exact dates. I just remember before this incident, she told me about some person who was
That she met at a bar?
the bar part. I can't remember.
Okay, nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone need a break at this point? It's 10:40. Okay, we're gonna take a bathroom break for like 10 minutes and then we'll bring you right back. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Anything further to address on the record, State?
No.
Defense?
Just while the jury is out, I did want to mention, just for the record, for what it's worth, that there are times where I notice there's leading questions or hearsay, and I just want to be clear, I'm not objecting to every one of these things, even though I'm well aware of all of them, just to sort of move this along, because a lot of it's foundational stuff, and I don't think it's important to lodge objections when there's every leading question. I may do that later. I just wanted to make a record of that.
If you find something objectionable and wish to object,
Sure.
feel free at
Thank
any
you.
point. Anything further?
No.
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back shortly.
No.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because
Let me know whenever. Going back on the record, same appearances. So I just want to make a note for the gallery. When I excuse the jury, we're not off the record. So you can't stand up and start talking because it's going to make it difficult for the court reporter. So please stay seated. Please wait until we're off the record. But we do not end just when the jury's excused. Understood, everybody? Okay, thank you. Okay, anything to address on the record before we bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor, there's one thing, because I think we might get to it maybe slightly before lunch. There was a search done of Sade's apartment pursuant to a search warrant. Obviously, there's already been testimony about the welfare checks and that sort of thing, but they did a search warrant of her apartment, and in doing so, recovered, I want to say it was a small amount of suspected THC and suspected pills, methamphetamine pills. The state would be objecting to that coming into evidence. It's something we've discussed in advance of this off the record, so we wanted to hash that out before we bring the jury back in.
Attorney Cotton?
Yes, I was asked before we came back just now if I intended to go into all the items that were found in Sade's apartment. I said yes. I wasn't, there'd never been a request to exclude anything. Just like I think the state plans to go through everything that's found in Max's home, even if I don't like it. So I plan to go into it. There was apparently a safe with 47 pills of, it's labeled in Detective Bierke's report, 47 pills of meth. 18 grams of THC. I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to go through it.
State?
The drugs were never lab tested, which obviously we would be required to do if we were trying to put those into evidence and assert that they were drugs, real drugs. On top of that, as an offer of proof, there were no drugs found in her system, those specific substances. So I don't know how it's relevant. I would say it's not relevant.
Well, if I can respond first, I'll use the phrase suspected meth because it wasn't lab tested. So I think that solves that. Yes, that's true. There were no drugs found in her system. I think what you'll learn when you sit through this trial is the reason for that obviously has to do with more the dismemberment than anything else and the loss of blood. But in any event, she does live in a studio apartment. The testimony so far has been that she was the only resident of that apartment, and her ID was found in that place. So I don't think there's a real question about ownership here or another person possessing them. Again, I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to discuss the things that were found in the apartment.
How do you find it relevant, other than just what was merely located?
I think the best argument for relevance is that it, Your Honor, obviously sat through a rotation in drug court. There is a tie between drugs and violence. We don't know who committed. Obviously, it's our position that Mr. Anderson didn't commit the crime. And I think that somebody who is involved in, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that somebody who's involved in purchasing meth or suspected meth, whatever that is, that drug, could potentially expose themselves to bad elements in our community. It's not a legal drug. It's not something you can purchase at a store. That would obviously put her in contact with people who are illegal drug dealers. Those people often are armed and violent people. That's sort of common knowledge and something this court has presided over. Again, to be clear, I don't plan to go beyond that and inquire of witnesses who is her supplier, how did she get them. I don't have any knowledge of how she got them. I simply would know that a person would get meth from an illegal source, a drug dealer, and that would create the possibility that Sade was connected with bad elements in our community, and that could be an alternate explanation for how she came to be missing.
Any response?
Just that, just to add one thing that they're at her apartment and there's no, she leaves her apartment, she's not, so there's no evidence that she had any drugs with her either. So that would add to them being not relevant.
So it's always a concern when we cut away the truth, right? Whenever we're asked to tailor the evidence, it's always a concern. Relative to this matter, the first inquiry has to be relevance under 90401. The defense has indicated that the admission of the items could potentially be part of the defense that they intend or anticipate arguing. Based on that, I think it's a concern to preclude the defense from having the ability to move forward with their defense. And I'm going to find under 90401, it's relevant. As to admissibility, the state has already introduced evidence through other witnesses that there were at least 2 searches already conducted prior to the search warrant, if not more. There's already been evidence relative to the fact that the apartment contained her identification, that it was a studio apartment, that it was messy but not apparently ransacked, that clearly at this point in time that evidence is admissible. The last analysis has to be under 90403, a balancing of probative value versus prejudice. And defense is right. I mean, if those drugs are found at Mr. Anderson's house and we hear that, I'm going to allow admissibility for the state to introduce that information as to Mr. Anderson. So in all fairness, I'm going to allow the defense to introduce that relative to this matter, or the state if they so choose. I am finding that the probative value will outweigh the prejudice, and I am going to allow the admissibility of that information. Of course, the fact that the drugs were not tested, either the questioning can be, were these suspected drugs, or on cross or counter, it can be gone into that those drugs were never tested and there is no proof as to specifically what it actually is. And I'll allow that to be done through the means of questioning. Okay, anything further?
No, thank you.
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we can bring the jury in at this point. Yes, please. Okay, we are still on the record with the same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state would recall Detective Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
It's Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
Okay, Detective Blanchard, another role that you played in this investigation was to go to Sade's apartment building, is that right?
That's correct.
You first went to her apartment building on what date?
The first, when we found out, I believe, when we found out she was missing for the welfare check, I believe. I could be getting my dates wrong, I'm sorry.
It would be the day after she was reported missing?
Yes.
Okay. So that would have been April 3rd, right?
The third, sorry.
Okay.
Apologies, yes.
When you went to her apartment building, did you speak to a woman named Christine Shuda?
I did.
Who is she?
She's the complex manager, individual who runs the residence there.
After speaking to Ms. Shuda, did she allow you to conduct a welfare check of Ms. Robinson's apartment?
She did.
Did you do that with people from the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
After conducting the welfare check, did you find Sade?
We did not.
Did you then attempt to retrieve video from the apartment?
Yes.
It's a large apartment building, right?
Yes,
And it borders North Commerce Street on the Lower East Side?
it does.
I have up on the screen here, I believe it's Exhibit 35. All right, is this the video you got from the Commerce Street Apartments or one of them?
Yes, this is an angle, it looks like, from one of the videos.
I'd move it 35 in.
Any objection?
No.
35 is received.
What are we looking at?
This looks like the lobby with elevator access to Sade's apartment.
All right, and now this isn't the only camera you got, right?
That's correct, there's more.
What other cameras did you look at?
There's a lobby exit, it's basically the front of the building, and then a northern view parking lot of.
This is not a scam. The Health Food Allowance card is available for those on Medicare. This card.
Or anybody else who worked for the apartment building, whether Sade had a parking spot in the lot?
She did have a parking spot.
I take it then you also came to learn that she had a vehicle registered to that parking spot.
That's correct.
Was that a 2020 dark blue Honda Civic?
It was.
Did the video you got, did you attempt to obtain video from when she left the apartment that day?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to see here?
Yes, I can't see the numbers. It looks like it's.
Very
yes.
small up in the corner. I can zoom in briefly.
I believe it's roughly 9 o'clock. I believe.
Oh, I guess I can't zoom in on that. Zoom back out. Are you able to see it now? Yeah. What is the date and time stamp on there?
This is April 1st, 2025, and roughly 9 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
The 1st of April, and this is 0900 hours.
Playing that clip. And that's Sade leaving?
That is.
She's got a black coat on, white top, looks like ripped jeans and white shoes.
That's correct.
She carrying anything in her hands?
It's like her cell phone and keys in her left hand.
How about her right?
Her right, it looks like it's got a, she's got a shoulder bag, looks to be darker color. Bigger than a purse, but a type of bag.
All right. That was the clip titled Robinson leaving lobby. And the next clip is Robinson leaving lobby exit. Now this clip, the time and date stamp is basically just picks up where the last clip left off, correct?
That's correct.
Off to the left side of the screen here where my mouse is that where that elevator would be?
Yes, with a short hallway to what we are now viewing.
Playing this clip. It's 11 seconds long. And what does it show?
Shows her exiting the front of the complex.
That would be the exit out towards Commerce Street, correct?
That's correct.
The next clip is titled Robinson leaving lot. All right. This clip is about 2 minutes long. What are we looking at? Can you orient us?
Yes, this is a northeast facing camera system. And you can see Sade just in front of that black, I believe it's SUV, and walking north towards Commerce Street is going to be in the upper portion of the video screen.
All right, so we got the parking lot, obviously, the street at the top here, that's Commerce Street?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you know where Sade's parking spot is?
Yes, it's right in the middle of the frame. I kind of point to it here.
Yes, please. Right about here. Okay, and in fact, there's kind of a reddish car there. It's actually the one behind that. It's kind of blocked by the camera, right?
Yes, it is.
This over here, this street, Commerce Street, kind of travels northeast, right?
Yes, it does.
This bridge over here, that would be the Holton Street Bridge, right?
It is.
What business or building is on the right side of the screen if you kept going up that street?
Water Street Brewery, I believe, or one of the breweries to the right, yes.
Okay.
I'm unfamiliar which one, I'm sorry.
All right, and then this individual here,
That is Ms. Robinson.
this timestamp, really hard to read, April 1, 2024, 9:00:44.
Yes.
Play this clip. Does skip in the middle. But what are we seeing here, Detective?
She is currently walking north to her vehicle through looks like the center of the lot.
This would pick up right after the last clip that we watched her walking out the front, correct?
That is correct.
Now it's froze. What's happening now?
So she's entered her vehicle and now it's making a partial U-turn to go to the exit of the lot, which is north on Commerce Street.
What happened now?
Now she's making a east turn through out of the parking lot and onto Commerce Street, heading eastbound.
Are you familiar with where Pizza Shuttle is?
Yes.
Would that be the logical turn you would make if you were on your way to go work at Pizza Shuttle?
That would, yes, be.
All right, I paused that clip at 1:29. So it appears from those clips, she left her house somewhere right at around the 9 a.m. hour, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you then also obtain camera footage from a different camera we haven't seen yet to try to discern whether or not Miss Robinson returns to the home or to the apartment?
I did.
Can you describe the information you had and what segment of footage you sought out from these apartments to do that?
It was the nighttime hours and trying to ascertain whether or not she came back to her apartment at the time of 1 to 8, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning.
Why did you pick the time period of 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning?
From other records that we disseminated, that was the time that, she should have been home, or, something that we went off of. Maybe she would return to the apartment.
So based on records you had, you thought the period after 1 a.m. would have been the time that her phone kind of traveled back towards the area of Commerce? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe that's what you're asking. I apologize if I didn't understand that correctly.
I'm going to bring up the last clip. It's titled N_lot, and then some numbers. Okay. Detective, we're looking at the same parking lot, correct?
Yes, we are.
Just a different angle?
That's correct.
And if we're orienting ourselves to Sade's parking spot, her spot would be somewhere right around here, correct?
Yes.
And then, so this street at the top, that's Commerce?
That is still Commerce, yes.
And this bridge-looking thing over here is that same bridge we could see in the daytime video?
Mason Street, yes, correct.
This video picks up at 1 o'clock, and if you look down on the timestamp here, it says it's 5 hours long, but you said this is a clip from 1 to 8?
I think that it should be near that, and the video is compressed different. I'm not sure why the time is different.
Does the video speed up at times?
I don't know if it does. It might have a motion sensor thing, kind of like that. Sometimes those are part of the camera system.
All right. So what time period of video did you review? From 1 a.m. to when?
1 to 8, I believe. Is that what it is?
And that's what this is?
Yes.
At any point in time through reviewing that video, does Sade Robinson's car return to her parking spot?
It does not.
I'm going to play just a brief clip. Actually, before I do that, the timestamp on the video from this camera, do you know whether it's accurate or off by any amount?
It is behind, I believe, by just a couple minutes.
Okay, just a couple minutes behind,
Yes.
but generally showing around what we see here to be the 1 a.m. hour.
Yes, that's correct.
We'll play the start of this video. And I'm going to play it kind of in fast forward here. It's 3 times sped up. Going to 4 times. There's a car driving by, right?
Correct.
Another car around 102.40, right? Do you want me to back up?
Oh, I could see the taillights on.
I'll go back to 102.20. You able to see that car?
Yep, on the left side there.
Going which way?
There was one that went on the left side of the screen.
Okay. Speeding back up. $104.30, what are we seeing? What do you see on the screen?
See a car traveling, would be eastbound on Commerce.
Then the camera speeds up right after that, right? Car doesn't stop in the lot?
It does not.
I'm going to speed back up to 4 times.
Looks to be another vehicle traveling eastbound.
106.50, fair?
Yes. It's like 2 more vehicles passed by.
108, fair?
Yes. One more. 9.
109, okay. All right, and I'm going to stop it at 1:10:11 a.m. Again, this is a couple minutes behind, so this would be around what, like 1:12-ish, 1:13 or what?
Yes. Well, I went 12, 113. That would be accurate.
All right, and if I go all the way to the end, I've taken it to the 4-hour, 55-minute, 41-second mark of the clip. On the screen here, it's April 2nd at 7:44:53, correct?
Correct.
So this clip must, by that math, travel in fast increments at times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what your testimony is here today is that you've reviewed all of this footage and her car never returns to that lot?
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Caleb Berkey.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bierke, B as in boy, J as in John, Erke,
How are you employed?
as a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's department?
It's about 7.5 years,
How long have you been a detective?
about 2 or 3 years now.
Can you describe some of your general duties as a detective?
Follow up with any cases that may be assigned, help with other cases that are as assigned, and just be a support role with other detectives.
Judge, I think we could turn the lights on.
I think they're doing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Were you working on April 3rd, 2024 in that capacity?
I was.
As part of your duties that day, did you participate in obtaining a search warrant and then executing it at the location of 1858 North Commerce Street, apartment 309?
I did.
Is that in the city and county of Milwaukee?
It is.
And a search warrant gives judicial authorization for law enforcement to go into a location and search it, correct?
Correct.
And you received that authority?
I believe Detective Donner got the warrant signed. I went to the residence to execute the warrant.
But law enforcement got a search warrant signed?
Yes.
Okay. What is at the address of 1858 North Commerce Street? And as you're saying that, can you describe how big that building is and what it consists of?
Yeah, it's a multi-story apartment unit building. It's near Lakefront Brewery. It on the east side, it faces the rivers. The river's right behind the apartments. So it's easily a multi-floor apartment building.
Prior to going there on April 3rd, were you aware as to whether or not another law enforcement jurisdiction had been inside that apartment?
Yes.
Who was that and when?
I believe that was Milwaukee Police Department, and I believe it was the day prior.
And what, were you familiar with why they went there?
Yes, for searching for Sade Robinson.
Something that would be termed a welfare or a wellness check?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately what time you went there?
I believe it was mid-afternoon.
The reason why the sheriff's department obtained a search warrant and wanted to go search that apartment was what?
To look for like DNA, and then just to check the status of the apartment, see if we could find anything that would help locate her.
Okay. And you're talking, when you say her, who are you referring to?
Sade Robinson.
So you mentioned looking for DNA. Why was that important for you at this time?
So that we could use it for a comparison if we found anything of hers, such as we found the leg, so we could use that for a comparison.
So at this point, is it fair to say that you were searching her apartment to aid law enforcement in the search for her?
Correct.
Can you describe her apartment?
Yeah, it was a studio apartment. So the bed, how it worked is you open the door, and right away to your left was a bathroom. The bathroom was quite large, had a shower, every toilet, everything like that. And then if you kept going forward, past the bathroom, on the left side was the kitchen. After the kitchen, it was a studio apartment. So the bed was right there on the right side wall, while the closets were on the other side. And then she had a couch that faced the windows, or that faced against the windows. And then you could see the river on the other side.
Can you describe how the apartment was furnished, what types of contents it contained, what types of personal items, just in general?
Yeah, anything personal you would say like a 19-year-old girl. So all clothes, shoes. It had some Nintendo Switch games. It had food in it, bed in it. The closet was fully stacked with clothes. The bathroom was fully stocked with like hairbrushes, makeup accessories, everything like that.
Upon entry, was one of your goals to determine whether or not there had been a struggle or a forced break-in, anything of that nature?
Yes.
And did you make any of those determinations?
No, we determined that there was no force of anything, of like a break-in or anything like happening.
Did it appear that any struggle had occurred inside?
No.
And can you describe what you did in order to execute the search warrant?
So to execute a search warrant, we take photos. So when we start to take photos, we start on the exterior of the building. So I took pictures all around the building to make sure that you understood where our location was. And then that would include then going up to the floor, taking pictures outside the door, and then overalls of the rooms, just for everybody to understand what the room looked like, what was in the room, if anything was moved in the room or anything like that. So that's how we started off. And then we would start a search of the room.
So you document the apartment as is before you start searching?
Correct.
And did you locate anything in your search to indicate what had happened to Sade or where she was?
No.
And those are specific things that you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay, what did you find and what did you collect?
We did collect a toothbrush. We did locate and saw some like different credit cards and debit cards. We found a Nintendo Switch. We found just different cups and materials that we believe she could have drank out of. We just weren't sure if at any time she drank something that she wasn't supposed to, whatever it may be. So we collected a bunch of cups and other materials that would have her DNA on it.
Okay, so the toothbrush, were any other brushes recovered?
I believe one other brush we grabbed.
Toothbrush, other brushes, any, and then receptacles to drink out of. You're searching and recovering those for what purpose?
To collect, or we could use for that comparison DNA.
Because at this point you were aware that there was a human leg that had been recovered at Warnemont Park, correct?
Correct.
So were you recovering these things in an effort to try to connect her DNA to the DNA of that human leg?
Yes.
What else did you locate in the apartment?
We located a pink safe. We located, she had a TV in the apartment. We left all of that. And then anything that might have been valuable, so we weren't sure who had access to the apartment, we took out of the apartment.
What was inside the pink safe?
Inside the pink safe was, I believe she had some cash as well as she had some narcotics inside the pink safe.
And what do you refer to when you say narcotics?
I believe it was pills. I believe they came back as positive for meth, and then some THC. So that was it.
Okay, and THC is the active ingredient in marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And when you say come back positive for those two drugs, what does that mean?
You use a test to test the narcotics, and it's I can't remember the test for the meth, but for the marijuana was the Decoys-Levine test to test the marijuana.
Those are called presumptive field tests, correct?
Correct.
And were these ever sent out to the state crime lab for conclusive testing?
I'm unaware.
Was there anything to indicate how long those items had been inside the safe?
No.
Was the safe locked?
Yes.
You indicated that there were photographs taken, correct?
Correct.
Now, so the record is clear, we stipulate to all the photos being introduced into evidence, Your Honor.
What numbers are those?
They're 41 through 50.
I will receive into evidence 41 through 50 then.
Showing you exhibits 41 through 50. Can you, first of all, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And can you identify what those are?
That's 41 is the exterior of Sade's apartment building.
That's a photograph, correct?
Yes.
Are all of those exhibits photographs?
Yes. Yeah, they are.
I'd ask that exhibits 41 through 50 be admitted and permitted to publish.
Already received and feel free.
Okay, this is exhibit number 41. What is that?
That's the exterior of Sade's apartment. So that would be like the front entrance to the apartment building.
Showing you exhibit 42. What is that?
That would be the door to her apartment.
Exhibit 43.
That was the bathroom right upon entry of the apartment.
Creators looking for an edge over the competition? Get 50% off and
Yes. And anything, what was recovered out of that room?
That's where we were located, the toothbrushes and the other brushes.
What about exhibit number 44?
That was her kitchen. That was on the other side of the bathroom.
Exhibit number 45?
So if you turned around, if you were looking at the kitchen, if you turn around and look the other way, that was her closet next to her bed.
Okay, and so this is the end of the kitchen counter, correct?
Correct.
Where my pen was?
Yes.
And then this is her bed?
Yes.
Exhibit number 46?
That was her bed, and then you can kind of see the end of her kitchen counter there.
Exhibit number 47?
That was, you can call it a makeshift living room with her couch and then TV.
Exhibit number 48?
That would be the toothbrush that we collected.
What did you ultimately do with that toothbrush?
I inventoried it and placed it into property, which was,
sorry, go ahead.
no, sorry, it was then taken to the state crime lab.
Okay. Exhibit number 50, what is that?
That's her couch and her bed with all of her clothes on it.
And exhibit number 49, what is that?
In one of the drawers in the kitchen, she had a bunch of IDs located. So we took pictures of all the different IDs that were located.
One of those is for the Milwaukee Area Technical College, correct?
Yes.
And then right above it is what?
It looks like a probationary ID.
Based on your knowledge, what is a probationary ID?
Just means you're not 21 yet.
So that's a Wisconsin state issued ID.
Yes.
And does it specifically designate that the person is under 21 in some obvious way?
Yes.
Where?
The top left-hand corner, it says U21 and then probationary driver's license. And then it says age attained at the bottom.
And you found that where?
In her apartment, in one of the drawers.
So in theory, if one were to try to get into a bar with that ID, they should be denied, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you. In a minute, I'm going to show you something. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 40. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the toothbrush that we took from the residence.
How do you know?
I signed it. It says evidence collected by K. Bierke, evidence sealed by K. Bierke with my signature.
On that, that's an envelope that contains the toothbrush, right?
Correct.
On that envelope, are there other markings that are not from the sheriff's department?
Yep, there's one from on the side. It says R24-952, and I know that's from the crime lab.
I'd ask that exhibit number 40 be received.
Agreed.
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 It's received. I don't have anything further.
Cross?
Thank you. Were you the one who took the photographs of the apartment?
I believe so.
Okay, so just with your department issued camera, basically?
Yep.
And you talked initially this morning about one of the purposes of getting a search warrant was to look for DNA, right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, you are a detective with the sheriff's department, right?
Correct.
And DNA evidence being an important tool that law enforcement can use in cases, right?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
And that's the reason that you said absolutely is because it can help you pinpoint one's identity, for example, right?
Correct.
And you've worked with DNA in your experience as a detective, right?
Yes, I have.
And the way in which we go about collecting DNA samples is to do swabbing.
Correct.
But you as the detective don't do the swabbing, you call in lab personnel, don't you, that go through and actually swab for it?
Depends. There's times I am trained as an evidence technician. I can do the swabbing. However, I did not swab any of these items.
Got it. But so either way, you specifically could choose to swab if you wanted to because of your training, or you could call in people to do that for you.
Correct.
And then that type of evidence, DNA evidence, when you're going through we can take down the photos. I don't need that up. When you're going through Miss Robinson's apartment, you're using your eyes to look for things that might contain DNA, right?
Correct.
Because you know that it can be shed from skin, for example,
Correct.
and it can come from saliva.
Yes.
One of the reasons you had, I don't know if it was one of the photos you looked at, but you had noted a glass, for example. We would like to test the rim of a glass because it might have one's DNA on it.
Yes.
And so that's crucial piece of evidence, could help you link up, as I think you were saying, the leg that was located to Miss Robinson.
Correct.
But that wasn't the only reason you were searching the apartment. It's not just for DNA and identification purposes, is it?
Correct.
We also wanted to look at a pink safe you testified about.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, did you say the safe was locked?
Yes, it was.
So did you yourself open it
I did not open it. One of my partners did open it.
in your presence?
Yes.
That's why in your report you documented the contents of it.
Correct.
Why did you not photograph the contents of the safe?
I don't recall if I did or did not photograph them.
You did prepare a police report, didn't you?
I did.
And in your police report, you identified, you tried to be thorough in your report, didn't you?
Yes.
And in your report, you did identify a description of everything that you found, right?
Correct.
And there were other things in the apartment of note that beyond just, well, there was a number of, we could see from the pictures, it was there was a lot of things in the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better expression, right?
Correct.
The closet was sort of piled up with stuff, and there was, I mean, we've all been 19 once, right?
Right.
Okay. So, but there's a lot of things to sort of look through and read through, right?
Correct.
And including mail and letters and notes and things like that.
Yeah.
But your partner opened the pink safe, and that's where the meth was located.
Correct.
Because you said on direct, I thought that it was a field test that was done that the department can use, right?
Correct.
Meaning that there's, and you wrote that in your report, didn't you, that there was methamphetamine recovered?
Correct.
And you described it as 47 pills of meth, right?
Correct.
Disposition sent to the property room,
Correct.
meaning that it gets recovered and taken into evidence, right?
Yes, it did.
What does meth mean?
Meth?
Yeah.
I just used the short term for methamphetamines.
But that's a street drug, right?
Correct.
And then 18 grams of THC, obviously marijuana is not able to be purchased lawfully either.
Correct.
And when we hear meth, they're pills though?
Correct.
Okay. Not something you'd smoke.
Not in that form, no.
And then the weed, that was just documented also, right?
Yes.
And then the various notes and letters and things like that are documented as well.
Correct.
$888 in cash inside the safe?
Yes.
And that's the same safe with the drugs?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
State?
Was there anything else that was drug related in the apartment that you located?
No.
And then the photos that you were shown as exhibits 41 through 50, those weren't all of the photos taken, correct?
No, it was not.
Exhibit number 49 again. And focusing on the probationary license. Are you aware of when that license would have expired?
I can look at it and see.
If you can, yes.
It's a bit blurry, but I believe it's 5/15 of 2025.
And that would correspond with Sade turning 21, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No, nothing for us.
Thank you. You can step down. We have like 15 minutes left. Do you have a quicker witness?
Yes.
Awesome.
Captain Christian Hoos. Next to the TV.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Christian Hoos, CHRISTIAANHOOSE,
How are you employed?
with the City of Milwaukee Fire Department,
How long have you worked for the City of Milwaukee Fire Department?
27 years.
What's your current rank?
Captain,
How long have you been a captain?
13 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a captain with the fire department back on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
What was the shift that you worked on that day?
It was our blue shift.
What does that mean?
It's, we have 3 shifts, 24 hours. We work and then 48 off, 3 colors, red, blue, green.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the location of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue on the morning of April 2nd, 2024, shortly after 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Where is your fire station related to the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
We're about 2 blocks south.
Is that both of those locations, are they in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, they are.
You were 2 blocks south, so I take it didn't take you long to get there.
That's correct.
When you arrived on scene at 2928 West Lisbon Avenue, were you provided any information actually before you got there as to what was on fire?
I believe we were sent to a car fire.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe?
A car burning behind the building located at 30th and Lisbon.
Was there anybody around the car when you got there?
Not that I remember.
Can you describe what the fire looked like to you as far as where in the car or what part of the car?
I believe that the fire was in the passenger compartment where all the seats are located in the trunk area.
And did you and your fellow firefighters put the fire out?
Yes, we did.
Was the Milwaukee Police Department also sent to the scene?
Yes, I requested them because the fire appeared to be suspicious.
Based on that answer, I assume they weren't already there then? When you
I
got
don't
there?
recall that they were there right away, no.
What made the fire suspicious to you?
This address is a vacant building. It's no longer there. It's been demolished, and we had been using that building for training for a number of months prior to that. There's no reason for a car to be back there. Like, no one would park a vehicle back there normally. We've had instances in past where there are cars that were burned back there, and they were also, suspicious.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you end up cutting into any parts of the vehicle?
As standard practice, we cut into the trunk to make sure that there is no hidden fire or there's no persons inside of there. We also open up the hood to overhaul that area to make sure all the fire is extinguished.
Once the fire was extinguished, did you sort of turn the scene over to the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
You said there was a vacant building at that spot that you've been using for training purposes.
Yes.
right on the corner there. It was right on the corner of Lisbon Avenue. It was that two-story building, right?
Yes, the old Aces High Tavern, it was the northeast corner.
Yeah, and you were using it not to set on fire for training, but for entering and exiting a building, right?
Correct.
And then you said you've had other incidents in the past where cars were burned back there in that alley.
Yes,
So that's because you've responded to them, right?
correct.
And those were suspicious, you said.
Yes.
Why is that alley being used on multiple occasions to burn cars? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Who's picking that particular alley in Milwaukee?
I don't.
Okay, how long have you been, when you say plural incidents, how many are you?
I can think of two recently, on either side of the date of this April 2nd.
Okay.
And we
can think of
consider, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying we consider something suspicious if we don't have an owner there to say, this is my car, and there was no one there to do that, so we automatically call for the
Got
police
it.
for that.
You were saying like one before this incident in April of 2024 and one since then.
I believe yes.
When you responded, were you it was a fire engine, obviously, right?
A fire engine and a ladder truck. I'm
And
on the ladder truck.
you said that the fire started on the passenger compartment of the vehicle?
The fire was involved in the passenger compartment. I don't know where the fire started.
Oh, involved, meaning that's where the majority of the flake?
Yes,
The
yes,
fire is happening.
correct.
That's all.
State?
One thing, how did you put it out?
With a reduced hose line of water.
Could you describe the force of the water that comes out?
It's an 1 3/4 hand line that we use off of our engine. About 160 pounds of pressure comes out of there.
Significant amount of pressure then,
Yes.
nothing else.
Defense?
Sorry, just one more thing. You did speak with law enforcement also, right? Because you called them in,
I believe so, yes.
and you remember that the trunk of the vehicle was open when you arrived.
If that's what I had told the officers, then yes, I do not recall it now, but
That the vehicle was unlocked.
yes,
You remember that?
I believe so, yes.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 11:52. I think it's a good point to break for the morning. So again, the admonitions. Remember, don't do any investigation, don't do any discussions about this case, don't do any blogging, emailing, texting, don't talk to each other about the case, don't talk to any friends or family about the case. Put it out of your mind until you come back this afternoon. I have just a couple of matters to handle right at 1:30, so I'm thinking we're going to start back up at 1:45. If you could come back between 1:15 and 1:45, that would be wonderful. Again, I cannot start until all of you are present. And again, remember to wear your juror badges prominently so everyone knows who you are over the lunch hour. Okay? God bless you. Okay, leave your notebooks on your chairs. Have a lovely lunch. We'll see you back afterwards.
Yeah, you could go right or left.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Sanders, Sheriff of Delaware County. We're here to give you an update on the escape of Takwa Wilson. The update confirms that he has been apprehended. Inmate Wilson was apprehended by way of the cooperation and the collaboration of our law enforcement partners in Delaware County. We joined in this effort. We were joined in this effort of apprehension by the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Delaware County Park Police, CID, Media Police, Upper Providence Police, and numerous other law enforcement partners joined together to apprehend this Takwa Wilson. He is in custody. We are presently conducting an investigation into how he was able to escape. We will inform you of the details concerning the escape at a later time. But what's most important, the citizens of Delaware County are safe, and inmate Wilson has been returned to custody. Thank you.
Can you give us any indication of what was going on? Why was he coming here today, and what time this happened? Just give us run through the basics, please.
He was brought in for a court hearing. He has an extended, lengthy criminal record. I believe he was brought here today for a hearing on various charges. We will provide that information at a later time, but he has a lengthy criminal record.
How long was he out of sight from law enforcement at this point? Did he bolt and then they just lost him, or was there a period of time that you didn't know where he? Obviously, you didn't know where he was after, but I'm just saying from when he was in custody and when he left, was he in sight of the people that had him in custody that he bolted from?
He bolted, and he was apprehended within 2 hours of his escape. What I really want to highlight as I speak to you is what team effort and collaboration among our law enforcement partners accomplished. We came together in a very short period of time on the federal level, the state level, the local level, all joined forces to capture this gentleman.
Was he in shadow?
For lack of, we're conducting an investigation as to what the conditions were that resulted in the escape and the successful apprehension, and we will inform you of that at a later time.
Was he restrained when he ran though? Like did he have shackles on at any point in the morning? And when he ran from law enforcement, did he have any of those restraints on?
Yes, I did.
I'll give you an update on that later today, hopefully later today.
And about what time did he escape?
It was about 8:30 thereabouts.
And he was captured at what time?
10:30.
And where was he found?
In the vicinity of the courthouse.
Do you have like an exact? I've heard Broomall, I think. Is that the street that maybe between 3rd and 4th? Does that sound right?
We're conducting an investigation. I don't want to try to satisfy you at this time as to all your questions and have to recant later.
Right.
We are getting the facts together so that we will be specific and accurate as to what we report to you.
Did he go into custody peacefully?
Yes.
And was anybody ever in danger at all where he was? Was he in a home or was he in, were there any residents that were in danger? I was at 4th and Broomall where it looked like he was picked up and it's a very residential area. So I'm just wondering if any of those residents were the ones that were able to call 911, if they saw him, or if any of them were in danger at any point.
Well, when we have someone that was in custody that escapes, we assume that the public is at risk. That triggers the response and the team effort of all our law enforcement partners.
Were there any security failures?
That's part of the investigation.
Will any steps be taken to ensure this doesn't happen again?
Yes.
Can you say what those are?
Beg your pardon?
Can you say what those are? What those steps are?
Well, we'll have to conduct an investigation, which we are presently doing, see where there were any mistakes made, where security measures were overlooked, and we will actually try to grow from whatever is revealed.
And just wondering if there's any changes at all today. You still have plenty of court hearings, I'm sure, today. So I'm wondering what's going to be different at the courthouse today.
At this point, it's an active criminal investigation. The escapee is going to be charged with a crime. So at this point, again, we just got him about 20 minutes ago. Okay, so just relax. We did apprehend him in the neighborhood of the courthouse. It was right just a couple streets away. We are now putting all the paperwork together. He is in custody. Nobody in the community has to be alarmed at all. He's in custody. We're moving forward on an active criminal investigation, and we'll be able to provide answers, hopefully, to some of your questions at a later time.
But Jeff, what can people expect today in court? Is there
They can expect everything that usually happens. No, not at all. We've been working nonstop since 8:30 this morning. I got disrupted trying to park this morning coming to work, and that's how I knew something was going on, and I saw local law enforcement here. But the response was tremendous, as Jerry pointed out. We had local law enforcement from every agency in this region, and our U.S. Marshals and the FBI. So state police were also here. We, street by street, conducted a search, got the guy into custody within 2 hours, and now we're moving forward. So court is going forward as usual. Life in the borough of Meady is back to normal. Please let us go back to work so we can do our jobs,
And
okay?
just to clarify, sheriff transport will stay the same today?
Everything's the same. It's just another day in the courthouse, Annie. We're just trying to get criminal justice system to continue.
Sheriff transport stays the same
Absolutely.
today as it did this morning.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks, guys.
What did he say? Can only imagine. Well, you're like, good.
Ready to go?
Everyone's ready, we'll get started.
Everyone, thank you all so much for being with us today. We have a very important announcement, I believe, that may assist in the apprehension of the two last remaining at-large inmates. I do want to say a great thank you to the partnering agencies that have worked endlessly to make this arrest happen of the first 8. And we have with us today, of course, State Police, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, LSP, of course, and Homeland Security and NOPD. So as Crime Stoppers, we have been, an active participant in gathering information for many years in the New Orleans area and in the surrounding parishes, actually for about 45 years. And this is a job that we take very seriously. And we also understand the sensitivity when someone reports someone that they know personally with regards to a crime. And since the escape, Crime Stoppers has fielded close to 700 tips with regards to the information on the 10 inmates. We actually, at the peak of this, had to add 4 additional lines to accommodate the calls to the call center, the Crime Stoppers call center. And I want you to know that we vetted every single tip, prioritize them for the delivery to our lead agency, Louisiana State Police, and the other agency partners that stand with us. We know that we have been told tips assisted in 3 arrests of inmates. In the first tip that came in that led to an arrest, actually the incredible work by this team, that arrest came within 30 minutes of the tip. I can tell you that 3 tipsters will be paid rewards. And again, it's by the work that's been confirmed from the information the community provides from law enforcement. I can't thank enough the LSP Fusion Center, the individuals who we work with, the call takers, who we passed every single tip by. I also can't thank enough my staff and our call center for keeping, staying the course. We know that tips from the public plays an incredible role. And we also appreciate that we have the trust coming to Crime Stoppers for those tips. But our work is not done. With 2 remaining inmates, our board, our organization, wanted to stand firm and encourage anyone who might have intimate knowledge of the whereabouts of Mr. Massey or Mr. Groves not to wait, but to contact us immediately. To kind of put a little meat behind that, we wanted to let you know that Crime Stoppers today has increased its reward for information that leads directly to the arrest of each of these individuals, up to $20,000. Now with Crime Stoppers, we are combining with the ATF, making the reward significantly higher. And you're eligible for the Crime Stoppers reward by contacting us directly. With Crime Stoppers, you're going to remain anonymous. It's our standard protocols. And we truly hope that with this increased amount, if you have personal knowledge of the whereabouts of these individuals that can help law enforcement make that arrest, to contact us. And again, we can't say it enough, with Crime Stoppers, you will remain anonymous. Now I'd like to have the ATF speak up.
All right, thank you. Hey, good morning. My name is Joshua Jackson. I am the special agent in charge for the ATF New Orleans Field Division. As New Orleans has heard me said in other communities in Louisiana, ATF's priority mission is to prevent, reduce, and solve violent crime. In this particular response, this is preventing additional violent crime from happening to our citizens in our community. The 10 escapees definitely had violent criminal histories, and they definitely were it had a lot of impact on public safety within the communities that we serve. I want to pull the curtain back a little bit and kind of give some acknowledgments and some thank yous to our partners. First, LSP leading this investigation. Colonel Hodges has been instrumental in coordinating efforts and keeping all of the federal partners and local partners engaged and aware and appraised of what's going on. This investigation has stretched beyond the borders of Louisiana. Also want to give a lot of acknowledgement to our federal partners, and that's FBI, United States Marshal Service, and HSI. HSI, NOPD, and ATF, we have a task force that works in the city. You guys might recall when we did a press conference speaking about the crime drop, violent crime decreases within the city of New Orleans. And we talked about this task force. This task force is led by New Orleans Police Department, Special Operations Division, Tactical Team 2, ATF, and Homeland Security Investigations. This team has been instrumental in this response. This task force is the one that comes out, and they do investigate violent crime in all capacities, to include this fugitive apprehension. They've been instrumental in conducting search warrants, interviews that have directly led to the arrest and capture of some of these escapees. The last acknowledgement and thank you I want to give to the public and the community at large. You guys have been instrumental in providing tips and working with us to help keep you safe. We're not at the finish line. We still have 2 more to go that we need to capture and bring back and put back in custody, as they do pose a risk to public safety to all of us in the community. I also want to reiterate to firearm owners, we want to make sure that this is already a dangerous situation. We want to make sure that firearms are secured in your vehicles. We don't want any handguns, rifles that are unsecured coming into the hands of these two individuals who are still outstanding. Also be vigilant in your home. Make sure your firearms are secured throughout the area until we get these 2 individuals back into custody. So thank you to New Orleans and the greater Louisiana area for your assistance and your help with this investigation. I'm gonna turn it over to Chief of the United States Marshals.
Oh, sorry about that. Good morning. I'm Walter Martin. I'm the Chief Deputy with the U.S. Marshals here in New Orleans. I want to start by thanking several groups. I first want to thank Darlene and Crime Stoppers GNO for not only increasing the reward, but for also her partnership and everything that they've done behind the scenes to assist not only the U.S. Marshals, but my law enforcement partners that are standing here. And their support with the community has been phenomenal. I would also like to thank the men and women you see standing here with me today, but more importantly, the men and women that are behind the scenes working hard every day. Ever since the escape occurred, they have been tirelessly working, dedicating their time and giving up, sacrificing their personal and professional time to work on finding these escapees. I also want to thank the public for their support, not only of law enforcement, but for providing the tips and the information that is needed to find the escapees. More importantly, I would like to echo what Colonel Hodges has been telling you guys from the start, as well as what our leaders have been saying, that we need the community support. Continue to provide the tips, send them to Crime Stoppers, send them to the ATF, to the FBI, to the Marshal Service. We are vetting those tips, and we're using that information to catch the individuals. As you have seen thus far, we've captured 8 of them, and we plan on catching the remaining 2. If you know something, say something. Please contact Crime Stoppers, ATF, the Marshal Service, FBI, and thank you for your support. Now I'd like to introduce FBI Special Agent in Charge, Jonathan Tapp. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. Thank you, Chief. I'm Jonathan Tapp, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI here in New Orleans. Today marks day 13 in our search for escapees Antoine Massey and Derek Groves, and we want you to know that we will find them. The FBI remains committed to supporting our law enforcement partners to recapture these dangerous inmates. The FBI has utilized every resource at our disposal to locate and apprehend the remaining 2 fugitives. Agents and analysts have been working every day to ensure that credible leads are pursued with urgency. And that's not just here in New Orleans, but across the country. What we need from you, the public, is to continue to give us leads.
So last year, we released Video GPT, which allows ChatGPT users to turn their text prompts into a fully generated.
If you think you've seen either of these men or have any information, call 911, call Crime Stoppers, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can submit a tip at fbi.gov/New Orleans fugitives, but please report any information. We're also announcing that we, the FBI, are increasing our potential reward per inmate, Massey and Groves, from $10,000 to $20,000 with our partners. We want you to know the FBI handles every lead with discretion, and we do our utmost to preserve anonymity. But sometimes this is difficult. We understand with our law enforcement partners that some of you might be reporting a friend, a loved one, a relative, and albeit not easy, it is critical to your safety and the safety of the public that you report that. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Colonel Hodges.
Thank you, SAC TAP. Good morning, everyone. 2 weeks in, and our mission remains unchanged. In locating and apprehending the remaining fugitives is our top priority. You see them on the monitor to your left, my right, and it shows 8 captured and 2 remaining. Over the past 2 weeks, strong collaboration with our Crime Stoppers, Darlene and her team, local, state, and our federal partners that you see to my left and right and behind me have been with them, we've taken 8 of the 10 safely back into custody and transported them to a secure state facility in Louisiana. Additionally, multiple individuals who aided these fugitives after their escape have been arrested. I want to be clear, anyone who chooses to help the remaining fugitives in any way will be arrested and prosecuted. The decision is simple: assist law enforcement and potentially earn a reward, or try to assist these fugitives and go to jail with a potentially high bond. As SAC TAP said, we know their family members, their friends, but they are a public safety risk for you, everyone around you, and the entire state of Louisiana. You must do the right thing. With Crime Stoppers increasing the reward amount, now is the time to make the right choice. Turn in valuable information and help us bring them in safely and receive a reward. All contact information is available on our websites, our social media platforms, and can be shared again following this conference. This remains an evolving investigation. Things change. I want to thank our Texas DPS troopers who helped us Monday. I also want to thank our Baton Rouge City Police here in Louisiana who helped us also capture a fugitive on Monday as well. We'll continue to share updates with the public as more information becomes available. Please follow our social media pages and for the latest developments on what we have. Once again, this is a team effort. It takes all of us. That's why you have the New Orleans Police Department, you have the FBI, Homeland Security Investigations, ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and even those who are not with us up here right now, our state probation and parole, our sheriffs in the neighboring parishes, and many other agencies, Harbor Police, our Orleans and Jefferson Levee District. All of those agencies are instrumental in working this operation around the clock. So please know that the public, once again, that we are working for you. It's for all of Louisiana. And as mentioned, sometimes these dangerous fugitives travel outside our borders. So we need everyone's help. If you're listening and you're in another state and you have a tip or another parish or another city, please contact us. This concludes our conference, and we'll take any questions.
When this manhunt started, we heard a lot about law enforcement, about being pretty confident that inmates were still in the metro area. We now know, 2 were arrested in Texas, 1 in Baton Rouge. So do you guys have any idea geographically about where Derrick Rose and Antoine Massey are today?
So once again, we have some strong leads But these remaining 2 fugitives, they have help, and therefore they move. And sometimes they move outside New Orleans, outside Louisiana, because they have help. And at this time, we're confident that we're closing in on the remaining 2 escapees, and that we should have them in custody soon. But law enforcement is patient, but more importantly, we're resilient. And although they're going to get tired and frustrated as they try to move around Louisiana or move around the metropolitan area, they know the walls are closing in, and very soon we'll have them in custody.
So you do think they're in the Louisiana metro area?
We're confident that we have strong investigative leads as to their whereabouts. But we still need the public's help, because as soon as we get one lead, then they relocate to another place, whether that's a home or business or public area. And it's, the information is only as good as the public continuing to call Crime Stoppers, ATF, FBI, the State Police Fusion Center, the Marshal Service, HSI, NOPD, all the agencies here. You think it may be something incredibly small, or you may be not certain, just make the call. Let us vet it. Let our team of professionals investigate it, and then it can ultimately confirm what we already know, or maybe new information that provides a different location if in fact they left from where we think they are right now.
I'm Katie Royce with CBS News. Something that's come up from our viewers around the country is concerns about, you mentioned loved ones, relatives calling in, making the tough call to provide tips. But some people are concerned, are family members conspiring with these fugitives to receive money, and everyone benefits from the escape? And the second question is, you mentioned 3 tipsters so far have been paid rewards. How much has each person received?
So I don't have those exact amounts because there's different agencies involved, but I think I'll let Ms. Costanza speak on the Crime Stoppers portion.
Thank you.
So for the Crime Stoppers portion, the available funds was $10,000, plus the ATF fund was included with that. And that's strictly on 3 different cases. And as far as rewards that's been paid, we've only paid 1 reward to date. The others will be paid shortly.
And as far as the
Yes.
alleged, conspiracies, concerns about family members benefiting financially from this escape?
Well, I think the bigger concern, and I'm not trying to answer your question, is public safety. If you're concerned about your loved one, I can't imagine what it feels like to have to call the police and say, my son is here, my brother is here, my cousin is here, but they are a risk and have proven that they're a risk because they were already incarcerated for charges, violent charges, and now they're escaped. And they have an opportunity to come to court and to, again, well, some of them just need to be relocated, in the senses have already been done with the remaining 2. But with that being said, I think the public safety is the bigger concern, because once you leave outside of your home, you're around everyone else. And I think it would be unthinkable if these 2 individuals hurt someone else and you knew about it, you would feel really bad. So with regard to the money aspect of it, I just think it's the right thing to do. And if you receive a reward, that's outstanding. That's why we appreciate the partnership with Crime Stoppers. But it must lead to an arrest. And we just encourage people to continue calling.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump responded.
Yes, sir.
At the peak of this, 700 tips were coming in. Were tips starting to dwindle? Is that part of the reason why the increase in the reward for information leading to an arrest?
I would say that anytime that more days pass by, the fugitives can have other opportunities because there's more people that can help them. And with regard to obviously the conference was to let them know that there's an increased amount, because we know the importance of bringing these last 2 back into custody and the public safety risk. I don't think that the tips have decreased. We hope with these new reward amounts that they increase even more than what we've had. However, they move and they change. So the information that you call and provide is only good for a short amount of time. And therefore we need additional leads and additional calls and tips to help the public. So I believe that we will get more tips, and that's, I believe, part of the plan. We appreciate our business community and those who are part of our Crime Stoppers board, Norman, who's here representing with Darlene as well. and our community that comes together as a whole, realizing it's everyone's safety's at risk here and not just one particular city.
And if I may, a quick follow-up. I know in the case of Mr. Van Buren, who was captured in Baton Rouge PD said that he appeared to change his appearance, his hairstyle. Are you all concerned that any of the remaining fugitives have changed their appearance?
Well, I mean, certainly, again, as more time passes, things change. People could change their appearance. We believe that we have good information, whether they change their appearance or not, but that's common amongst most fugitives. Obviously, they're going to change clothes. They may change facial hair, may change their hair on their head and things like that to put a ball cap on, different clothes and things like that. But we understand Baton Rouge was, and I just want to thank them again, Chief TJ Morse and his officers for helping us, as well as Texas DPS and Colonel Freeman Martin, who provided 2 in Texas and 1 here. And yes, they sometimes change appearances. Y'all saw in the photographs. And I think they could change appearance again. So I think the public, if you just look at the photographs to your left up on that board and look very closely, probably not changing their eyes and their nose and their smile. So I would just focus on those things. And we're confident that family members and friends have seen them, know where they are, and could really reach out to us based on that and not be easily, how you want to say, distracted by changing hair or, on the head or face. Okay.
The Orleans Justice Center, it's only a decade old. Obviously, there were some serious structural failings with the escape itself. There have also been a number of problems since the escape actually happened. I know the sheriff's office isn't here today, but can anybody else speak to why a decade-old state-of-the-art facility is in such shambles?
So our focus today on this conference is obviously to make the public aware that the reward has increased, and the reward is directly related to the apprehension of the remaining 2 fugitives and escapees to bring them back in custody. We're not going to comment on the jail or any conditions prior to. We're just looking forward. We have 8 captured. We have 2 more remaining, and that's what we need the public's help with. There'll be a time later that you'll be able to ask those questions, but this conference is specifically geared to those 2 fugitives who remain at large.
Mr. Lane, can you just reiterate and walk us through?
I saw the pink salt recipe in a 30-second video, and 21 days later, I left my friends speechless because no one could believe I was the same woman. Today, I'm here to teach you how to make the new...
For people that want to bring in tips and see the image, what's the next step? And have tips help with those that were aiding and abetting, like finding out who was actually part of the fugitive escape?
So I'll say that we've gotten tips on all different things. So we've gotten tips on certainly on the fugitives, where they may be, who they may be with. Certainly certain tips have helped and assisted law enforcement to make the apprehensions of 3 of the individuals. As far as the other individuals who are aiding and abetting, yes, we've gotten information from those folks. What we're telling you is that you need to go ahead and make sure that you contact us. You receive a tip number when you call Crime Stoppers. You're able to update your information, and believe me, many of these tipsters are. Send us the update. Send us what you're seeing on social media. All of that is, again, combined and vetted by law enforcement as they build, as they work the puzzle of this. But at the end of this, we will hope that one person, at least one tipster's information, will lead to that arrest. And then with regards to the volume of tips, when we first started out, remember, we had 10 folks that we were looking for, then down to 8. Certainly that volume was affected by the number of individuals who were out there. We look at every individual as a case. So we're now down to 2. I now 100% agree with the Colonel that we're going to see an increase with this huge reward of people sending information. We want you to be part of the team. That's why we're standing here asking you to be part of the team and part of the solution. Thank you.
So can you say which 3 have been apprehended? Like the tip?
Yeah, we're not going to discuss that. Just know 8 are in custody at a secure facility here in the state, and then we have 2 remaining. But we just want to focus on those 2. If your question pertains to the rewards, will be allocated accordingly once they go through the protocols. Crime Stoppers has been in business for almost 50 years. They're very successful for a reason, because they pay on the rewards, which match an arrest, and they do it anonymously. So I think the public can feel confident that if the information that you provide does in fact lead to an arrest and a conviction, it will be in good position to provide our partners here, FBI, ATF, and Crime Stoppers will provide those rewards. Make no mistake, they've been around a long time because they're resourceful, they're helpful, they're part of the community, and ultimately they pay those rewards.
So what is the total reward amount now with both of these increases?
It's 50,000 per remaining fugitive with our partners here, a combination of Crime Stoppers, ATF, and the FBI.
Anyone over here, Fox?
You go first.
My question is there's more than a dozen we know that have helped these inmates escape or after their escape. So have the people that you guys have talked to, has that started helping in this search for the last two?
Well, I think it sends a message that if you assist or you help those who remain fugitives, that you will be charged and prosecuted. And I go back on what I said earlier, make the right decision, contact law enforcement or Crime Stoppers and our partners up here and give us the information that we need to bring them to justice. The longer, if you help and you assist, you're just putting all of public safety at risk by doing that. And we ask again, the public to please contact us with the information.
All right, I have a question. As far as timing goes, we're heading into week 2 of this investigation. Does time help the remaining inmates, or does it help the law enforcement in terms of, it seems like they're just running around in circles at this point as you guys are picking up leads. But if we head into week 3, does it make it more difficult for the law enforcement, or does it make it more difficult for the remaining inmates?
I think it makes it more difficult for the escapees because they're tired. They're looking over their shoulder. They're running out of resources. And with the increase in the reward amount today, we're going to get more tips, which means we're going to close in faster. And therefore, I think the advantage goes to law enforcement. And we need the public's help to ensure that we keep that advantage. Thank you.
And is there any concern about them, I guess, trying to leave the country? I think that's the...
No, I don't think they have those resources, but certainly we have our federal partners here, and that's why it's beyond the city of New Orleans and the borders of Louisiana, and it's a collaborative effort amongst federal, state, and local law enforcement.
Do you at all believe that math and growth could be together at this point? Do you believe they might be separate?
Well, we don't rule anything out, but we're not going to talk about ongoing, tactics and techniques and things and information that we have. It's just best that the public, if someone knows that they're traveling together, please call us. We would like to have that information.
All right, that concludes everything. Thank you all for coming.
You're a pro.
I did all right.
Experience an incredible selection of the latest equipment, clothing, shoes, and accessories, plus a dedicated team.
Interesting because the estate of Sade Robinson has sued Dukes on Water and Twisted Fisherman for serving alcohol to Sade Robinson, who was 19 years old. That is a lawsuit that was filed just last month. and is still pending. But in any case, we're probably going to hear a little bit more about what happened there. But we know what prosecutors say, they left at that time, around 9 o'clock. And the phone ping travels down south from downtown Milwaukee to the south side, where we know Maxwell Anderson's home is. And it is at that location where there is surveillance video from across the street that police say, or prosecutors say, shows shadowy figures inside the home. Essentially silhouettes, I should say. Not shadowy like there's something wrong with them, but silhouettes, as you might see through curtains or blinds of a lit up place at night, showing that there are occupants of the place around the time the cell phone ping arrives at that location. And then after a couple of hours or a few hours in that location, the cell phone ping shows what appears to be Sade's phone then leaving that scene, and those silhouettes have ceased. It is not clear if it shows anything that looks like any sort of violent activity. It doesn't sound like it did. And we know that police later did not find any kind of bloody crime scene inside Maxwell Anderson's apartment. If there had been one, then he obviously did an incredible job of cleaning the place up and getting rid of any kind of potential DNA evidence, or it didn't happen there at all. And that's, of course, what the defense is trying to raise. But we know, we haven't heard what the state found, but in opening statements, they didn't make any mention of any kind of bloody crime scene. In fact, I believe the prosecutor said, you won't find one. What they did find were some photos on Maxwell Anderson's phone that show what they say was Sade Robinson lying face down on his couch with his hand grabbing her breast, and also a photo on his phone of underwear and pants being removed from what they believe was Sade Robinson, because they were able to match the pants to what she's wearing in that photo you saw just a minute ago. I don't know if Delaney Reed, who is the one who is setting up all this for me, if you can bring that photo back up again of them sitting at Twisted Fisherman. But if you're able to, the jeans she is wearing in that photo, police are saying that matches the blue jeans that she was wearing on the in the photo that was on Maxwell Anderson's phone. But they leave Maxwell Anderson's address, according to prosecutors. And what happens after that? Well, it's much harder to say. But the vehicle goes to the south side. It goes down toward and ultimately stops in a place that is near Warnemount Park. And that is the last place that Sade Robinson's cell phone sends out a signal of her location. We heard testimony today from some of her friends who had shared locations with her through an app called Life 360. And that showed her at around 4 a.m. still in that area of Warnemount Park. And then the phone went dead. So when friends checked to see where she was the next day or the day after, they said it still showed her at Warnemount Park on April 2nd at 4 a.m. If you've ever had any kind of a location app like that, you know when the battery dies, it will show the last known location, but that's it. It stops right there. So that they testified to that as well. What we're really hearing so far is the state laying that foundation of the trail of movements. And all along the way, as Stephanie Quirk mentioned moments ago, the defense is trying to poke holes in that case. The defense has, in particular today, raised questions about, Life 360 may show where Sade's phone was, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's where Maxwell Anderson was. And that's one of the things they're going to be talking about throughout the case. The prosecution may be taking those phone locations and saying this proves the two of them were here. We don't necessarily know that that's the case. At least that's something the state's got to prove through evidence. And obviously there's a lot more to come on that. We did hear at the very end of the morning shift today from a firefighter from the Milwaukee Fire Department. And I want to try to see if I can bring up that testimony, if you bear with me for just a moment. It was a captain from the Milwaukee Fire Department, Christian Hoos, and he responded to the car fire. So on the morning of April 2nd, after the date that Maxwell and Sade went on, at about 7:30 in the morning, there's a car fire. And it is at 7:30 a.m. This is around the area of 30th and Lisbon in Milwaukee. And firefighters immediately said that this looks suspicious. Why? Well, because it was behind an abandoned building. It looked like it's not a place someone would necessarily park for any legitimate reason. And then so they felt that it was a suspicious fire at that time. We know there has been video surveillance, or we've seen video that bystanders ultimately took of that fire. There is no surveillance video showing who set the fire, But there is surveillance video that was mentioned in opening statements that we have not seen yet of passersby who are coming by, and apparently, at least prosecutors say, based on their reactions and what they can be heard saying, they saw the person who set the fire, and they pointed and said, he did it. We're going to probably hear that testimony and maybe see that video later in this case. But we know that this fire captain said today he felt the fire immediately was suspicious, and we know that that turned out to be the 2020 blue Honda Civic that belongs to Sade Robinson. So her car is set on fire, her leg is found in the park, and then she's reported missing later that night. We, of course, all know how that led us to where we are today. I think we have now heard in this trial, I believe I said earlier, from a total of 20 witnesses, and the vast majority of them have been law enforcement. Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office detectives, they ultimately became the lead investigators because of the finding of this human leg in a county park. So they led this, but Milwaukee police certainly have been involved along the way because of the missing persons reports, the search of Sade's apartment. So we've heard from a lot of detectives, some MPD officers, but every so often we'll get someone who comes in who's a friend, an associate, someone who knew Sade. And that's the time where you get more personal and at times emotional testimony. And if you talk to defense experts, I know we had Julius Kim, who's been helping us throughout this trial, criminal defense attorney of Kim and Lavoie. He was on Fox 6 News last night, and Fox 6 News at 9, I believe he said, that's purposeful. If you are the state here and you have to lay out this really methodical, intricate testimony, it can get dry, it can get maybe unemotional, and every so often you have to remind the jury there's a person behind all of this. And so the order in which some of these witnesses are being called is not accidental. The fact that every so often we get a personal friend or a coworker or the leasing agent at her apartment complex who had a lot of conversations with her, or the maintenance guy at the apartment complex who said she was excited about her date. Those things are done as a reminder, not just to lay the foundation of evidence, but as a reminder to the jury that there is a person here whose life has been lost. And that's something that defense experts and prosecutors will tell you is important if you're trying to win a case or convince a jury that that the person who's sitting in that defense chair is guilty. I'm going to take one more commercial break, and we're going to talk a little bit more about one thing we have not heard about yet. It is something that seems to be a very important element to this case, but it wasn't mentioned at all in opening statements, and I'm still not clear if it's going to come up at trial. And I'm going to talk about that when we come back right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6's Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. So I told you right before that break, we're going to talk about something that was not mentioned in the opening statements by either the prosecution or the defense, but that was something we have talked about on Fox 6 News. That is, I think, a pretty important piece if it comes up at all. I've been trying to find and so you're watching me live as I do this. I'm trying to find this particular document in our files. And if I don't, I'm just going to tell you what I know from memory. But what I'm getting at here is there was a search warrant filed, a number of search warrant affidavits filed throughout this case as police wanted to search cell phone records. They needed to search Sade Robinson's apartment. They needed to search Maxwell Anderson's home. They actually went into Anderson's home not once, but twice. And the second time was because of information that came to light after they had done their initial search. And I am not locating the actual search warrant affidavit that talks about this right now, so I'll just tell you what I recall. A confidential informant came forward at some point after authorities had already searched Maxwell Anderson's apartment. And that confidential informant, according to an affidavit that was filed with the court for permission to search a second time, this confidential informant said that he or she had met with Maxwell Anderson personally and was in his basement, that this person observed things like plastic tarps that were up in the basement and are surrounding a utility sink, and that Maxwell Anderson told this confidential informant that he planned to murder Sade Robinson. That's a pretty alarming thing for someone to say and someone to tell authorities. It's not clear at all who this confidential informant is. It's not clear why they wouldn't have gone to authorities right away and said this before anything happened. And it's also not clear if there's any credibility to what that person says. We do know that the state didn't bring it up during opening statements. If you look at the search warrant return, which means what the officers or what the law enforcement agency that went in found, one among the things that they removed were some of the plastic piping underneath that utility sink in Maxwell Anderson's basement. Presumably, they're thinking if we didn't find DNA all around it, maybe he didn't clean up what went through the sink. That's my speculation, but it's based on what's in this search warrant affidavit. So they took some of the piping from underneath that utility sink. We haven't heard anything about DNA of Sade Robinson being found in there. So my only suspicion could be that the crime lab did not come up with any positive results from that either. Perhaps that is why we're not hearing anything from this confidential informant. Whoever it was, that informant's statement was enough to convince a judge to authorize the second search warrant, but we have not heard anything yet about that being presented. Will that be someone who is among the people named on this witness list? We wouldn't know the name because they're only listed in the report as a confidential informant. We don't know. And it may well be that that has completely gone by the wayside, and it's something we can ask the attorneys about after the case resolves. But of course, there's a lot of testimony to come, so it remains to be seen what happens with that. There's a lot more people we're obviously going to hear from throughout the course of this trial. We're going to hear from people who were with or who saw Sade Robinson that night, the last people who were with her before she went on her date with Maxwell Anderson. We're probably going to hear from some people at the bars where she was seen, for instance, Twisted Fisherman and Dukes on Water. But most of the people that are named as witnesses are law enforcement. And so this is going to be a case that's going to come down to, as we've talked about throughout, to digital evidence. That is surveillance videos, certainly some witness testimony, cell phone pings. We're not sure what else. I believe there is, if I understand it correctly, some DNA evidence that is attached to the hoodie that Maxwell Anderson was wearing, that police say he was wearing, not only in that snapshot we've seen from the Twisted Fisherman bar that you saw just a little bit ago here, but also what he's been seen wearing in, for instance, surveillance from a Milwaukee County Transit System bus that he boarded not long after the suspicious car fire in the area of that car fire on the north side of Milwaukee. So it may well be that there's some DNA attached to that that might be relevant or interesting. We'll have to wait and see what comes of it. So as I said before, we've heard from about 20 witnesses, I think, so far, and there are more than 250 state witnesses listed as potential people to be called. Yesterday, a total of 11 all day. We had 9 different people called this morning. So they're accelerating a little more quickly through the people they've called, at least so far today. No idea how many the state has listed or how many the defense will call in the defense of Max Anderson. It is unlikely that he will testify on his own behalf. We've talked to defense experts like Julius Kim who say it is rarely a good move for the defense to subject a defendant to the kind of cross-examination that would occur in a case like this, when really they don't have to prove his innocence. The state has to prove his guilt. So they're going to put the state to that burden, and it is often determined to be the wisest course of action for a defendant to just let the state do that without the opportunity for any kind of cross-examination, especially in a case like this, where the one person who really knows what happened to Sade Robinson, at least during his presence, is Max Anderson. And I say Max, we've called him Maxwell throughout. It's interesting, his attorney calls him Max Anderson. It sounds as though he was known maybe among friends as Max. In any case, Max or Maxwell, he's the defendant in this case. We do know that there's a lot of people who are following and watching this. Sade's family and friends, Maxwell Anderson's family, been in the courtroom, and we're going to continue to hear throughout the next couple of weeks from our reporters who are both in the courtroom, in the hallway outside the courtroom, and people like Stephanie Quirk who are outside giving us updates from outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse. It is 1:15, 1:14 now. Court is in recess until, I believe, officially 1:30. Well, it is 1:45? Okay, Delaney's telling me again it'll be 1:45 today. Here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, we're going to continue with our live coverage. We're going to take you up to 1:45, giving you recaps and analysis of what we've seen so far. We're also going to obviously have the trial coverage right here that you can watch here on Fox Local and on our live stream. At any time, you go to our Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel, and you can watch there. There's no commentary. There's no introductions. It's just a raw feed direct from our pool at the courthouse. So you can watch that there as well throughout the course of this trial. Lots of ways to keep up with, well, probably the biggest trial of the year here, certainly in Milwaukee County and in the Milwaukee area. So let's go back over one thing I haven't done is let's talk about what, if you're just catching up with things, what did you miss yesterday? What happened on day 2? Well, first of all, the biggest thing, day 1 was jury selection. And if we haven't, you haven't heard much about that, I can tell you again, as we talked yesterday, that there are 15 members of this jury. And that is, you said, wait a minute, there's juries are 12 people. That's true. There will be 12 ultimately who decide this case, but there are 3 extras just in case, due to the length of the trial, they have to excuse someone or dismiss someone, whether it's for personal reasons or for some sort of a question or misconduct, or maybe there's a conflict that is discovered later. So there's usually at least 1 alternate in the case, sometimes 2. In this case, there are 3 to try to safeguard against getting under that required 12 juror number. Among the 15 jurors who are watching this case, 4 are from Oak Creek. By happenstance, it just seemed to be really popular in the jury pool. There were an awful lot of people from Oak Creek for whatever reason. Milwaukee, there are 3, 2 from Greenfield, 1 Hales Corners, and 1 each from South Milwaukee, St. Francis, Wauwatosa, West Allis, and Whitefish Bay. The jury is made up of 12 women and 3 men. 9 of them are married, 6 are unmarried. 10 of those jurors have kids, and 5 do not. 12 white, 2 black, 1 Asian. Those are based on simply observations. We don't know for certain their identities in terms of their racial or ethnic identity. We know that they have a variety of jobs. These are the people who will decide, Max. IT project manager, commercial snow removal, and there's a production manager. One of the things I think about when I hear that is, if you've ever been called for jury duty, you think, I'm going to miss time. Sometimes it might be nice to get away from work for a little bit, but 2 weeks away from your life, can be tough, at least 2 weeks away from work. So a lot of people here who are missing out on a lot of work, and it's always a service to the community for the people who give their time to sit on these jury panels. They are not sequestered. If you're wondering that, they are not sequestered in terms of like being put up in a hotel overnight where they can't go see family and friends. Instead, there's a sequestration order, which essentially is don't talk about the case with anybody and avoid media. Don't go looking and reading news stories and watching news coverage of the case so you don't taint yourself as a juror. So that is sort of the admonishment that they're given, but they still are able to go home each night, be with their families, and go about the rest of their lives. They just aren't supposed to talk about the case. We've heard of many other cases. You think of something like the, I think infamously of the O.J. Simpson trial, and people who were sequestered for months and months away from their families and couldn't, that's a much bigger commitment. Obviously, this is still a pretty large commitment, but those are the 15 people who will ultimately decide if Maxwell Anderson is guilty of the murder of Sade Robinson or if he is acquitted. On day 2 of the trial, we heard opening statements, and probably the most significant thing we heard was not just the state laying out what it believes happened. We really already knew effectively what the state's case was because we had the criminal complaint, which lays out enough to satisfy the prosecutor that the charges should be filed. But that doesn't mean the state's always laying out its best evidence. Sometimes they hold some things back. What we didn't know before yesterday was, did the state come across some absolutely rock solid DNA evidence that says, here's, was there a weapon? Here's a gun, here's a knife, here's a hammer, here's tools for sawing that have DNA from Maxwell. None of that. None of that came up. And the defense got to make its case. And in the defense's case, they raised that point. In fact, attorney Tony Cotton used the phrase, there is a mountain of reasonable doubt here, his words, but he's pointing to the fact that there is no murder weapon that's ever been found. There was no bloody crime scene. And while it seems to be suggested that Sade Robinson was probably killed at Maxwell Anderson's home, just based on the way things happen in the timeline, if that's the case, then why isn't her DNA all over that place? That's what the defense is raising. And so the state has not been able to demonstrate how she was killed. We don't know if they will, but they certainly didn't mention it in opening statements. And the defense also raised the question of why. What was his motivation? The text messages between them seemed to be lighthearted. They were meeting out for a date. There were no threats. There was no indication that, other than what we later hear from this confidential informant, that there was any pre-planning of something like this. We just don't know. But the defense is saying that there's nothing there. And finally, the defense said that in addition to the fact that there is not this sort of murder weapon or this bloody crime scene, they say effectively the state's case is circumstantial, that someone else could have done this, but they don't have to prove who it was. They don't have to prove somebody else did it. They just have to make the state meet their burden of proof that Maxwell Anderson did. And of course, we know in our criminal justice system, that can be a difficult standard to reach. It is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A long way to go in this trial before we know if the prosecution is going to be able to prove that case. And there's certainly a lot more evidence to come. I'm going to take another break and we'll talk more about what happened on the first day of testimony after those opening statements. We'll do that right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
All right, Fox 6's Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 1:23 on Thursday. This is May 29th. It is day 3 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 2 of testimony. He is the man charged in the homicide and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. The court is currently in a recess, their daily lunch recess. That is expected to go until 1:45 today. So we have some time to get you up to speed. If you're just checking in, we can tell you a little bit about what you have missed so far. And I'm going to talk about actually the testimony from yesterday, and then I'll recap what we've heard so far today. The very first witness in this case after opening statements were done was a civilian, that is Osiris Terrell. He is a young man who was walking along the Lake Michigan shoreline in a fairly secluded area, Warnemount Park. That's Osiris Terrell right there. He was walking along on a pretty nasty day, but apparently it's an area that he and his buddy go to quite a bit. I think his buddy was Evan Millies. They go there on a regular basis. He said they've been down there several times. They're walking along and they see what they at first think is maybe part of a mannequin. They ultimately realize it is in fact a detached human leg. And if you have been following this story or this case at all since last year, you know that's when all of this really began for most of us. An unidentified human leg is found in a public park right along the Lake Michigan shoreline. And your first question is, well, whose leg is it? Where did it come from? And you start asking questions like, do we have a serial killer in Milwaukee? That's the kind of thing you read about in books and novels and see in the movies. In this case, it didn't take long before we found out who that leg was believed to belong to, because while his testimony was the first in the case, it was not the first indication that there was something awry with Sade Robinson. In fact, that happened earlier that morning. At about 7:30 in the morning, firefighters were called out to the area of 30th and Lisbon on the north side of Milwaukee to a car fire. They found a car burning behind an abandoned building. That's a still photo of it after firefighters had responded right there. Where it was parked, they said this looked immediately suspicious. They ultimately discovered there was nobody inside, but that vehicle, a 2020 dark blue Honda Civic, belonged to Sade Robinson. That was the owner. It was registered in her name. So you now have a suspicious car fire that matches to an owner that can't be found. That was at 7:30 in the morning. Well, it's around 5 o'clock that this leg is discovered in Warnemount Park, and they don't yet know anything about whose leg that is. But a few hours after that, Milwaukee Police District 5 get somebody who stops in and says, concerned about my friend, my coworker. She didn't show up for work today, and the pings I'm getting from her Life 360 app, I'm not getting any response. So they go and the office, this is actually someone who testified today, Detective Nora Donegan of the Milwaukee Police Department. She was at the time Officer Nora Burlow working in District 5. She and her partner, James Terrell, actually were sent out to do a welfare check on Sade, but she tells the jury today that she already knew about this car fire that was attached, this mysterious, suspicious car fire attached to somebody named Sade Robinson at the address on Commerce Street where her apartment is located. And now they're getting a call concerned about her welfare. She's missing. And Detective Burlow, or Detective Donegan now, said she already knew about the media coverage of this leg found in the park, and she started to connect the dots. She said she got a funny feeling that this all might be connected. And as I mentioned earlier, she said something that the defense ultimately objected to, but she got it out before the objection. She said, as a woman who's dated before, I was concerned because you have someone who had been told by, or who I think the maintenance person at her apartment complex told police, oh yeah, she was excited. She was going out on this date. That's the last I saw of her. And then there's the car fire and there's the leg found, and now she's missing. And the detective says she immediately became concerned that this was a single woman who'd gone out on a date and something terrible had happened. We now know that is, of course, the very theory that prosecutors are trying to prove, is that it's exactly what happened, that she went out on this date with Maxwell Anderson, and ultimately he killed and dismembered her and tried to cover up his crime. The defense is saying all the state evidence is circumstantial, doesn't look great, but they can't prove that my client did this, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So the first person was Osiris Terrell, who found that leg. The second person was the first police officer who came to view what had been found, because the guy who found the leg in the park does what we all should do. He called 911 right away. And it was Cudahy police officer Zach DeSmet who was the first on the scene responding to that call. We then heard from Leon Martin, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy. Remember, this is a county park, so they get the sheriff's office involved, and he comes and there's body camera video along the lakeshore. You can see the conditions aren't great that day. Waves are coming in pretty high. There's a lot of wind. It's rainy. It's muddy. It's sloppy. This wasn't a place where someone like Sade Robinson was probably likely to just go for a nice stroll. It was an ugly day, but now there's this leg found along the lake shore. The fourth witness was Joanne Donner, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's detective who talked more about the discovery of the leg. And one of the things she talked about was the condition it was found in. It looked like it had been recently deposited there. There was no signs of decomposition. She also talked about something that I've warned you about before. There's some graphic testimony. She talked about examining how the leg appeared to have been detached, that it looked like the bone had been scored. That there is Detective Joanne Donner. It looked like the bone had been scored and then snapped at the place that it was scored. Not clear what kind of a tool might have been used, but that's how she described the leg that was found. After Detective Donner, we had Francis Miller, who was a former water superintendent for Cudahy, and he talked about a gate that had been smashed on the way, that's a gate to a service road that leads down to the lakefront there at Warner Mountain Park. There's a pump house for the water department. That fence had apparently stood there for something like 30 years without anything like this happening. And on the very day that a leg is found, they find this gate has been smashed. So it appears that a vehicle smashed through it on its way to going down and someone depositing these human remains. In addition to that smashed gate, and I think Delaney's probably going to bring this up for me next, but there's a piece of a vehicle that's left behind, and there it is. It's a broken taillight from the car, which prosecutors say belongs to a 2020 Honda Civic. And you notice the shape, that sort of C shape of the light. If you've seen more modern Honda Civics, you might recognize the sort of signature shape of that light. They say that shape very clearly applies to a particular model time period, maybe model year. And ultimately, they say that there were forensics experts who determined that this belonged specifically to Sade Robinson's 2020 Honda Civic. So based on that, you now have the police and this former superintendent of the water department painting the picture that Sade Robinson's own car smashed that gate and went down to the lakefront where ultimately a part of her body was found. It is highly unlikely Sade Robinson drove through that gate herself and then ended up dismembering herself. So someone did it, but who? Was it Maxwell Anderson? Well, next up, we have a detective, Matthew Vandertye from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, and he went over who she had been with that night before all of this happened. Of course, that was Maxwell Anderson, and that was demonstrated through text messages that they received after getting a subpoena for records of Sade Robinson's cell phone. They found text messages between her and a phone number that they would later determine belonged to Maxwell Anderson. You probably have heard about those text messages by now. That's where the two are communicating about meeting up for their date at Twisted Fisherman. Why Twisted Fisherman? Because Maxwell Anderson said, hey, I got to pick up my W-2 there. So why don't we just meet? We'll start our night out there. And that's what they do. We've got that photograph that we've shown you of the two of them sitting at the bar at Twisted Fisherman at the beginning of their date. This is a little bit after 5 o'clock, where Sade Robinson is on the right and Maxwell Anderson is on the left, and they are sitting together. That's the beginning of that date. They were together there. They were together at Duke's on Water, another bar in Milwaukee, up until about 9 o'clock that night. And after that, can't say for sure they were together based on visual sightings, but there are pings of cell phones. There are surveillance videos of what appears to be Sade Robinson's car. There is activity going on inside Maxwell Anderson's home where there's more than one person inside, things that the state is painting to say they went from the bar to Anderson's place and then went down, her car smashed through the gate, and her body parts are discarded. That is really the case the state is trying to build. The next person who testified, which was the 8th witness, was Joseph Blanchard, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's detective who had actually displayed some of the car parts that they had recovered. And then after him was probably, I would say, maybe the most emotional testimony of the first day of testimony, day 2 of the trial. And that was from Christine Schuda. She's a leasing agent at Brewers Point Apartments, and she works there and gets to know the residents, she says, very well. She knew Sade professionally, not personally, but knew her very well professionally. And as she spoke about having seen her for the last time, if she spoke about the police department coming and wanting to search her place, she was certainly having a difficult time getting some of her words out. You could hear her getting choked up as she talked about it. It was really the first person that the jury heard from who personalized this, I think, for the jurors, that they could see that this was a person who knew Sade only professionally, but liked her, cared for her, and was emotionally upset by what has happened since. We also heard from Eddie Feliciano. He's a maintenance worker at the building. He said he's been there about 2 years now, but he'd been there about 8 months before Sade's death. And he knew her. He said she was very nice. He is the one, I believe, it's not entirely clear, but I believe he is the one who told police or someone else that she had been excited to go out on this date. It was either him, might have been Christine Schuda, but someone had told police she was excited. She was looking forward to it. She's a young woman looking for love, about to go meet someone out on a date, in a good mood, and then heading out, and of course, ends in tragedy. Finally, the last person we heard from on day 1 was Angela Young. She was a co-worker of Sade's at Pizza Shuttle, and she is one of the first people who reported Sade missing to police when Sade did not show up for work. When you get an idea of the kind of person Sade was she somebody who showed up for work late, called in sick a lot? No, she paints the opposite picture, that not only was Sade reliable and showed up on time, if she was ever going to be late, she said she'd send me a message, she'd let me know. Or if I reached out, this is Angela's words, if I reached out and said, hey, where are you? She'd respond right away. So when Sade didn't show up for work on April 2nd, and when she wasn't responding to any of Angela's messages, Angela said she became scared and worried for her friend, and that was why she decided to go to police. That's ultimately what led to police going to do a welfare check on Sade Robinson and visiting her apartment. That was the end of yesterday's testimony. Today we started off, as I mentioned, with Detective Donegan, who talked about the welfare check they did. And then we heard from Nicholas Kropp, another Milwaukee police officer. I'm going to check my notes on what his relevance was in terms of why they talked to him. He talked about the following the pings of the vehicle travel, and then how that guided a lot of the searches. You probably saw in the news a lot of video of police officers walking through, combing through areas along roadways and along railroad tracks and near rivers. A lot of these places they went to search were near public parks, and they were things that were along the trail of the vehicle pings. And he talked about why they did those extensive searches and honestly how little they found in those searches. When I go back to Detective Donegan, she talked about the apartment, what they saw inside. I don't think we have those photos to show you right now, but if we get them, maybe we can show them to you later this afternoon during another break, or we can show them to you tomorrow. But we saw pictures inside Sade's apartment today. And if you try to imagine, it's a studio apartment. There's a bed, there's, kitchen area, there's kind of a makeshift living room, but it's all in one room. And there's a closet that's got a bunch of clothes. It's not super organized. It looks like a college student, she was a college student, MATC. It's messy, but the detective said it was no messier than you would expect for someone of that age. What they found inside, well, it's not only what they found, it's what they didn't find. They went there looking to see, are there any clues? At the time, they didn't know where Sade Robinson was. Are there any clues to where she might be, or if something was wrong? They found a purse. They did find an ID inside, an ID that belonged to a minor. It was a probationary ID, meaning she'd not reached the age of 21. She was 19 at the time. They said that they were, what they didn't find is they saw no sign of a struggle. There was no sign of a break-in. There was no sign of a fight. There was no blood evidence. There was nothing turned over or where it looked like that had been any kind of crime scene. They did find something else inside, though. And it wasn't something that I believe the prosecution wanted. And I shouldn't say I believe. I know the prosecution didn't want to talk about it, but their hand was forced based on one of the rulings of the judge. Inside a locked safe in Sade's apartment, there were 47 pills of suspected methamphetamine. It was never lab tested to prove that's what it was. It was field tested, and the a police officer who conducted that search says they believed it was, and wrote in her report that it was methamphetamine pills, not powder. And then there was some marijuana found in the safe as well. The safe was locked. There is no evidence that Sade Robinson had any illegal drugs in her system, but the defense also raised the point, at least with the judge outside the jury's presence, that while there wasn't any direct evidence that, or while there wasn't anything detected in her system, it may well have been because of the manner in which she was killed and the amount of blood that was lost, that there was no way to detect that. So in other words, he's leaving open the possibility that perhaps she was taking illegal drugs. Why does that matter? And that's what the state said. What relevance does that have to any of this than to try to maybe, attack the character of the victim in this case? Well, what the defense argued to the judge was, if she purchased illegal drugs, and these drugs were indeed found in her apartment, it's in the police report, the defense argument is if she bought them, that means she probably bought them from someone who's involved in the drug trade. And what do we know about people in the drug trade? They tend to be violent people, or they have a higher propensity for violence than people who are not involved in the drug trade. The judge listened to that argument and said that she ultimately weighed did a balancing test here. There's certainly the chance that this could be prejudicial to the jury, that it paints the victim in a negative light in a way that really isn't relevant, but she ultimately determined it was relevant and admissible because of the potential theory the defense could raise, which is that someone else might have done this. Maybe she subjected herself to a crowd of people who were not so savory, who could potentially have committed violence. Whether or not the defense is going to make that case later, that was the argument they used to be able to introduce this evidence. So the state did bring it up, knowing that the defense was going to anyway, and then the jury heard about that today.
Creators looking for an edge over the competition? Get 50% off and stand out with just a click. No mics, no retakes, just seamless, high-quality audio. So save 50% with 11 Labs and level up your game.
Someone's whereabouts, especially if you're concerned, did they make it to their destination safely? Are they home? Where are they right now? And this particular friend, two of these friends, said that they had this kind of sharing with Sade. They both became concerned when they saw that not only was she not responding to them, but that her location information last showed her with a dead battery on the phone at Warnemount Park at 4 a.m. on April 2nd. One of them said she had checked her phone maybe the next day, April 3rd, and saw that she still hadn't had an update since April 2nd, and she became concerned and talked to police. We had one witness today who was recalled, who was brought back in, and that was Joseph Blanchard, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's detective. He was called in for a second time, and in his second set of testimony, he talked about not only that welfare check, but some surveillance video that showed that Sade Robinson left her apartment at 9 o'clock in the morning on April 1st, the day she ultimately turns up missing. 9 o'clock April 1st, and looked like she was going in the direction of her job at the pizza shuttle. Later, there was video that was played that showed she was leaving Pizza Shuttle at 5 p.m. that day. So it appears she worked an 8-hour shift at Pizza Shuttle on the 1st and then left to go on her date with Maxwell Anderson. And of course, we know what the prosecution says happened after that. I'm going to take a break. It should be fairly soon that we're going to be returning to the courtroom at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. It is right now 1:43. They're expected to resume at 1:45. We'll keep you posted and get you set up for the afternoon of testimony here from the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Brian Polson, and we'll be back again in just a minute.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6's Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are just a few minutes away from returning back to the Milwaukee County Courthouse and Judge Crivello's courtroom for the afternoon session on day 3 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. This case is being presided over by Judge Laura Crivello, the prosecutor Ian Vance Cruzan, along with Megan Newport, Deputy District Attorney Megan Newport. The defense attorneys are Tony Cotton. You may have heard that name before. He was also the attorney who represented Morgan Geyser in the Slender Man stabbing case, another high-profile case here in the Milwaukee area, and he is assisted by defense attorney Jason Findling. Of course, the defendant in the case, Maxwell Anderson, and the victim, Sade Robinson. I'm bringing this to you from the Wisconsin Live Desk, and if you've come across this and you go, I don't even know how I got here, what is the Wisconsin Live Desk? Well, what isn't it? No. What it is, of course, is an opportunity for us to bring you live things as they are happening every day here during the Maxwell Anderson trial. We're going to be here from 12:30 to 4, bringing you both updates and summaries of what's happened in the case, but also actually live testimony throughout the afternoon. And on days when we don't have a trial like this, from 12:30 to 2:30, you'll have people like Fox 6's Ben Handelman, Kim Murphy, Carl Deffenbaugh, and they'll be taking you all around Wisconsin and around the country, things that are happening right now. You don't have to wait for the news anymore. You don't have to wait for the 4 o'clock, the 5 o'clock, the 6, the 9, or the 10. We love to have you watch them. But you can get live information right here and see what's going on in our world. It's a little more casual. It's a little more raw. It's happening as it is. And that's what we're doing right here. We're just, when the testimony starts up again, we're going to take you right there. If, however, you want to watch outside the hours of 12:30 to 4 and see what's going on in the Maxwell Anderson trial, Fox 6 News has you covered on that as well. You can get that on our Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. So you go to Fox Local, you'll have that stream as well. You're always going to be able to get either the Fox 6 Milwaukee YouTube channel or Fox Local. You can see live testimony from the Maxwell Anderson trial. Some people, I know you guys are crime and courts junkies. You love every minute of this stuff. And some of you just want updates and summaries. The best time to get an update on what's happening and what's going on is probably between 12:30 and 1:45 each day, because I'm going to be here breaking down what has happened so far. You may not want to sit through the minutia of every one of these witnesses. You want to know what happened, but you want to hear more than a soundbite. That you can get right here, because I'm going to give you more in-depth analysis of that. Of course, every week we also have Fox 6's Open Record, which is our podcast, our award-winning podcast, where we are going to have an expert on to join us each week of this trial, and that is Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie, criminal defense attorney and former state prosecutor. We'll have him to give us a breakdown, what he sees going on in the case, where he sees each side succeeding, maybe some holes in what they're trying to present, and how the jury might be viewing what is happening. And if you look here at the bottom of your screen, you see my name. You also see an email address, fox6investigators@fox.com. Make note of that, because if you have any questions for us, if you have comments, if you have feedback, reach out to me right there, and I'll try to get you answers. Or if it's something, a suggestion you have, we'll listen to your comments. If it's just feedback, if you want to tell us we're doing a great job, or you want to tell us I'm rambling and saying way too much, I'm totally cool with it. My mom always told me I talk too much, but that's my job, right? But anyway, we'd love to get your feedback, fox6investigators@fox.com. I'm keeping an eye out on my sort of left corner of my eye here as we're watching the courthouse. We're still seeing the image of the eagle on the top of the American flag in the courtroom. That's where the camera operator has to focus when the court is not on the record. So once they zoom back out, and I know I've got Delaney Reed, producer, in my ear, who's going to be telling me if she hears the audio come back on, that we know they are about to come back in the courtroom. They will open back up here in a few minutes. Yesterday, it was right around this time, right around 1:49 and 1:50. And they will probably go until 4:45 or 5 o'clock before they break. I would imagine, based on the pace of what we saw this morning, we're maybe going to see another 7, 8, 9 witnesses from the state this afternoon. We've already heard from 20. How many will they ultimately call? It's hard to say. They have potentially hundreds of witnesses on the list. Will they actually call hundreds? I doubt it. But will they call several dozen? Absolutely. Just how many, I guess, remains to be seen. We do know this. The judge has said that she expects this case to last a couple of weeks, And there are some indications that could be a minimum. It could maybe even go longer than that. Remains to be seen, but right now it's just day 3. So no matter what it is, we know we have a long day to go. If you just came across this, you just stumbled across this feed and you don't really know what's happening, like I said, I'm going to try to keep bringing you up to date. We are covering today, tomorrow, all through the rest of this trial between 12:30 and 4, right here from the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to be bringing you analysis, summaries, recaps, and of course, live testimony as it happens from the trial of Maxwell Anderson, who is charged in the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. We know that from the reporters who've been in the courtroom, Bill Miston, there every day from gavel to gavel, people like Aaron Maben and others, that there is a packed house inside the courtroom. There are a few rows of members of the local news media, but there are also rows of family members for Sade Robinson, family members of Maxwell Anderson, and community members there to support whether it's supporting the victim, in this case, Sade Robinson, or I'm not sure if there are community members who are also present supporting Maxwell Anderson. We know the Robinson supporters have certainly been more high profile and more vocal. It looks like we do have the judge back on the bench, so we are going to take you out to the Milwaukee County Courthouse in the courtroom of Judge Laura Crivello. That's the wrong place, but let me send you here. No? Well, she was there for a moment. Delana, did you hear what might have been said? Okay, she's calling. They're probably going to wait for the jury to come back in before they come back off that flagpole shot. So I'll keep it here just another moment or so. But when they, I'm going to bring up the audio, at least in the background. Okay. Okay, so Maxwell Anderson is back in the courtroom. They're waiting for the jury to come back in the courtroom. As soon as the jury is back, we will send you there. Bill Miston, our reporter on the scene, tells us the jury is heading back into the courtroom. So we are moments away from the resumption of testimony in the Maxwell Anderson trial. And again, throughout the afternoon up until 4 o'clock, you can watch that right here on this stream. At 4 o'clock, we'll switch over to Fox 6 News at 4. After that, as testimony continues, you can watch this, of course, on the Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel if you want to keep watching the actual testimony. If you want to see our news coverage of that, you can see that on Fox 6 News at 4 right here on this stream. So again, just keeping an eye as they're not quite off that flagpole shot just yet.
Same appearances.
I hear voices.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
I think we are back, so we're going to
Get a
send you
lovely
out there
lunch.
now.
We are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Officer Derek Kolb.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
All right, I'm Officer Derek Kolb, DEREK, KOLB.
Police officer with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Yes, I am.
How long have you been an officer?
Since August of 2023.
What district are you assigned to currently?
District 3.
Have you always been assigned to District 3?
Since the start of field training, yes.
What would be the geographical area that encompasses District 3?
It starts from the most northern part of Center Street, goes down to about St. Paul, Canal Street, and then various streets out west to about 106 to about 7th Street.
And you work patrol?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe your general daily duties?
Generally, we'll be patrolling around, taking calls for service, doing traffic stops, anything that dispatchers dispatch to on a daily basis. So any sort of calls that we need on the day.
The calls for service come from a dispatch center from the city, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on the morning of April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Were you alone or did you have a partner?
I was with a partner that day.
What was your shift?
I was assigned to day shift, which is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Shortly after your shift began on April 2nd, 2024, were you and your partner dispatched to 2928 West Lisbon Avenue in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of the call that you received?
We initially get a call for service from Milwaukee Fire calling us for a request MPD. Usually that results in us being told that we need to investigate a fire of some sorts.
Did you know what kind of fire this entailed when you were going there?
Yes, initially our CAD notes read that it was a vehicle fire.
Are you familiar with what's at the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, when I started there, it was an abandoned building and it continued to be until it was torn down.
Do you remember about when it was torn down?
It was approximately about 6 to 7 months ago, roughly.
Okay, after April 2nd, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Your partner that day was who?
His name is Miles Kowalik.
Mileskowalik for the record. When you were dispatched to that location and arrived in that location, were you and Officer Kowalik already there, or had the fire department already been there?
Milwaukee Fire Department had already been there and extinguished the fire prior to our arrival.
Did you speak to a member of the fire department?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I do not recall his specific name.
Okay. Was he the captain that was on scene?
Captain Hoos was his name.
Hoos?
Yes.
Thank you. That conversation, I presume you just got basic information about what they encountered when they got there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that information was?
Essentially, we run down if the fire was suspicious or not suspicious, what essentially they first got there, what they observed, and essentially we just get a debrief of the situation before we do our investigation regarding the fire.
And what did they observe?
When they got there, they observed a blue Honda Civic engulfed in flames, which prior to our arrival, they put out before we got there.
Was there anything notable about the trunk that they had noticed when they got there?
When they got there, I do not recall, but when I arrived on scene, the trunk was ajar.
Was there any noticeable damage to any part of the vehicle that did not look to be from a fire?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You had a body camera, correct?
Yes, it was equipped and activated during this investigation.
And you also made contact with an individual who had called 911, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
She, at the time, was a resident of a house on North 29th Street, correct?
Yes, sir, just east of the location of where the vehicle was set on fire.
Do you recall what address?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 190. What is this?
That is a aerial view of District 3, certain parts of streets being Galena to Lisbon Avenue.
Move 190 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received and go ahead.
I've got Exhibit 190 on the TV screen now. Officer, at the top of the screen, there's an angled street, is that right?
Correct.
What street is that?
The angled street that runs west to east is called West Lisbon Avenue.
The street that runs north to south on the far left side, that's North 32nd Street.
Yes, sir.
And the map depicts as far east as North 29th Street, almost to North 28th Street, fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Is the location where you found, or where you went to find this car on this map?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, would you allow the witness to point out where the car was?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you're pointing to the building basically at the northeast corner of 30th and Lisbon.
Yes, sir, just east of 30th.
All right, and that building that's in this map, that is no longer there.
No, it is not.
And was the car on the Lisbon side or the other side?
It was in north of Lisbon Avenue, just east of 30th.
Behind the building at this corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you go down 30th, this street here is what?
That would be Walnut.
This is Walnut Street, and then the one south of that is
West Galena.
West Galena. And then right in between Walnut and Galena is the 31st and Galena Playground?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can have a seat. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 51. Should come up on the screen momentarily. What are we looking at?
That was the blue Honda Civic that we got dispatched to for the vehicle fire.
I should have asked a better question. This is a body cam, right?
Yes,
Okay, whose body cam?
that would be my personal body camera.
Where I have this Exhibit 51 queued up, you're looking at the Honda Civic, right? And the street that would be beyond that building is what?
That would be West Lisbon Avenue.
So you're essentially facing south.
Yes, sir.
Is this your body cam from when you were there that day?
Yes, sir.
I'd move Exhibit 51 in and ask to publish about 2.5 minutes of it.
No objection.
It's received and go ahead.
Sorry, 3.5. When I start playing this video, there's not going to be audio, correct?
No.
Why is that?
For the first 30 seconds, when we turn on our Axon body cameras, it goes back about approximately 30 seconds to where no audio is recorded during it, just how our Axon equipped cameras are run in our Milwaukee Police Department.
You hit record, but your camera actually picks up 30 seconds prior.
Exactly.
All right, thanks. Paused at 110. That first portion of the video, what were you doing?
Essentially looking over the vehicle, just seeing what kind of fire damage is done to the vehicle. And then initially when I looked at the front plane of glass for the front window, that's initially where I first checked vehicles for their VIN number. And then the second time when I went to the inside of the door panel is where I checked for the second pin, the VIN number. The first one was destroyed in the vehicle fire, so I got the VIN number off of the door.
The purpose of getting that information is what?
Typically, and sometimes with the Milwaukee Police Department, some vehicles have license plates that do not match the vehicle that it has on it. So I always double check and write down the VIN number of the vehicle and the license plate as well, just to make sure that they match if I run the license plate or if I run the VIN.
You did that in this instance?
Yes, sir.
And then did you run that information to try to figure out who the vehicle belonged to?
I did.
And who did the vehicle belong to?
We run it through a certification called E-Time, which is a Department of Transportation check. And when I ran the license plate and the VIN of this motor vehicle, it listed to Sade Robinson.
Did the VIN and the license plate match?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Playing at 110. Paused at 152. The last few seconds here, you seem to be checking the engine compartment fare.
Yes.
And on the left side of the screen where my mouse is circling here.
No matter what your business is, don't let it stay behind. Go to Fiverr. Find AI experts who can build a chatbot.
And the condition of it right now at this point is what?
It's damaged.
Hanging down?
Yes.
Playing at 152. Paused at 225. The front hood of the car, there's a cut straight across, correct?
Yes.
The hood is cut open?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something the fire department does?
Yes.
Playing at 225.
Super weird because that engine still looks like it's in pristine condition. Huh? It didn't even look like, I mean that in the sense of like the fire didn't even touch the engine or any part of the front of the vehicle.
Paused at 318. At this point in the video, you're looking into the trunk.
Yes.
This item that I'm pointing out with my mouse here looks like what?
Like a bag of some sorts.
This black item here?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the first time either of you had looked into the trunk, fair?
Initially, I was the only officer between us two that had looked over the vehicle, looked and inspected it, and just made sure that everything was inside the vehicle or if any personal identifiers were in it.
Understood. Playing at 318. Paused it at 332. That last clip of you standing at the driver's side of the vehicle, how would you describe the interior of the vehicle?
Completely destroyed, essentially set on fire, complete fire damage of the interior of the vehicle.
The frame that I have on the screen right now from your body cam, it looks like there's a lot of trash. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know this location? Is that abnormal for behind this building?
Not at all.
Okay. Is this building, as it was abandoned at the time, was it kind of a dumping ground?
It could be used as a dumping ground, yes.
And where your squad is parked here, that's the alley. That's not a street, right?
That is an alleyway.
This street over here to the left, that would be North 30th Street then.
Yes, it would be.
So to get here, you pulled into this alleyway right off of North 30th.
Yes.
The 911 caller, did you make contact with that person?
I did.
Did they indicate whether or not?
Here.
That was
I was
somewhat of
gonna make a hearsay objection, but he stopped his question.
Okay.
You did talk to the 911 caller?
I did.
Did you canvass the neighborhood?
I did.
And did you look for video cameras from houses or anywhere that might depict the area behind that abandoned building?
Anywhere in the immediate area that could have potentially caught this vehicle driving into the alleyway or behind the abandoned house.
That's what you were looking for?
Yep.
Were you able to find anybody when you were on scene here from those houses who had seen what happened?
My immediate canvas, not a single individual saw what happened, and nor did I find any camera footage around that immediate area north of it.
Okay, so you say north of it, you're looking, you mean north of Lisbon, fair?
Yes.
And are you aware of any camera footage that captures right behind that abandoned building at the time?
Not at that moment, no.
After you arrived, did you have other members of your department come out to tow the vehicle from that location?
I do not recall if we had another squad or if it was us that waited for the tow to arrive on scene.
So there was a tow that arrived on scene, fair?
Eventually, yes, that vehicle was towed from that location.
Where do you, what's the process for that? Where does it get towed to?
We call the city tow lot, and then essentially we wait for a tow to arrive. We get a tow number that's associated with the vehicle, and then If it's a safekeeping tow, it'll be kept at the city tow lot in a specific lot separate from evidence tows.
Did you at some point become aware on April 2nd of a leg that was found at Warnemont Park?
Yes,
Did you become aware that day or at a subsequent time?
subsequent time.
Okay. And you're aware that that leg was found on the evening of April 2nd?
I do not recall what time that was recovered.
But this time, the time you went out to this burning car, I think it's on your body cam up here at the upper right, we're at 8:22 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, officer. So you testified that you were dispatched to this 2928 West Lisbon Avenue for a vehicle fire, correct?
Yes.
And had you ever been dispatched to vehicle fires in that area before?
No.
Okay, so, but this area that you described, you said that there's a lot of trash around there, correct?
Yes, there is.
And I mean, I guess we can kind of look at the video here on this frame. It looks like there's some residential homes, correct?
Just north of it, yes.
Are you familiar with this area through your, responding to calls for service?
Yes.
And I mean, have you responded to calls for service about potential drug dealing?
Objection relevance?
What's the relevance?
I'm just trying to set the scene of where this all occurred, the part of the city. I mean, the state on direct examination was talking about how it's a high crime area.
I don't recall that happening.
Or the trash, I suppose. I mean, if I can just move on.
Okay,
Littering's
please
a
move on.
crime.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on.
All right, but when you arrived after the fire had already been extinguished, correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that the trunk of the vehicle was ajar, right?
Yes, it was.
And it was in that condition when you arrived.
Can you rephrase that?
The trunk was ajar when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And I guess we saw on body camera, it shows that you approaching the car, and it looks like you're writing down the VIN number?
That's what I initially did, yes.
Okay. And did you touch the vehicle whatsoever? Did you touch anything in the interior and the trunk?
Nothing in the interior, nothing in the interior of the trunk, and nothing from the exterior. When I opened the trunk, I do not recall if I put my direct hand on it or if I used my sleeve.
Okay. And you indicated that there was minor damage to the exterior of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
But it didn't appear that there was any fire damage on the exterior of the vehicle. It looks like it was more just interior, correct?
I knew there was interior damage. I do not know the extent of the exterior of it, if it was fire damage or if it was damage done prior to the vehicle being there.
What I meant was the exterior of the vehicle, there wasn't char marks on the exterior.
I do not recall if there was or not.
It appears that the fire damage is all the interior front seat and into the back seat, correct?
There was fire damage in the interior and the rear and the trunk.
And the trunk, but we could see on the body camera that there was still some belongings that didn't look like they were charred or burnt.
No.
And after you are looking at this vehicle, you said you canvassed the area, correct?
I did.
And what did that entail? Did you go to homes around the area?
Any houses around the area that could have potentially caught this incident on a camera or any sort of video footage.
And you weren't able to locate any video footage that captured the fire?
No.
And so you weren't able to identify any suspects that were captured on video, correct?
Nothing on the canvas that I conducted that day.
I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
State? State calls Detective Alexis Krusek. solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Alexis, Alexis, Krusik, Krusic.
How are you employed?
With the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position there?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 9 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Patrol deputy.
Are you assigned to any specific position within the Sheriff's Department?
I'm a federally deputized task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and I'm on the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office bomb squad as a bomb technician.
What does it mean to be a TFO with the ATF?
I assist with federal cases ranging between firearms trafficking and arson cases.
And you have federal jurisdictions as well, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been on that assignment?
Since March of 2020.
So you were working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with a 2020 blue Honda Civic in April of 2024?
Yes, April 5th.
April 5th? In what capacity?
It was originally involved in a fire, now determined to be an arson. It was towed back to the Milwaukee Police Department tow lot, the city of Milwaukee tow lot, pending processing.
Was there a license plate associated with that
There
car?
was.
What was that?
It was Wisconsin Adam Sam Paul 1711, I believe it is.
Would 1171 sound familiar?
1171.
Are you aware of who that vehicle registered to?
It listed to Sade Robinson.
At that point, you were aware that Sade Robinson was deceased, correct?
I believe at that time it was still a missing person.
Okay. Who were you with at the tow lot as it relates to your investigation surrounding this vehicle?
Milwaukee Police Department personnel, I believe it was Detective Amy Stolowski, ATF Certified Fire Investigator Ricky Hankins, and Milwaukee Police Department Bomb Technician Commander Adam Islub.
And what was your purpose in being there?
Assisting with the search of the vehicle.
I missed the last name. The bomb tech, Adam.
Islub.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the crime lab was also present, 2 individuals.
What was the crime lab there for?
To assist with evidence collection.
Such as?
Collecting DNA swabs. They collected the items out of the vehicle, packaged them, and then they were turned over to me at the end of the day.
And you watched that happen?
Yes.
Did you observe the Honda Civic in its initial state at the tow lot before any searching began?
Yes.
And prior to your search of the car, and when I'm saying your search, I mean you and the other personnel that were there that day, did you have any information about whether or not someone else had searched the car on an earlier date?
No.
So you were the first search of this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the vehicle as you initially observed it?
It had heavy fire damage to it in all areas. The trunk was still pretty intact as far as vehicle condition.
Were you able to readily identify anything in the vehicle?
There was a blanket that could be seen on the back seat, as well as a brown and black purse that was on the floor behind the front driver's seat.
That's as to the passenger compartment. Would you say that the passenger compartment was the part that sustained the heaviest fire damage?
Yes.
What about the hood and engine area?
The hood had been cut, most likely by the fire department.
Can you describe the trunk?
The trunk was still in pretty pristine condition. There was a lot of standing water still, though, in the trunk of the vehicle.
Were you able to locate any items that were ultimately collected and placed on inventory from the trunk?
From the trunk, there was a black puffy style jacket. There were light ripped jeans, like light wash ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and tan underwear.
The underwear, was that
contained on or within something?
It was on the outside of the light wash jeans.
The bag or purse that you described, was that also recovered?
It was, but not in the trunk.
Did you find any keys?
No.
Did you find any cell phones?
We found remnants of the phone camera, the steel that's on the back of an iPhone that shows the 3 circles for your camera. We were able to locate that in melted debris via X-ray.
Sorry, can you repeat the last portion of what you said?
It was located in melted debris inside of the vehicle that we were able to locate by using an X-ray system.
Thank you. Did you find any weapons?
No.
Would weapons in theory be detected through an X-ray system?
Yes.
Were photographs taken?
They were.
I'm not going to object to the introduction of any of these photos. It's all car photos.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's in marked exhibits 58 through 89. If you could just look through those and let me know what they are.
One at a time.
If you can just collectively look at them, identify them, and then we'll go through one by one.
These are photos that I took during the vehicle processing.
I'd ask that exhibits 58 through 89.
They are received, and you may publish.
Showing you exhibit 58. What is that?
That is the front of the 2020 Honda Civic.
Okay, and again, this is at the tow lot, correct?
It is.
Exhibit 59.
It's a passenger side view of the Honda Civic.
Can you see fire damage to the exterior of this car?
You can.
Can you describe where?
On the front or on the top portion of the vehicle doors.
Exhibit number 60, what is that?
The passenger rear corner overall of the Honda Civic.
Exhibit 61.
It's a front driver's side corner overall view of the Honda Civic.
Did it appear to you that there was at least some sort of front end damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Exhibit 62, what's that?
That is an overall view of the driver's side rear back seat, showing the fleece blanket.
Okay, so the green and blue item here, this is a blanket.
Yes.
What is the yellow material there?
I believe that's part of the seat cushion.
Exhibit number 63.
It's an overall of the trunk view.
And I'm just going to have you step down off the stand and approach that. And if you could show us where, you said there was a jacket that was recovered, correct? Okay, and that was a black, puffy, white jacket. What else can you see in that photo that you recovered?
Can you bring the microphone as far over as you can as well? Thank you.
believe the jeans were underneath the jacket in this.
Okay. What about Exhibit 64? Can you describe what's depicted in that photo?
The winter jacket.
Can you point to that? What else is, just in general, if you can recall, what else was in there? There are lots of things in that photo.
There's a shovel here that was in the trunk of the vehicle.
What about that item that I'm pointing to here? What does that appear to be?
Windshield wiper.
Actually, what about this item here?
Oh, that is a bed sheet.
And did you recover that?
I did.
How about Exhibit 65?
I believe this is a photo behind the front driver's seat, and the purse was in the lower area here.
Showing you Exhibit 66. What is that?
It's a black and brown purse that was located behind the front driver's seat on the floor.
Were there items that were contained in that purse that you were able to recover?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a laptop, an iPad, and some miscellaneous items. I believe there's another photo.
Showing you Exhibit number 67.
Yeah, those were some of the contents from inside of the bag.
Exhibit 68.
Additional items from inside of the bag.
Do you know what these items are?
I believe there's going to be another photo. This paperwork with Sade Robinson's name on it.
Showing you Exhibit 69. Is that the paperwork?
It's a closer view, yes.
Exhibit number 70.
This was an apron that was located inside of the trunk with Sade's name tag on it from the Wisconsin Club.
It looks like there's some cash, like loose bills of US currency.
Yes.
But Exhibit 71.
These were all of the items from that purse, all laid out.
Okay, can you describe some of the other items there?
Let's see. So there's 2 notebooks, a comb, there's 2 photos, Polaroid photos, miscellaneous paperwork, a planner over here, and a phone charging block.
Looks like some pencils and markers too.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit number 72. What is?
We've seen it all, like here today and gone tomorrow roofing companies. Don't let just anyone on your roof. Choose a company with proper licensing, longevity.
Exhibit 73.
This is a measurement that we took from the gas pedal of the vehicle to the front seat of the driver's seat.
Okay, and why did you do that?
To show the distance, because it seemed awfully far for an individual of her stature.
Okay, so at this point, you were familiar with who Sade Robinson was, correct?
Yes.
Including some of her demographic information,
Yes.
such as height. Were you familiar with what she looked like?
Not before the search. No.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit number 74. What is that?
These are clothing items that were recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay, describe what we're looking at here.
There's a black, that outer winter puffy style jacket, light ripped jeans, tan underwear, and 2 pair of white tennis shoes.
The one tennis shoe is burned.
Yes.
The jeans and underwear, were they like that when you recovered them?
Yes.
So you did not place them like that?
No.
Is there anything upon looking at that strikes you as unusual?
I think looking at how these were recovered, it could be consistent with somebody assisting in the removal.
How about Exhibit number 75?
Those are a close-up of the white tennis shoes that were recovered from the trunk.
Exhibit 76.
A closer image of the light wash jeans and the underwear.
77.
A closer image of the black winter style jacket.
What is 78?
This is an overall of the interior components that were removed from the car.
From what part of the car?
All of the interior of the car.
So not the trunk, the passenger compartment?
Yes.
And was one of those items depicted in Exhibit 79?
Yes, this was recovered in melted debris that we had to pry out of.
Okay, and what is that?
We believe that is the rear part of a phone where your camera is. It's the 3 camera spots on iPhones. Consistent with an iPhone 15.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
But exhibit number 80?
That is an overall of the front passenger compartment.
And I should ask, that's the only part of a phone that you recovered in the car that was identifiable as something on a phone?
Correct.
Exhibit number 81?
So this is an item that is a stuffed animal of some sort that had an odor of gasoline on it. That was on the floorboard on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And you recovered that item?
Yes.
Why?
Because it had an odor of gasoline.
Exhibit number 82?
That is an overall of the front damage on the Honda Civic.
And that doesn't appear to be fire damage, does it?
No.
Exhibit number 83?
Another overall of the damage on the front passenger quarter panel of the vehicle.
Exhibit 84?
That's a close-up of the driver's side quarter panel showing the damage on the Honda Civic.
Exhibit number 85?
That is passenger side damage to the mirror, a close-up.
Exhibit number 86?
This is another image of the measurement that we took.
So driver's side again?
Driver's side seat, yep.
Are you aware of whether or not other measurements were also taken at a later time?
Yes, there was, not by me, but there were.
Exhibit number 87?
Close-up of the measurement.
And what was the measurement, if you know?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Exhibit 88?
And this was the measurement from the brake pedal to the front driver's seat.
And are you able to say what that was? Are you able to see?
I don't know if that's 19 inches, but.
And exhibit number 89?
Okay, it shows 1 feet, 20 inches for the measurement.
You can have a seat. At some point during your investigation, your portion of this investigation, the car search, were you made aware of what Sade Robinson was last seen wearing?
Yes, once I recovered the clothing, I had reached out to see what she was last seen wearing.
And what did you receive in response?
I received a still image of Sade. She was walking on a boardwalk by herself, and she was wearing light wash, ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and a black jacket, from what I could see.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit 240. You can identify what that is.
This is the image that I was sent.
I'd ask that 240 be received in public.
Any objection?
No.
240 is received. Go ahead.
Do the jeans that Sade is wearing in that photograph appear to be the jeans that you recovered?
They do.
And what about the coat?
Also appears to be the same.
And what about her shoes?
They appear to be the same.
And what about the bag?
From what you can see in the photo, it resembles a dark style bag, but yes.
Did you recover any white tops, shirts or sweaters?
No.
the DNA and the crime lab individuals who were taking DNA swabs, did you see them taking swabs of areas like the door handles?
Yes, they did.
All right, the items that you described that we've seen photos of, those were placed on inventory, correct?
They were.
And inventory is what? Just
Property with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
showing you what's been showing you what's been marked exhibit number 52. Can you identify what this is?
This is the stuffed animal that had the odor of the accelerant from the front passenger floorboard of the Honda Civic.
So that's what's contained in that bag, correct?
Yes,
Is it contained in something?
a paint can.
What condition is that in?
It had been to the crime lab already.
Okay. I'm asking that exhibit 52 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 57. What is that?
This is the brown and black purse, partially burned from the rear driver's side floorboard.
And that's already been opened, correct?
It has.
You opened that earlier today.
I did.
Can you pull out what's in that?
This is the purse that was recovered.
I'd ask that exhibit 57 be received.
Any objection?
No.
57 is received.
Showing you exhibit number 54. What is that?
These are the light wash ripped jeans with the tan underwear that were recovered from the trunk.
I'd ask that exhibit 54 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And I'd ask you to just take out the jeans. Thank you. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 53. What is that?
This is the black puffy jacket from the trunk of the Honda Civic.
And could you open that up and show us what it contains? Thank you. Showing you exhibit 55. What is that?
These are the white Bob sneakers with burn damage recovered from the trunk.
Could you open that and take the shoes out for us?
And scissors.
Probably.
in exhibit number 55?
No.
Okay,
No.
move in exhibit 55.
Any objection?
No,
It's received 53 too.
I'd move in exhibit 53.
I don't object to that either.
You're not objecting?
No.
It's received as well.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 56, what is that?
This is the white-ish yellow bed sheet, partially burned, that was recovered from the trunk.
I did ask for exhibit 56 to be received.
I don't object.
It's received.
And could you open that, please?
All the way open?
No, that's okay. That was found in the trunk. You showed us where it was, right?
It was.
Okay, thank you. You testified that you didn't find any sort of top, a shirt or a sweater. Did you find a bra?
No.
Are you aware of whether or not the DNA swabs that you testified the crime lab was taking, that those were ultimately taken to the crime lab?
They were, but not by me.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
So you were involved in other things in this case, but primarily a search of the car, right?
Correct.
And and this looks like a pretty thorough search, you were going through the trunk and the main area of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Were there any identifiers for Maxwell Anderson in that car?
No.
Any ID cards or anything like that?
No.
There was obviously some clothing in the trunk area that you've testified to that belonged to Miss Robinson, obviously, right?
Correct.
And some measurements were done, you were present for that?
Yes.
Now, did you go to the scene of, excuse me, were you present at the scene of the burning car or no?
No.
Your investigation was done once the car had been towed back to a lot, right?
Correct.
Or maybe a building that you use.
Yes.
And do you know whether the fire department, well, by the time you got the vehicle, the fire department had already been in the car and hosed it down and opened the doors and things like that, right?
I can't speak to what they've done, but there was clear water inside the vehicle.
I mean, clearly they had put out the fire and cut open the hood and things like
Yes.
that, right? And in terms of the seat distance from how far forward or how far back it is, do you know whether the fire department moved it forward or backward as they're putting out the fire?
No, I'm not sure.
All you know is those measurements are what they are for when you have the vehicle at the lot, right?
Yes.
DNA swabs were done really throughout the vehicle, isn't that fair to say?
I
On
believe
various-
it was just the exterior.
The exterior driver's front door handle, right?
Yes.
So meaning that door handle that a driver would use to get in or out of the car was swabbed extensively.
Yes.
And exterior driver rear door handle, that was also swabbed.
Yes.
Trunk latch.
Yes.
What's a trunk latch?
How you open up the trunk of a vehicle.
Okay, so for this particular vehicle, is there a button in the back of the trunk that you would have pushed and it would have opened?
I don't recall.
Okay, it's something that a person would have to touch to open up the trunk though,
Yes.
and that was swabbed.
Yes.
And exterior passenger rear door handle,
That was done.
exterior passenger front door handle.
Yes.
So all of those things are swabbed for DNA correct?
Yes.
And I think you just said you didn't send any of it to the lab for testing. That was somebody else's responsibility.
Correct.
You said the stuffed animal that we've talked about had an odor of gasoline on it.
Yes.
Are you a bomb technician?
I am.
Okay, what's a bomb technician?
I respond to calls of suspicious items. I respond if there's any potential for a device, anything having to do with military ordnance.
Got it. And so when you say gasoline, you're using that phrase, are you using that in just the ordinary smell of gasoline is what you mean, right? Like anybody would smell at a gas station is what you were smelling, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
State, were things still wet inside the car?
Yes, things had to be taken out of their original packaging and hung up to dry.
Nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break at this time? No? Okay. Next witness, state.
Special Agent Ricky Hankins.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Ricky Hankins, Hankins.
How are you employed, sir?
I am a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as ATF.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I have worked for ATF since April 2001.
And what is your, are you a certified fire investigator?
I am.
What is that?
A certified fire investigator means that I have received specialized training in order to investigate fire origin and cause.
Can you just summarize what that is, the training?
The training for ATF was a 2-year immersion program where I had to take graduate courses from the University of Maryland. I had to investigate a minimum of 100 fire scenes under the mentorship of more senior ATF CFIs. I had to do a research project. I had to do reading reports. At the end of it, I had to take written tests. And I'm also an International Association of Arson Investigators, CFI, through their process as well.
How long have you been a CFI?
I have been an ATF CFI since 2009.
Back on or about April 5th, 2024, were you asked to assist in the search and processing of a 2020 Honda Civic?
Correct.
Where did that occur?
That occurred at 3811 West Lincoln, the secure impound lot for the Milwaukee Police Department.
Among the people present for that was yourself as well as Detective Alexis Krusik, who just left this room, correct?
That is right.
And then there were additional personnel present from the Milwaukee Police Department as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After doing that search, were you tasked with conducting an origin and cause determination?
I was.
What is the purpose of an origin and cause determination?
An origin and cause investigation starts with determining where a fire starts. The purpose of an origin and cause investigation is to determine where a fire starts and how it started, to determine if it's an accident, if possible, or an intentional act. Sometimes we can't tell the difference and we have to leave a fire undetermined.
In this case, after you conducted that search with those other people, were you able to come to a conclusion as to origin and cause of this fire?
Yes.
Can you tell us basically the process? Take us through it.
In order to get to the final conclusion, the first thing we look at is origin. And to put it simply, when you're looking for the origin of the fire, we're looking at materials or locations that do not look like their immediate surroundings. So mass loss is different, so things are just burned away, and there's not as much left of an area as its immediate surroundings. So there's mass loss, there's discoloration, all right? There's deposit, there's deformation, melting, warping. When we see areas like that, we explore those areas as potential areas of origin, keeping in mind that the greatest area of fire damage or greatest area of mass loss doesn't always mean origin. Sometimes that mass loss is caused by ventilation. So if ventilation comes in an area, that can cause more mass loss. So we explore first origin. Once we're comfortable with where a fire starts, then we look for what are the first fuels, what's capable of burning in that area, and what are our heat sources. Are there any accidental potential heat sources that could have come in contact with our fuel load? Are they capable of igniting what's in that area? Once we explore that and we test that with prior knowledge, sometimes we have to do fire research testing at our lab out in Maryland. We have a large warehouse that sometimes we have to rebuild complete structures and test fire to see which of our hypotheses.
This is not a scam. The Health Food Allowance card is available for those on Medicare. This card
hypothesis that withstands all scrutiny and only one hypothesis remains, then we draw a conclusion.
Does this involve an assessment of the exterior damage as well as to the interior damage of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what you noticed when you did an exterior assessment?
Of the 2020 Honda Civic, there was oxidation to the sunroof area, and there was also oxidation to the exterior passenger side doors.
What is that?
Oxidation is discoloration. So one of those things I was telling you that we're looking for is the discoloration. So there's a whitening or a peeling of the exterior paint from those doors.
I'm going to put on the screen here for you exhibit 60. Doesn't matter what the video is. You're talking about this discoloration right around here?
That is correct.
Let's talk about the interior damage assessment. What did you observe?
When we're looking at the interior of the Honda Civic, we looked first at the engine compartment, and then we looked at the trunk. The interior of those compartments, the engine compartment, there was no indication of direct flame damage. There was no fire damage indicating that the fire started in the engine compartment. Same with the trunk. There was a little bit of mass loss or flame damage to contents of the trunk that were immediately adjacent to the back seat. Well, that's because the back seat had burned away from a fire from the passenger compartment and had extended a limited extension into the trunk.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Looking at the passenger compartment, so the front seats, the back seats, we had heavy mass loss to contents as well as the seating, both the backrests, and there's more survivability to the seat cushion, but the backrests for the two front bucket seats and the backrests for the rear seat were uniformly consumed. And so it was very clear that the fire had originated inside the passenger compartment.
All right, and for the record, while you were talking, I put up exhibit 62, which is already been admitted. That would be an image of the interior compartment, correct?
Correct.
What can you tell us about the windows?
When I examined the windows, I had a lot of window remnants deep inside the window wells, indicative of the windows being at least partially open during the fire event.
Let's talk about excavation. What happened? What did you notice through that?
So like I said before, when we determined origin, and that being the passenger compartment, we started excavating, looking for what are our fuel loads. The back seat, I remember seeing a fleece blanket, which I believe we see here in this photograph. There were remnants of cardboard, remnants of paper material. I do recall, I believe, a purse in the back seat. There was also remnants of a Bic lighter, I recall seeing in the back seat. And as we excavated further now into the front of the passenger compartment, I reached the area of the floorboard on the front passenger side. So front passenger bucket seat, right at foot level. During excavation, I located what appeared to be remnants of a stuffed animal, green in color, at least majority of it green that had survived. And as soon as I turned it over, I was overwhelmed by an odor consistent with the possible presence of a petroleum distillate. It smelled like, sometimes we can't tell what it is, but it could be gasoline, it could be lighter fluid, it could be any kind of petroleum distillate. But whatever this stuffed animal was appeared to have been saturated with it because it had weight to it. And it was an overwhelming odor that I experienced.
Are you able to say, when you were in that front passenger compartment, whether or not the seats would have been able to be moved after the fire was extinguished?
No, they were not.
How could you tell?
When fire occurs and is extinguished, it creates what's called protective patterns. So pretend that there's a fire up here at the desk that I'm sitting at, and this is more of a solid, not a light combustible. If this is in place at the time of the fire and the fire department puts out the fire and we move this after the fact, this is called a protected area underneath this item, right? So just like that example, if something is moved, a seat, for example, after the fight or after the fire, after the extinguishment, you would see a protected area or a dischargement or unalignment of the fire debris.
Going back to that odor of petroleum distillate, are you able to tell us what some examples of petroleum distillates are?
Oh, gasoline, diesel, lighter fluid, solvents, paint thinners.
Thank you. You participated in the, actually, before I go there, that item that you sensed that odor from was collected by the sheriff's office?
That's right.
You participated as well in the x-ray of the vehicle?
I did.
Did you observe any remnants of weapons or keys?
We did not.
What was the weather like on the day of the fire?
I believe it was light rain.
And is that something you would take into account during your analysis?
The weather in general, yes.
Okay. So to recap, go from front to back. The engine compartment of the trunk was not fire damaged.
Correct.
You could rule that out as the origin location.
That's accurate.
The trunk you also ruled out. How so?
Looking at the trunk, there was survivability, no direct flame damage to the majority of the trunk. We located remnants, if I recall correctly, bed sheet, female clothing in the back or in the trunk. No flame damage to those contents. If a fire originates in the trunk, there's going to be flame damage.
If the trunk is closed at the time of the fire, that would be an impediment because of lack of oxygen, correct?
Objection leading.
Why would the trunk being open or closed matter about the fire's ability to spread in the trunk?
In order to have combustion, in order to have fire, you need three things: oxygen, fuel, fuel, and a heat source. All right. So if you take away oxygen, there won't be fire. There won't be combustion.
Within the passenger compartment of the vehicle, while the window's down, there clearly would have been oxygen then, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of, actually to finish up where I was going then, so that leaves us with the passenger compartment. Were you able to conclude that's where the fire started?
Yes.
All right, and just summarize how.
Based on the direct flame damage, the mass loss to the contents, as well as the seat cushions, was indicative of a fire coming from that area, originating in that area.
And are you able to come to a conclusion based on your examination, training, and experience as to how the fire started?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what your conclusion is and how you come to that conclusion?
Based on three main bullet points or data points, one being the presence of ignitable liquid, because at the time of my rendering of my report, I received a lab report from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab indicating a medium petroleum distillate was found in the stuffed animal debris. Witness statements is also something we take into consideration when we're determining origin and cause, and a witness statement was reported that they had seen an individual walking away from the 2020 Honda Civic after throwing what the witness claimed appeared to be a lit lighter into the driver window. And then the third final bullet point that was important for consideration was the registered owner had been determined to be deceased and not the driver of the vehicle at the time of the fire.
Are you able to give us any information as to how fast a fire started in that manner could spread in a car like that?
Quickly, ignitable liquid accelerates fires.
I have no other questions.
Okay, so to back up a little bit. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to back up a little bit, I think what you were saying towards the end is that before you even begin your examination of the vehicle, you read witness statements and do a try to learn a little bit about the circumstances. Would that be fair to say?
Not always before we do an examination of the vehicle. I believe I learned, I'm not sure when I learned of that witness statement, that would have been after the scene exam.
Okay, you prepared an opinion and cause report though, right?
Origin and cause, correct.
Origin and cause report, right?
Correct.
And you drafted that report and it has sections such as synopsis, narrative, and participants, right?
Correct.
And there's a section in there specifically entitled witness statements, right?
That's correct.
And that's because of what people say is important to know.
Correct.
As well as doing your own independent examination, because sometimes what people say is different than what actually happened.
Sometimes.
It's part of the reason why you go in and do an examination is to try to see if that version makes sense, for example, right?
We compare witness statements to physical evidence all the time.
And that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
Now, the bottom line, I guess the bottom line conclusion, if you will, is that the Honda Civic was lit on fire.
It was an intentionally set fire.
Not something that happens from the engine, right?
Correct.
And it's your conclusion that the intentionally set fire was a stuffed animal lit on fire and placed on the passenger side of the car. Do I have that right?
You do not have that right.
Okay, can you explain your conclusion?
So as I stated in my conclusion, it was the application of a open flame to ignitable liquid inside the passenger compartment. When ignitable liquid is used to start a fire or accelerate a fire, it's not pertinent for us to pinpoint exactly where that fire starts because, for example, if I poured gasoline throughout this room and lit it on fire after the fact, we wouldn't be able to distinguish where I actually put the open flame to the gasoline. Was it in the back corner or in the front corner? Because the damage is going to spread so quickly that the mass loss, the fire damage, isn't going to tell us where that poured gasoline, that poured ignitable liquid was first ignited. So my conclusion, if I believe my report is in front of you, is that it was an open flame ignition of a ignitable liquid, medium petroleum distillate inside the passenger compartment.
Something like gasoline.
Medium petroleum distillate was the lab report.
Right, and you said before on direct that could be gasoline. Use that as an example.
A petroleum distillate is not a medium, gasoline is not a medium petroleum distillate.
Lighter fluid would be a medium.
Correct.
What we use to light a grill, right?
That is accurate.
Okay, so your conclusion is that something like that was used, right?
Correct.
On a stuffed animal.
That included a stuffed animal.
Well, there was you made particular note of the stuffed animal, didn't you? That the stuffed animal had an overwhelming odor of the medium petroleum distillate, right?
That's correct.
Which tells you, based on your experience, that that stuffed animal, you believe, was sprayed or doused with that liquid, right?
Right. I think where we're missing each other is I did not say, nor would I say that is the only location in the vehicle that had ignitable liquid doused or
Got it.
applied.
Right. The liquid could have been sprayed all over, as far as you know.
Correct.
Okay. You aware of any witnesses who saw someone spraying lighter fluid all over a vehicle?
No.
The only witness statement you're aware of is from a person who claims that a lit lighter was thrown into a driver's window from outside of a vehicle.
Correct.
And in fact, you found part of a Bic lighter on the back of the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
When you say Bic lighter, are you referring to the standard thing you would buy at a gas station? Is that what it looked like?
Correct.
The kind where a person would use to light a cigarette, right?
True.
You're, as a arson investigator or ATF employee, certainly you know that a Bic lighter, if a person lights it, the moment they let go of where their thumb would go, the moment they let go, the flame goes out, right?
Some lighters have like a locking mechanism where you can lock the flame down.
Did this one have that?
I did not recover it, so I did not examine that.
So you don't know?
I don't.
And but you do know that the 4 windows were all likely open at least partially, right? At least partially open at the time of the fire, right?
Correct.
And that's based on the uniform fire mass loss, right? Or no, I'm sorry, that's based on the debris that you noticed in the windowsills, right?
Right. The window channel had significant glass still in it.
How far down were the windows at the time?
We weren't able to tell that. That's why I said at least partially down.
So it could be anywhere from just a tiniest little fraction down to fully?
No, we had more glass in the window channels than just a tiny bit.
Okay, so you're
I
looking.
can't quantify it for you.
Well, in the pictures we saw.
Mostly up there. There are 2 right here.
Well, if we take picture 61, exhibit 61, for example. Oh, thank you. If we take exhibit 61, for example, what does that show? Well, how do the windows look there?
The windows are gone.
What?
The windows are not evident in that picture.
They're gone, right?
Correct.
And so when you examine the vehicle, the windows themselves were already gone, right?
Like I said, I was able to see down into the window channels inside the door.
And why would windows be gone? Is that because the fire department personnel would knock them out?
Or the fire could have compromised them and they failed due to heat.
In other words, the fire could have cracked them.
But they were also down.
Now, the seat, in terms of the seat distance being back, before you were holding up a Kleenex box and moving it around in front of you, weren't you?
Correct.
As a demonstrative?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to understand the seat location in the vehicle. Is that something that you examined?
I did.
You look at how far back the seat is on the metal tracks, right?
We did in this case.
Okay, and in terms of was the driver's seat all the way back as far as it can go?
We did not manipulate it to see if it was all the way back as far as it would go. We just made note of where it was at that time.
Okay,
at the time of the fire.
Okay, so you didn't note how far back on the tracks it was itself?
No.
But it's your opinion that it wasn't moved by fire department personnel because why?
Again, if it had been moved, we would have had clean parts of the track. So if the seat is on a track,
right.
Everyone knows that. So if you move it after soot deposits, after a flame impinges upon it, it's going to then expose a clean part of the track. We didn't have that.
Well, did you have clean part? Right. Were there parts of the track that were clean and parts of it that had soot on it, or no?
There was don't recall. We could tell that they had not moved, the seat had not moved from the time of the fire.
Thank you, that's all. If you had not had the witness statements, would your opinion about where the fire originated have changed?
No.
If you had not had witness statements, would your opinion about it being a result of an ignition of ignitable liquid changed?
No.
Was the fire incendiary?
It was.
Meaning what?
It was an intentional act.
Nothing else.
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break now? Oh, I see some hands. Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute afternoon break, and then we'll be back with you. So just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please.
Sade Robinson's apartment where officers responded when she was first reported missing. We've also seen her car, which was, according to witnesses, expert witnesses who've testified, that car was automatically, or not automatically, that car was burned intentionally, that it was an arson fire. We just heard from a witness, an expert from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, a special agent there who said that he believes that an accelerant was used, specifically lighter fluid or something like lighter fluid, that it was that he was able to detect an overwhelming odor of that accelerant on a stuffed animal that was in the passenger seat. And that he believes that an open flame was lit in the front compartment, setting that vehicle on fire. You heard from Tony Cotton, the defense attorney there at the end, trying to poke some holes in that by saying the only thing found inside was a Bic lighter, that there was a witness who saw someone throwing a lighter into the car, but he said that lighter was in the rear compartment, and he questioned whether or not a flame would still be active if a lighter like that was thrown into the car. There was some question about whether there could be a locking mechanism holding the flame in place while it was tossed in, but the ATF agent said they had not actually examined the lighter to see if it had that type of mechanism. In any case, we're hearing more about and seeing more of the evidence that the state has in its possession. As they walk us through the timeline, we're now seeing actual pieces of evidence that connect, for instance, Sade to the car and Sade to the clothing that was found in that car. That's one of the things we're going to talk about now, too. I think if I can show you this, that right here is the black puffy jacket and jeans that prosecutors and witnesses say, expert witnesses today said that Sade Robinson was, first of all, these are what was found in the trunk of that vehicle. Sade Robinson's car, experts say it was an arson fire, an automatic or intentionally set fire rather, and that inside that trunk of that vehicle, which was not, it was still relatively intact, they found this clothing. And most notably, if you see the positioning of the underwear as it is wrapped around the outside of the legs of those blue jeans. The expert witness who was testifying at that time, who was with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office and has some ATF training in her background, said that this was how they found the clothing, and she believed that the placement of the underwear there was consistent with, that's the phrase she used, consistent with someone assisting in the removal of the clothing. Obviously, that would be a suggestion that someone other than Sade removed the clothing. They also presented this photograph, and that is of Sade Robinson in that same, what they say is that same jacket and in those same jeans, and also in the same light colored shoes that were found inside that vehicle. One of them badly burned, one of them not so burned at all. What they say that is evidence that these were Sade's clothes that were found in the back of the car. So we know that they're trying to tie together, first of all, that this was Sade's car. We know that now, that it was, that fire was intentionally set, that she had been wearing these clothes, and in fact that she had been wearing these very same clothes on that date, potentially with Maxwell Anderson. If we take a look at this, you see that she is in light colored blue jeans. Whether or not those are the same exact ones that are found in the car, they have that light color to them. It seems to be that the prosecution is suggesting that that is the connection here. We're going to hear later in the case that Maxwell Anderson was spotted on a Milwaukee County Transit bus. First of all, that witness who saw someone throw the Bic lighter into the car described, saw him, described someone who matches Maxwell Anderson's, matches what, he looks like. At least that's our understanding. We'll probably hear from that witness later in this case. But we also have, or at least another witness who identified him being near the car. But that Milwaukee County Transit bus surveillance shows what appears to be Maxwell Anderson, according to prosecutors, in that same vicinity. So again, they're connecting these dots. You've got Maxwell Anderson on the date with her. You've got the phone pings back to her, or to his home. You've got the car that's ultimately found the next morning burned out in this building on the north side. You've got Sade's clothing, that she appears to be the same clothing that she might have been wearing. You have a detective saying that it appears someone may have removed that clothing for her. And then you also have Maxwell Anderson apparently spotted nearby. All of that paints the picture the state wants the jury to hear, that this couldn't have been anyone other than Maxwell Anderson. Of course, the defense continues to talk about the fact that this is it's all circumstantial, that they still don't have that direct evidence that Anderson did this, where he did it, with what weapon, where's the blood, where's the DNA. There was nothing indicative of Maxwell Anderson, they said, in that car. There is one thing that a couple of different witnesses talked about, and that is this. I've got to bring this up for you here. If you see this measurement, that is the edge of the front seat, the front driver's seat of that car. It is 20 inches back from, I'm guessing that's from the accelerator. But that distance, they said, did not seem to be consistent with someone of Sade Robinson's stature. In other words, was somebody else driving that car who was taller than Sade Robinson, who was a petite young woman. That seems to be the suggestion the state is making here. Again, the defense asked, well, was the seat all the way back? Sometimes people get out of a car, they might move the seat all the way back before they get out. That seems to be what he was leading toward. The state's witness said that they didn't check to see if the seat was all the way back. They didn't adjust it at all. They just made the measurement to show how far that seat in back. Will that be relevant? Will that be important? Potentially it could be. Something else I want to show you though, and I actually misstated this yesterday. We've talked a couple of times yesterday and today about this fence. This is the fence that was rammed by a vehicle that prosecutors say was Sade Robinson's vehicle, that leads to the pump house down by the water, Lake Michigan shoreline in Warnemont Park in Cudahy. And next to that fence, you have this. I keep mistakenly referring to that as a taillight. It's not a taillight, and it only makes sense it would be a headlight. Of course, it strikes me that I should have known that all along, but it would be the headlight that is missing. Well, today we got a better look at that vehicle, and I want to show you, not only do we get the shots like this of the burned out car, and you can probably see down, that is the left headlight. There is a better look at it from, and maybe I don't have this one yet. I don't think I was able to get this one. Do I have this photograph? Let's see if I still have. Oh, I do have this photograph. I've got to drag it into where I can show it to you. Maybe I don't have it. I'll have to find it later. There is a shot of that same vehicle from the Milwaukee tow lot. It's being held in evidence, and from the front driver's side, it appears there is a missing headlight. So prosecutors are certainly suggesting that broken headlight that was found at the scene of the smashed fence belongs to the car that has that missing piece that was found burned out later on up on Milwaukee's north side. So we are hearing more. We're getting through some of the state's key testimony, but obviously still a long way to go. I think we heard from as many as maybe five or six witnesses so far today. We heard from some this morning. We've heard from some, actually, I think we heard from 9 this morning. We've heard a couple already this afternoon. They'll be coming back into the courtroom in a few minutes, and there will be more yet this afternoon. At 4 o'clock here on this stream, we're going to be heading over to Fox 6 News at 4. I'll be giving some updates there. Of course, all of our coverage of this trial on Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. And later tonight at 9 and 10, we'll have some experts joining us to talk about what they've heard and what they observed so far, their analysis of the Anderson trial and the latest testimony that we've heard today, including cross-examination by the defense. But if you want to keep watching the live stream, if you want to keep watching testimony without interruption, without analysis, you can always do that at Fox 6 News Milwaukee's YouTube channel. We are carrying the trial.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice.
No, it's my understanding the court wants to stop at 4:45. Does Your Honor want me to just say this? If we're done with a witness at 4:40 and I know the next one is going to be long, do
Just
you
let
want?
me know.
Okay,
That's fine. Defense, anything to address before you bring the jury in?
no.
Okay, we're ready.
I'm gonna get the answer, okay? Then you don't need to raise my hands.
Okay, we're back on the record, same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief, and I believe they're about to call their 24th witness.
State calls analyst Megan McMahon.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is Mcmahon.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a trace evidence analyst at the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
What does that mean?
So trace evidence encompasses a variety of types of evidence submitted. It can include the analysis of glass, fibers, paint, general unknowns, and in this case, I analyzed evidence submitted for fire debris as well as physical fit.
What is physical fit?
Physical fit is the analysis of items that are broken to determine if they could fit together to form one contiguous piece.
Can you describe what your training, experience, and education is that allows you to work in this capacity?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. In addition to my education at the laboratory, I completed an in-house training program for both fire debris and physical fit. In general, those training programs encompass readings, lectures, hands-on exercises, and culminate in what is called a competency test, which is essentially a mock case.
How long have you worked in your capacity at the crime lab?
I've been at the lab in Milwaukee since 2015.
In your capacity at the crime lab, when you analyze something, you document it through a report, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked, exhibit number 438. Can you identify what that is?
Exhibit 438 is a copy of the laboratory report that I issued on May 16th, 2024 for laboratory case R24-952.
I'd ask that exhibit 438 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And what does that report document?
So this report is a report of my analysis for item BD that was submitted to the laboratory for fire debris analysis.
What was item BD?
Item BD was one sealed paper bag that contained 1 gallon can that had burned debris in it that was reportedly recovered from a vehicle.
The number or lettering system, BD, is that how your lab keeps track of things?
Yes, when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, it's given a laboratory item designator. So we start at A and continue on until all the evidence for a case has been submitted.
Handing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 52. What is that?
So exhibit 52 is laboratory item BD for case R24-952, and I can tell that by this yellow sticker that's on the bag.
So exhibit number 52 is the item that you analyzed and subsequently documented that analysis in report with the exhibit 438 sticker on it.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe what you did upon receiving item BD or exhibit 52?
Yes, so I first would open up the bag, open up the can, do a visual exam of what's inside of the can. In this case, I couldn't determine what was inside the can, so I called it burned debris. After that, I take a charcoal strip and I suspend it inside of the can, put the lid back on the can, and then I put the can in an oven. So what happens when the can is in the oven is anything that's volatile or will go into like a gaseous state, we'll do that and it will adhere into that strip that I suspended inside of the can. The cans stay in the oven overnight for approximately 16 hours. After the 16 hours is up, I take the can out of the oven, I take the strip out of the can, and I put the strip into a small vial. Into that vial, I add a little bit of solvent or liquid. And what happens is anything that was stuck onto that strip that was in the can will then dissolve into that liquid. I then take the liquid and I analyze it on an instrument called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. And the data that I get from the sample that was analyzed on, or I analyzed on the instrument, I compare to a reference that was also run on the instrument under the same conditions in order to come to a conclusion if an ignitable liquid is present or not. So in this case, I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate was present in item BD.
What is a petroleum distillate?
So petroleum distillate is one class of ignitable liquids. Ignitable liquids are classified rather than identified because there can be, because manufacturers market the ignitable liquids to their end use. For example, medium petroleum distillate could be the same liquid, but it's marketed as a paint thinner or as a charcoal lighter fluid. So for ignitable liquid analysis, we classify them as opposed to identify them.
Are there other classifications of petroleum distillates?
There are light, medium, and heavy petroleum distillates.
What are some examples of a light petroleum distillate?
Light petroleum distillate could be charcoal lighter fluid. It could be like a lighter fluid that you would use to light a cigarette. Compounds that are smaller than what would be a medium petroleum distillate.
What's a heavy petroleum distillate?
So a heavy petroleum distillate, something like that would be diesel fuel or kerosene.
What about regular gasoline?
Gasoline is its own classification.
And is it just gas or gasoline is its own classification, or is there a title for it? It's not.
It's gasoline.
Okay. Items like paint thinner and lighter fluid have smells to them typically in your experience?
I would say that petroleum distillates have a smell. I don't know what, in general, when I receive liquid as an item of evidence, I don't know where it's coming from. So I couldn't tell you if it was a paint thinner or a charcoal lighter fluid, but it does have a smell.
Did you note any odor from exhibit number 52, item number BD?
Because it was debris, I did not smell it.
Petroleum distillates, including medium petroleum distillates, are ignitable liquids, correct?
Yes.
And what would ignite a liquid such as a medium petroleum distillate?
A flame?
Okay, a flame from anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, so a flame from a match?
Match, a lighter.
Okay, in addition to doing the ignitable liquid analysis, what else did you do as it relates to this case?
I also received broken pieces with the request to determine if a physical fit was present between these pieces and a vehicle that was submitted.
What was the vehicle that was submitted?
I'd have to refer to my report.
You drafted a report?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 437. What is this?
Thank you. Exhibit 437 is a copy of the laboratory report that I authored on May 10th, 2024 for case R24952.
Does that document what vehicle you received?
Yes, I received a Honda Civic, Wisconsin license plate ASP-1171.
And does that actually physically come to you at the lab?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from? What agency?
It would have been received by our evidence technician, so I'm not sure what agency submitted it.
Does the vehicle itself receive an item number?
Yes.
What item number was the Honda Civic?
The vehicle was item BQ.
What else did you receive?
So I received items BR through BV, through BV, and those were all broken pieces that were submitted.
I'd ask that exhibit 437 be received.
Any objection?
No.
437 is received.
Showing you what have already been received into evidence. I'll show you first exhibit 28, 29, and 30, if you can identify what those are, if you've seen them before.
So exhibit 28 is item BR for case R24952. And again, it has the yellow label that's put on at the laboratory.
And what is item BR?
Item BR was a broken mirror that was submitted. Exhibit 29 is item BS for laboratory case R24952. And item BS was a piece of broken black plastic. And then exhibit 30 was received as laboratory item BT for case R24952. There were 5 pieces of broken black plastic that are inside here. So when I did my analysis, I sub-designated them as items BT1 through BT5.
And what about exhibits 31 and 32?
So exhibit 31 is laboratory item BU for case R24952. And this is a piece of broken black and silver plastic. And then exhibit 32 is item BV for case R24952. This had 8 pieces of broken plastic inside. So during my analysis, I sub-designated them BV1 through BV8.
Why don't you start with item BR and walk us through what your analysis entailed?
So in general, with my analysis, what I'm first going to do is open up the broken pieces that were submitted, and I'm going to do a visual exam and a microscopic exam of those pieces and document what I observe. Then, if there are any of those pieces that look like they would fit together to each other, I would do that physical fit at that time. After I'm done with all of that, then I took all of the pieces and I went to the vehicle, which is in a different part of the laboratory, and I attempted to do a physical fit from the pieces to the vehicle. So there were 3 pieces that I was able to physically fit back to the vehicle.
And just as a preliminary question, to physically fit something together, does an item have to be broken?
Yes.
So if a piece of a car falls off but isn't broken, can you conclusively say that it comes from that car?
No. So in general, that conclusion might be something like detached but not broken from the vehicle. There might not be anything broken for a physical fit analysis to be attempted.
So it's fair to say that you're looking at how an item fragments when it's broken?
I'm comparing broken pieces to broken areas on the vehicle.
Okay, you said that there were 3 items that you were able to fit.
Yes.
What were those?
So I was able to fit item BT3, which was broken black plastic to the vehicle, the front grille area. I was able to fit item BS, which was a broken piece of the license plate holder to the license plate holder that was on the vehicle. And then item BU, which was in black and silver plastic to the passenger side fog light area on the vehicle.
What about the other items?
So items BV3 through BV8, so submitted broken pieces, I was able to fit back together to each other, but that piece, there was nothing broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit for that. The same thing with item BV1. And the pieces that were not attempted appear to be interior pieces, so there was no more analysis done.
BV3 through BV8 are described as pieces of black glossy plastic, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings were that all of those pieces fit together, correct?
Yes.
On the Honda Civic, item BQ, was there a part that was missing in the area where those items BV3 and BV8 would have fit?
So I was able to use that conclusion, detached but not broken, for the one contiguous piece that BV3 through BV8 formed. But again, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to do a physical fit for that.
Was there an area of the Honda Civic that was missing a piece consistent with what you put together for BV3 through BV8?
There wasn't anything there, but again, it wasn't, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle.
Okay.
So it appeared as though, again, that piece fit in there, but I'm not able to do any more analysis in the sense of I can't say there's a physical fit because there was nothing broken for me to try to attempt to do a physical fit on.
And so that's where you come to the conclusion that it appeared to be detached.
Yes.
What about items B1 and BB2 that you described? Did you come to the conclusion that those items, when put together, appeared to have been detached from the Honda Civic?
Yes, it would be the same conclusion. BV1 and BV2 both appeared detached but not broken from the vehicle.
And again, that the area where BV1 and BV2 appeared to have been detached, there was the Honda Civic missing that particular piece?
The piece wasn't there, but I couldn't make a conclusion as far as if BV1 and BV2 were the pieces that belonged to the vehicle.
But the Honda Civic was missing that particular piece?
The pieces were not there, yes.
I don't have anything further. Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So one part of your, I guess, your role in this investigation was to test some burn materials, correct?
Yes.
And did they arrive to you in like the big gallon bucket or 5-gallon bucket?
They arrived in a gallon can that was in this paper bag.
Okay. And when you're doing your testing, you're doing it at your lab, correct?
Yes.
And you said you didn't like smell the odor of the fragments or the burn materials, correct? Because you do like some sort of testing and you're able to determine that there's a petroleum distillate, correct?
In general, the only items that would be smelled would be liquids that are submitted. So because this was burn debris, I did not smell it.
But you have like instruments that tell you that it's petroleum distillate, correct?
Yes, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
And can that determine whether something has like, I think they said a light, a medium?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to come to the conclusion that, you know, this burn material it was ignited by like lighter fluid or paint thinner. Those are contained in petroleum distillate, correct?
I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate is present. There are lighter fluids and paint thinners that would be classified as a medium petroleum distillate, but there also are paint thinners and lighter fluids that might not be, which is why it's just a medium petroleum distillate.
Those are just common examples, right?
Yes.
And like lighter fluid and painter fluid, those are things people can purchase at like a hardware store, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Like a Home Depot, a Lowe's, an Ace Hardware, something like that.
I would think so, yes.
And then the other part of your investigation was to kind of, I mean, I'm just speaking in layman's terms here, is you get pieces of what might belong to a car and you determine if you can draw that conclusion, if these pieces came from that car.
The pieces have to be broken in order to do the physical fit analysis. So what I'm determining is if the broken pieces would fit to a broken area on the vehicle.
And your conclusion was that these broken pieces belong to this Honda Civic, correct?
3 of the pieces physically fit back to the vehicle.
All right, I have nothing further.
State? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
They would then recall Detective Don.
The next box empty. I'm sorry. The next box empty. Oh. We have a different court reporter, so we're gonna re-swear you.
Oh, sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, JoannDonner.
Detective Donner, as part of your follow-up investigation into this case. On October 1st of 2024, did you conduct an experiment related to the seat positions as they were known to have been found in Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I did.
Did that involve you going out to some car dealership in Milwaukee County?
It actually was in Waukesha County, Menominee Falls.
Okay. And tell us what the purpose of that experiment was.
I volunteered one of my detectives who is 6'1", which is based on the same DOT height for Maxwell Anderson, and another deputy who is 5'1", which is actually 1 inch taller than Sade Robinson's DOT. I couldn't find anybody that was 5 foot.
So OpenAI just launched the image generation tool, and everyone's losing their minds over the anime videos you can create with them. They're all over.
2020 Honda Civic, same model and make of her car, same year, and positioned the seat according to those that you saw in the arson photos. Then I was able to place Deputy Balsamo into the seat to see if that was a comfortable position for her to drive in, or if it would work better for Detective Blanchard.
In going to the dealership or dealerships, if you will, at some point were you able to determine what the value of a 2020 Honda Civic is?
Yes, the average value is approximately $20,000.
All right, so you took a deputy who was 5'1" and a deputy who was 6'1"?
Correct.
And did you take pictures of this experiment?
I did.
I'm gonna show you exhibits 90 through 108.
Tell me the numbers one more time.
90 through 108.
Thank you.
Are those the photos from the experiment?
They are.
Okay. Move 90 through 108 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Asked to publish, not all of them, but a few.
Go ahead.
Detective Donner, what was the seat position of Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I had to base the measurements in the photos from the arson, just based on what the curvature of, if it had cushioning and foam. So I used the frame of the lumbar support that seemed to be the most accurate. That position for the back would be 42 inches, and for the front edge of the seat would be 22 inches.
Okay, so did you position the seat of the Honda Civic you used for this experiment to that same position?
I did, with the exception of the back. It is the manual style, and I couldn't lock it in at 42 inches, and I could only lock it in at 43. So it was 1 inch farther back on the back of the seat.
All right, and then did you have both deputies sit in that seat?
I did.
For starters, these are the two people you used, right?
That's correct.
The one on the right actually testified in this trial.
Correct.
Okay. And then could you show me the picture of you pick out the picture of each of them sitting in the seat when it was at the distance of Sade's car, when Sade's car was recovered?
I took several photos showing the arm extension and also the feet towards the foot pedals.
I'm going to show on the TV 94 and 95. When you had the 5'1" deputy sit in the chair, were her feet able to touch the pedals?
No, they were not.
And her arms, exhibit 95, fully outstretched?
Fully outstretched, elbows locked.
When Detective Blanchard on the right here sat in that seat, how did that go?
Much better.
97, feet reached the pedals comfortably
Yes, they did.
and sat in the chair comfortably.
Correct.
Looks relaxed.
Yes.
Did you then have, what was her name again?
Balsamo. I sure can. It's BALSAMO.
Did you have she felt comfortable.
I did.
And did you have Detective Blanchard sit in that seat?
I did.
Can you show us what that looked like? Here's exhibit 102. Scrunched up to the front.
Yes.
Attorney Vance Cruzan, can you use the mic, please? That's okay.
All right, and head not comfortable.
It was actually touching the ceiling. He could not put it back any farther. He had to be hunched over forward to fit.
Nothing else.
Cross?
So if I understand correctly, all you did was test the seat for, well, first of all, the car itself was burned away. The seats were burned away, right?
Correct.
The cushioning was gone.
Correct.
And so you're using the metal that would have been behind the cushioning for the measurement. Do I have that correct?
Along the sides, you can see there's a part of the lumbar that curves. That's what I was using to base my measurement and then feeling through the vehicle that we used for the experiment.
Got it. And it was a manual seat.
It was.
Is that the same as Sade's car?
I do not know because her car was so badly damaged on the inside.
Okay, so we don't know if it was manual or automatic.
Correct.
But as I understand it, you used only 2 people for this experiment, if you will.
Yes.
A person who's 5'1" and a person who is 6'1".
Correct.
And anybody in between?
No, I did not.
Didn't test any other sizes, 5'7", 5'6", to see how comfortable those people would be?
No.
Okay, different people sit with their seats at different comfort levels, obviously.
Correct.
You're not offering this as any sort of science, are you?
No.
That's all.
State?
No, nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State?
State calls Detective Casey Donahue.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you please be seated, state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Casey Donahue, CASEY DONAHUE.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Are you assigned to the City of Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a detective with the city?
I've been a detective for over 4 years, and I've been with the Homicide Division since June of 2022.
Did you assist in the investigation related to a missing person named Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
And when your department, the Milwaukee Police Department, became involved in the investigation, had you come to learn that her car was set on fire near the intersection of 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, I was.
And I have Exhibit 190 on the TV screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Do you need a second to orient what the map's showing?
Yes, I'm familiar with that area.
Okay, we got Lisbon Avenue right here at the top, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then 30th Street, where my pen is here?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. The vehicle fire that we're talking about, were you aware that it occurred right where my pen's pointing now?
Yes, it was behind 2928 West Lisbon.
This entire map depicts a location within the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right?
It is, yes.
Was one of the things that you were tasked with doing trying to locate video from the area where Sade Robinson's car was set on fire?
Yes, I was.
Did you locate video from the address of 2900 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, I did.
What is 2900 West Lisbon Avenue?
2900 West Lisbon Avenue is a liquor store that is in the area.
Is it on this map?
It is, yes.
Would you be able to stand up and point out where that building is?
Yes. The liquor store is located right here.
All right. So basically at the other corner from where the car was burned.
It would have been just to the east from where the car was burned. Car would have been burned in the rear of this location right here, which the building is actually no longer there.
At the time you recovered video, the building was there?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to bring up on the screen in a moment here Exhibit 192. Were you able to recover video footage from multiple cameras that was of interest to this investigation?
Yes, we did.
What were those? Can you, using the map, please tell us generally what those cameras were and where they were facing?
Yes.
Can you bring the mic closer to you as well? Thank you, Detective.
So from the liquor store, one of the cameras that we recovered video from would have been pointing in a western direction down the sidewalk area and was affixed to the south part of this building. The second camera view that we had would have been actually on top of the roof of the liquor store, and it was pointed in a northern direction.
Basically pointed off the map here.
Yes.
You can have a seat. Thank you. This video, did it have audio?
It did, yes.
All right, Detective, I have on screen, I believe it was the first camera angle you described. So we're looking up at the date and timestamp here in the upper left-hand corner. It says February 4, 2024, 06:48:37, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And did you, when you were covering this video, ascertain whether or not the date and timestamp on this video was accurate?
Yes, it was in fact accurate.
The street,
I'm sorry, before we go any further, there's a brief matter, I think, could we just be heard at sidebar real quick?
Sure.
And what exhibit is this?
192.
Thank you. State, please proceed.
Thank you. The purpose of reviewing this video is to see if you could find anything about how Miss Robinson's car was set on fire.
Yes, and if I could just clarify one thing quick.
Sure.
So if you notice the date in the top left-hand corner, it is going to appear in what I consider like European date. So it's going to have the day, then the month, and then the year.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm going to advance the first video I have up, and for the record, The video title is extremely long. It starts with D2 and ends in 1900, and it's on the disc that's marked Exhibit 194. Sorry, 192.
Okay, you had originally indicated 192.
Yes, it is 192.
Okay.
All right. I'm advancing that video to 1:47. One of the things you were also looking for is to see if you could see her car driving.
Yes,
And did you in fact find instances in this camera footage of her Honda Civic driving around?
yes.
I have the video queued up to 1:47. The date and timestamp is what, Detective?
If I could just, the date and time is going to be April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 a.m. and 29 seconds.
What do you see?
If you notice towards the top of the screen, you're going to see a vehicle that appears to be Shadi Robinson's vehicle.
Paused at 2:15. I'm going to switch back real briefly to the map. What we just watched was that vehicle, which appeared consistent with a Honda Civic, right?
Yes,
It traveled northbound on 30th Street through the intersection right here of Lisbon, correct?
yes, that is correct.
That's what we just watched.
Yes,
And in a little bit, if we get there today, did you also recover a video coming from where that car came from?
yes.
And where is that video on this map?
That video is going to be from the H-Bar Cylinder Services, and that's located at 1651 North 30th Street.
All right, so the video that you got from here actually would precede what we just watched, and it shows that car going up 30th, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that how you knew that car was the same one?
Yes, and also there's identifiable features on the car, more specifically damage, that we were able to determine that that was in fact Shadi Robinson's vehicle.
And related to all of this, where is the 31st and Galena playground?
That is going to be located right here at approximately 1650 North 31st Street. That's going to be between the streets of Walnut, and then to the south is going to be Galena.
Going back to the video. I'm going to advance this clip to the 11-minute 58-second mark. The timestamp, we've gone up to 7:01:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to play until 12:14. Oh, turn the volume off, sorry. See the vehicle again?
Yes, I do.
Where's it going?
That vehicle is traveling southbound on North 30th Street from Lisbon.
I'm going to shift to the next video. The title starts with D2 again, and the last four digits are 3935 for the record. This video picks up at 7:19 a.m., is that right? We're at the beginning? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to advance to 3 minutes and 44 seconds. 7:22:58 a.m.
Yes.
Playing from that time until 4:12. And in the upper right, you see the vehicle pull off of 31st Street?
Yes.
And now what's it doing? If you could point it out.
It's turning northbound onto North 30th Street from Lisbon.
Paused at 4:14. So that timestamp is 7:23:31?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Gonna pull up clip D15, last four digits ending in 3307. Different camera, correct?
Yes, this is going to be the camera I was referring to on top of the roof. So this is going to be pointed in a northern direction. It does capture what is an L-shaped alley behind the address where the vehicle fire was located.
All right, so off to the left side of this screen is where that alley entrance would be, and you're telling me you can't get out onto this street that's on the right?
Not from there. This portion of the alley goes east to west and then turns to the north-south.
Point
So
out.
it's shaped as an L, which you can see would be like this. So the alley comes here, and you have to turn to go north.
I'm gonna advance this video to 3 minutes and 3 seconds. The timestamp on this clip is actually in the lower right, and what time do we have?
This is going to be 7:23 and 34 seconds.
What are we gonna be looking for here, Detective?
So you'll notice Sade's vehicle will pull up right down here and then conducts something like a Y-turn to go back in the other direction.
That other direction being where it would eventually be lit on fire.
That is correct, yes.
I'm gonna zoom in just to the left side of the video. And I'm gonna play until 4:24.
This is going to be the vehicle right here. As you can see, there's damage to the passenger side mirror. Hanging off.
Okay, hanging low,
Yes, it's like
playing it again at 3:35.
almost like it's dangling, just attached by wiring.
Paused it at 4 minutes, 20 seconds. And if I get out of the zoom here, you can see this is at 7:24:51 a.m., correct, Detective?
Yes, that is correct.
And the vehicle kind of, once it does that turn, very slowly kind of creeps forward. Is that fair?
Yes, and it goes out of camera view.
I'm gonna go back to D2 ending in 3935 and cue the video up to 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Nine minutes, 40 seconds, sorry. So we're back to the original camera angle looking down Lisbon. This would be just a few minutes after that vehicle pulled off of the last camera frame, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Playing at 9:40. Paused at 9:56. Did two individuals just enter the frame from the bottom?
Yes, these two right here.
Okay, one of them has a LeBron James jacket on, correct?
Yes,
And the other holding a large umbrella.
yes, that is correct.
Are you going to see them do anything in the upcoming clip?
Yes, when they get to approximately right here on the sidewalk, you will see them react to something that's happening over here. And at that same time, you're gonna see a subject wearing dark clothing with a tan camouflage backpack. He's gonna then cross the street as a city bus is passing him.
Heading south, the person with the backpack?
The person in the backpack is crossing in a southwest direction, and the bus is traveling westbound.
I'm going to play until 11:51.
There's the subject crossing as the bus going by. As you can see, this person has stopped and begins to back up. And you see the other subject up here begins to run backwards, or run back from where she came from. She then points in the direction of from where, or the subject walking from behind the building. Says, call the police, call an ambulance.
Paused at 11:51. I want to go back to the point in the video. The audio doesn't seem to align up to the second with the video. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
But you can hear the words she is yelling, at least when you listen to this?
Yes, you can hear her say.
I'm going to object to him testifying to what another witness said.
I'm asking him what he hears. And he's already testified to some of it.
I think he's able to provide his opinion as to what it is, but the jurors should pay close attention to what they hear.
I'm going to play it again from 10:40. And actually, I'm going to go back even before that. All right, I have it at 10:30. That subject who walked out from the right side, just to be very clear, right around the corner of this building up here, that's where her car was set on fire, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And between the building that this camera is on and the building on the opposite corner, there's just a vacant field there.
Yes, so there's this vacant field, and then there's two buildings prior to the corner.
The car is behind the two buildings at the corner, right?
It is, it's behind the building further east.
So from the location where these two women stop, would they have had a clear vantage point of where the car was?
Yes, you can see right through to the, it's like a rear parking slab behind this building.
The subject who walks out from there, he crosses Lisbon, correct?
Yes.
What street does he go down?
He then
I'm going to
goes,
object to the gender being used at this point.
I think, what,
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to rephrase your question.
thank you. The subject who walks out from the side there, What direction does that subject go?
The subject goes southbound on North 30th Street.
And going back to that other camera we're talking about down 30th Street that you also recovered that we'll watch, are you able to pick up that subject when he gets to the intersection of 30th and Walnut?
Yes, so 1651 North 30th Street is going to be on the southwest corner of Walnut and North 30th Street.
All right, back to this video. I'm going to pick it up from 1010.
Is there a way to turn it up at all?
I'm sorry?
Can you turn it up?
Up?
Louder?
I can.
He did that.
Bravo! Recover, it's slow! That's what it's somebody to call the ambulance! Hey! Hey! Call the fire department! Hey! Call the fire department! Call the fire department!
Paused at 11:39. What did you hear her yelling after that? After you heard he did that.
Then she's saying to call the police, call the ambulance.
And where does she point?
She points in the direction where the subject walks off to, and she's pointing to where the vehicle fire was located. Or in a westbound direction.
All right, and then I actually have one other clip here to play. So the time where she's yelling, that's about 7:31:33, right? Up at the top left here? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
7:31 and 33 seconds.
All right, I'm going to advance the video to 7:35:34 and play from there. Pause at 15 minutes, 30 seconds. So by 7:35, the Milwaukee Fire Department is arriving on scene.
Yes, that is correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 193. While that's loading, I've got the map up here. And just to be very clear, the subject who walked across Lisbon Avenue would have came out on this side of the building, right?
Yes.
All right, and then he walks across Lisbon and heads down 30th Street here. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
And does the video you got from this business or whatever this is pick up that same person walking?
Yes, it does.
Where does that person walk from and towards that we're about to see?
The person is on the east sidewalk of North 30th Street and then he'll cross North 30th Street westbound on the north sidewalk.
On Walnut.
Correct.
I have to load up the player, so just give me 1 minute here.
And this will be 193.
Yes. All right, first camera angle we're going to look at.
So this camera angle is pointed in a west-northwest direction, and it's going to capture West Walnut, and this is going to be the north sidewalk of West Walnut.
Okay. What, and the date and time stamp up here on the upper right corner, April 2nd, 2024, 6:50 a.m.
Yes, that is correct.
Was that determined to be an accurate date and time stamp for this video?
Yes, it was. I believe it may have been 30 seconds off, but it was approximately the correct time.
All right, and I'm playing it from 6:50, I think it was 05.
Bless you.
So that's Walnut Street right there,
That is correct, yeah.
and there's a vehicle coming.
Yes, as you can see, that's going to be Shadi Robinson's Honda Civic, and we know that because of the damaged mirror that's hanging off of the vehicle.
That I'm circling with my mouse right here?
Yes.
All right, so 6:50 a.m., the car is appearing, and this is what? What is this area over here? Is that the playground?
No, so this area is going to be like a wooded area. It then goes down to a set of train tracks that cuts through the city. And this right here is going to be a bridge that goes over the train tracks. And then the playground is located directly on the other side of that, just to the south.
That playground in that area, would you later be involved in recovering human remains from there?
Yes, I was.
Playing from 6:50:26. And it's off camera by 6:50:29. I'm gonna bring up channel 2. Me. Sorry, let me just, I have to reload this up. All right, I'm gonna bring channel 2 forward to that same time period, 6:50. Where does this camera pick up as to where the other one left off?
So the other one was pointed in a more western direction. This covers more of a panorama view and shows north and west. So this is going to be the intersection of North 30th Street and West Walnut. And this is the bridge that I was referring to, that the train tracks go underneath.
The car we watched in the last clip that was coming eastbound, is it going to then appear on this camera?
Yes, it will.
Playing at 6:50:18. All right, you see the car there?
Yes,
And the window is rolling up.
yes.
Okay. Able to see anybody in the passenger seat?
No, and it appears that there is a heavy amount of condensation on the window.
Continuing from 6:50:37. The vehicle makes a northbound turn onto 30th Street, correct?
Yes, it does.
And then that's where we later pick it up on the liquor store video, the one we watched before this. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, same camera. We've now advanced to 7:30 a.m. And from the Lisbon Avenue camera that we watched previously, what do we know happened around 7:30 a.m.?
7:30 a.m. is where you see the subject that is coming from the vacant field area and crossing Lisbon towards North 30th Street and continuing to walk southbound.
Do you pick him up on this camera?
Yes, you'll see him. He's going to be walking southbound on the east sidewalk.
Playing. I'm going to advance the video to 7:31:43. All right, so that's not the same subject that I'm circling with my mouse here, correct?
No, that is not.
Okay. How about over here?
Yes, this is going to be the subject that crossed Lisbon. As you can see, he's carrying a very large backpack.
What race does he appear to be?
He appears to be a white male. You can also notice the soles of the shoes appear to be white, like a bright white sole or a lighter colored than.
All right, I have it paused at 7:32:33 a.m. Just going to zoom in on him. The soles, you're talking about the shoes down here, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Dark pants?
Yes.
How about the top?
It appears to be a dark hooded sweatshirt or zip-up jacket.
And large backpack?
Yes.
And are you able to catch glimpses of his face there?
Yes. He appears to be a white male, and also with the backpack appears to be a large military-style rucksack.
pause that video at 7:32:53 a.m. I'm going to go back to the other channel. And cue that video up to 7:33:22. What are we going to see here? Where does this pick up from where the last video leaves off?
So this is going to be further west down West Walnut, and it will take us further down the sidewalk area.
I'm going to play from 7:33:22 a.m.
As you can see, with the same shoes, pants, continuing to walk westbound on the sidewalk.
Until he's out of frame.
Yes, that is correct.
Judge, this might be a good stopping point.
I agree with you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now it's even more important, my admonitions, right? So remember, no talking with anyone tonight, no looking at the media or researching anything, no investigation. Don't talk with each other as you leave. Wear your juror badges prominently. We are going to kick up tomorrow morning, Celeste, at 8:45. So we'll have you talk with the staff relative to that. Feel free to bring with you coffee, water, and soda. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Have a lovely night. Just put this out of your mind until you return tomorrow.
Judge, before the jury's excused, I don't know if I moved 193 in or
Or
190.
Or 192.
I would like to move both of those in.
Any objection to 192 and 193? No. They are received into evidence at this point. Okay, have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning. Leave your notebooks on your chairs, please. It's supposed to be warm tomorrow, and I want to warn you, my courtroom, quite often, the regulation's not great, and it might be really hot in here tomorrow. So wear layers is a really good tip for you, okay? Although we've been lucky